이제
진호 선수가
그래서
일각을 너무나 잘 봤어요.
네, 그 좁은 일각을 제대로 봐주면서
지금 들어가야 되는 상황에 경기 이네이트.
두 팔 벌려 환영하고 있거든요. 프레이야 웰컴하면서.
자, 근데 엑셀러레이션 로켓
와!
제대로
한 대 맞았는데.
그냥 들고만 있어도 너무 위협적입니다.
네.
그리고 반대로 방패
자,
펼쳐주면서
근데 이러면은 나딘 길각이 나오지 않나요?
네. 자, 이러면은 이거 다운로드 했는데 자, 진호 안쪽으로.
근데 저게
마지막 한 대. 카티아가 2초, 3초, 2초.
자,
2초 터미네이트.
거기에서 이 헤이즈의 WS를 맞출 수 있느냐 없느냐, 커버를 할 수 있느냐 없느냐가 굉장히 중요한
빈 때문이 깔렸는데
근데
사실 먼저 들어가는 건 어려울 것 같아요.
앞에 있는 인물들을 못하게 하면 되긴 하거든요. 오, 그만큼의 사거리가 나오긴 했습니다.
자, 이거 방패가 빠졌기 때문에 초회 선수 한번 노려볼 수 있는 각이 나올 것 같은데요.
자, 그런데
이게 되는데 궁극기가
맞지 않았어요.
자, 그래도 DM이 들어가서 헤이즈를 잡아준다면 다른데
마무리가 안 됐고
이러면
쉽지 않아 보입니다.
네.
프레이야 완벽하게 경기 운영에 나갔는데요.
네, 어쩔 수 없죠. 저거는 미움받을 용기를 낼 수밖에 없는 구도였고요.
그렇죠.
네.
그리고 정말 뭐 어쩔 수 없는 그런 잘 피해준 게 맞기 때문에 프레이야가 근데 미스틱 입장에서 화염문세 한번 다시 돈다고 하더라도 사실 이게 에셀 궁극기도 같이 도는 거라 많이
그렇습니다.
어려워서 그래도 1킬이라도
1킬이라도
뭔가 상대의 실수를 유도해서 아르다의 이 바빌론의 이 방패를 묶어놓고 플레이하는 구도
들어가요.
그거라도 노려야 되거든요.
시간이 없기 때문에 일단은 들어가고 있습니다. 자,
자, 근데 그건 좋은데
에스테레케요. 이렇게 체크메이트.
이쪽에는 분열도 있지만 들어가기엔 좀 부담스러울 것 같고요.
앞쪽으로 들고
완전히
하필이면
알파 잡히면서 바로 터졌어요.
네.
와, 고뇌 강식이 이거는 유도한 것 같죠?
네, 이거는 한번 진짜 유도한 거 맞는 거
진짜 이게 원딜을 하는 유저가 맞나 싶을 정도의 딜감 방금 제대로 보셨거든요.
와우. 스프린트를 일단 맞았고.
자, 근데 리우리 선수가 지금 너무 잘 묻혀주고 있어요.
네.
그렇죠. 앞쪽 공 선수 쪽으로 오히려 들어가게 되면서
네.
피해 만들어냈고 오더 피해가 커집니다.
자, 아까와는 다른 양상입니다. 오더가 쫓아내는 그림이 아니고요. 이번에는 오히려 좀 쫓겨나고 있습니다.
여기는 레투스 다이가 한번 반대로 왔던 것 같아요.
네. 한번 성공했는데 아직 컨디션이 좋지 않아요.
와, 이거 인생 선수 위치가 굉장히
와. 일방적으로 때리는 그런 자리.
맞습니다.
아스트라버스 빠졌고 위아래에서
터미네이트.
모두 죽으면서 터미네이트. 오더였는데 그래도 제대로 체크해주면서 리우리 선수가 밀어내주는 모습이었습니다. 제로진.
오히려 먼저 안쪽으로 역으로 파고로는 제로딘.
자, 근데 진호 선수가 딜하는 타이밍에 딱 맞춰서 매혹과 연막한 무기 스킬로 딜각을 지워줬거든요.
그렇습니다. 또
오,
현지
이름
선수가
날랩니다.
네, 또 바벨로니 방세를 두 명을 맞춰주면서 두 명이 속박을
와,
걸렸고.
이래.
와,
놀수
노이스.
만 진호 선수는
맞죠? 상대 딜러의 딜각을 지우고 CC기를 통해서 빠지는 각도 또 지워주면서 정말 민첩한 플레이 보여줬습니다.
여전히 근데 르노어를 마지막에 도발 막힌 거 너무 좋았고요.
네. 노던날이 모든 스킬 피하면서 제대로 들어갔습니다.
이거 노던할 선수가 앞으로 타고자마자 바로 이를 더 눌러서 도발을 하는 게 아니라 좀 기다렸어요.
그렇습니다. 이게 그 뉴라이즈 강원 팬들이 기다리던 그런 장면이거든요. 여섯 팀이 살아있는 상황.
이거 진짜 아찔하거든요.
지월크!
지워크가 결국 또다시 한번 크게 해냅니다.
와, 가야 지월크.
그렇죠. 감시아의 아델라. 시간 여유 있는데 기다렸다 갈까? 얘기하고 있는 것 같거든요.
충분히 여유있게 해도 된다. 이런 소리 나왔고 있고요. 자, 레이즈도 살짝 들어갔다. 뒤에 하이도 봤어요.
이러면은 충분히 공격 시간은 똑같아 졌지만
그렇죠.
각을 봐야 됩니다.
네.
자, 그런데 순간적으로 하이드를 어떻게든 집중해보려고 한다.
프리아의 쉴드가 좀 컸거든요.
네.
이어지는 싸움, 제키의 파워가 나오는데요.
자, 하지만 2대2 상황. 근데 제키의 체력이 너무 건재합니다. 아이러브 수박 쓱싹 그냥 들어가서 마무리해주고 마지막 남은 아이도까지.
이러면은 그쵸 이어지지만 부족하죠.
데미지가 많이 부족합니다. 이렇게 트리오를 앞세워서 상대방의 닉네임이 지월크예요.
그러니까요. 대구성 가디언즈 그 개개인의 실력들이 워낙에 뛰어난 출중한 선수들이다 보니까 오버로드 입장에선 굉장히 큰 벽이지만 그 벽을 뛰어넘어야
그렇습니다.
올라가는 겁니다.
이걸 뚫어내야지 최종 생존까지 강조할 수 있는 겁니다. 오버로드.
그렇죠. 이걸 잡아내야 돼요. 지월크 잡아내고 NCB 잡아내야 돼요.
자, 마지막 거대한 숙제. 과연 어떻게 풀어나갈 수 있을지 교전 시작됐습니다.
일단은
트리오
파고들었던
주얼크.
유메키 선수 와이어로 2대2로 나눠놨지만
자, 그런데 다시 한번 기억들.
네요.
하네요. 트리오가 들어온 걸 제대로 그냥 기다렸다는 듯이 받아치면서 주지 않았고요.
그렇습니다. 오버로드도 그래도 지오크 선수 잡아내면서 1킬 가져갑니다.
자, 이런 와중에 지오카 선수도 본인이 이제 잡힐 거 생각하고 트리오 선수에게 받아주면서 확실하게 갈아줬거든요.
그렇습니다. 이렇게
네.
그루브 선수까지 마무리되면서
넘어가는 게 소가 속자인 상황이다 보니까 쉽지 않습니다.
그렇습니다. 오, 잠시만요. 와!
진짜 오랜만에 또 한 번 보이네.
야, 여기는 진짜
근데 상대가 에스텔이에요.
네.
그렇죠. 하필 만난 게 에스텔이랑 너무 잘 버티거든요.
데미지를 너무 잘 받았고
자, 이러면 제키가 먼저 다운. 오버로드는 빠져야 됩니다.
1일차에 죽었기 때문에 일단은 전멸에도 브레이크랑 안전하고요.
이렇게 루네스까지 마무리되는
지금 EF 선업대 바로바로 불러주고 있습니다.
펠파이어까지 나왔고 대구 수영 가디언즈는 이 와중에 또 대환단까지 챙겨 먹으면서 밸류업을 극한으로 보여주고 있는데
이끌로 잘 빠졌어요.
좋았거든요.
자, 모습 좋았고
근데 자, 에스텔 쪽 그래도 이겨냅니다.
케어가 완벽했고요.
순간적으로 앞불폭을 쓰고 있었던 이세인 선수를 터트려 보려고 했는데 그만큼 이 스킬 반응도 너무 빨랐어요.
오버로드 지금 안 돼요.
계속해서 위아래 그냥
자, 근데 이번에 얼리로 가요, 헤이즐.
네, 제대로 얼리긴 했습니다. 자, 황 살아남을 수 있을지 뒤로 돌아지 말고 빼야 되는데
자, 이거 에스텔 헬교수 떨어뜨린 거 보겠다는데 떨어뜨리기 전에 마무리합니다.
그 전에 마무리하고 그냥 쓱싹이 누나가 모든 걸 마무리합니다.
자, 그럼 오른쪽 경기 네이터 오더의 교전인데요.
자, 프레아 결국 마무리가 되었고요. 연속도
두명기가 빠졌기 때문에 제니 살 수 있을까요? 황소의 눈.
네, 일단 다운됐는데 일단 도망은 가야겠죠.
그렇죠. 모래바람을 타보는 건 어땠을까라는 생각이 조금 아쉽기도 들긴 하는데 그래도 일단 살려냈고요. 바로 살리고
경기 니트도 마찬가지로 이쪽은 이번에 케네디 손해 없이
자, 살렸을 때 재도전은
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Eternal Tour Masters Season 8 Phase number 2. It is time for day number 2 with Group Stages C and D. My name is Shuvi Senpai, and we have a fun guest over to the right today. No superior today, but we got the man, the myth, the legend, the Cash Cross in the house. How's it going, man? Yeah, he's dead, I guess. Okay, well, it's okay. Your mic might be muted. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, no,
There
yeah,
you go.
my push to talk is bugging out. New PC problems.
Oh,
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us for ERM. My bad, Shuvi. How are you doing, Shuvi?
doing pretty good. Very excited for the games that are going to be coming here tonight, especially with the results that we got yesterday. For those of you guys who are here during Groups A and B, I actually just tweeted out about it, but for those of you guys who weren't here yesterday, very interesting results. We had two newcomer teams both making it to knockout stage number 6 directly from the group stages. That is usually an unprecedented situation that doesn't really happen that much, so I'm very much excited to see what kind of teams are going to be moving on to some of our higher seeded knockout stages today, Kaz.
Yeah, that's always exciting. Also, I think in general, the skill level is better every season, and I think especially with this season, we've been seeing a lot of changes. So I think the upset potential is definitely there now in a way that maybe has always been present, but I think it's just becoming more and more prevalent.
Exactly. It always tends to happen, right? It's a lot of the players have consistently been getting consistently getting better, I should say, over the course of Eternal Return's lifespan, and that still continues to this day, which is something that is great for us casters. We just get to see some really good games of Eternal Return. When it comes to the format today, we're still on the very far left side. Group stage A and B was done yesterday. Now we have C and D that's going to be going on. 4 games per each group, and depending on your placement during today, you'll be placed in each respective knockout stage. That is going to be all up to you on where you continue your journey for phase number 2. And with being phase number 2 as well, circuit points a lot higher than phase number 1. Going to be very important for you to secure some of those if your main goal throughout the season is to get to that season final.
Absolutely. And if you're competing at this level, it should always be your goal. I think all these players have the potential to make it to the finals. So they're always going to be playing with the level of passion required to make it. And it's just who's the strongest team on the day usually.
Exactly. We're going to be taking a look at Group C first today from the beginning. So let's actually, I'm going to go back towards the teams that are going to be playing. Let's actually bring it straight over to that just so we can have an idea of which teams are going to be playing. The Korean side just sped through the stuff. So let's take a look. We have Shadow GLT that's going to be playing Always Into, making their comeback here today as well. Achilles, Odyssey, Busan Vespa, Step Back, Circus, as well as Rump Rebels. That's a team that we haven't seen for quite a while. Didn't manage to make the cut in phase number 1, but they are here to see if they can make that comeback. One of our golden run teams that did show us that during season 6, if I remember correctly. We'll see if they can do a better performance here so they don't have to make that golden run to go all the way into the finals.
Absolutely. It's always very exciting. And I think we're already in test subject
we
select.
are.
Ooh, very exciting.
Let's take a look at what we have. Shadow Golden Lights, a team that does tend to run that triple backline, seeming to actually go for that one more time. Youngman Classic on that Tia, nothing too surprising there. Dozy on the Heart as well as Fancy on the Haze. Very casual, very standard style of composition that Team Shadow Golden Light is going to have. As for everybody else, I'm taking a look at Team Step Back's composition. That is a very fun one. Shimze on the Alex, that is a classic for this player. One of our well-known Alex one-tricks over on the KR side of things is going to be on that one alongside the Sylvia and the Aiden. That's the roster that I want to look at for the most part today.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of characters that, like, if you're watching from maybe different regions, haven't been, I think, as prolific. Like, I don't think very often you're seeing Alex banned.
Yeah.
So
that is true. That is true. You're absolutely correct. We actually do have the Alex band coming through as Complex, and Ehuk is also going to be playing it in Achilles as well as Circus. First ban of the night will be that character. Do we have any more? Yes, we do. It's going to be the Heart. Yes, absolutely correctly banned out for that. And we also have another band. There's actually 3 bands at game number 1. The Haze, I apologize. Both of them have that H and the A starting for the name. Haze also going to be banned out. We have Golden Light, we have Busan Vespa, and we got one more is Odyssey to be running that character. Yesterday, not too many bans, Kaz, but today we're actually going to be starting out with 3. What a change up.
yeah, that's pretty big. I think, especially just. It's always kind of frustrating though when you're in, like, because you can always rotate different teams. When you roll that one team that has the same read on the meta as you, and so you're getting your comp banned out every other game, potentially more than every other game. So
yeah, this is going to be a little bit awkward because typically when you're running a composition that has an Alex in it, he is very hard to substitute just simply because you typically don't get this character banned out. You don't practice too many other comps. I'm hoping that these guys have the substitutes coming in. But here we go, folks. Game number 1 for Group C is now underway. We're just going to get started with that immediately. 8 games that are going to be lined up for you today as long as you can stay awake for all of that. We also got the drops along the side as well. Just so sit back and enjoy the ride. I think today's sets of games are going to be pretty fun, as even double IREM starting to come through. Group C is shaping up to be one of the more unique set of characters that are going to be picked and banned from the looks of it, Kaz.
for sure, I feel like, yeah, when you're a player and like again, like Alex, even IREM, I think IREM has often been a pick that we see a little bit in IREM. But it's not like, I'd say, like a meta staple in the ways that we see like Haze or most of those marksman characters. And marksman often fall into a flavor of the month kind of meta for Eternal Return, where usually there is a more dominant marksman on the patch, and so that will often get banned out. Or maybe something like the Haze, you know, the Haze also very, very prolific lifespan in competitive Eternal Return. But things like IREM and Alex, you're kind of mad if you're getting them banned out. You're like, oh, dude, this is my character.
This is not what I expected at all, especially after yesterday. As I mentioned, Kaz, there were next to no bans yesterday. Maybe 1 or 2 from Group B, but in Group A, almost next to 0. Even the Priya wasn't that heavily prioritized that we've seen so popularized here in recent seasons of Eternal Return. But this time around, it's going to be a bit of a different story. Also, Chon, our resident Hisui player, back on this character this time around, trying to fight it out up against Blaster. That's a lot of good damage over onto the Hisui, but still pretty early game, and as a melee character, very rough to knock down that Tazia around. It's going to be a nice kill from Blaster over onto that Hisui on the northern side of the map, where the Darko of Rosner actually getting taken down on the western side instead.
And we are seeing an engagement coming out, and we do see the heli stat come out, peeling off. Pied now getting chased. I do believe that you're not going to have a great time chasing into an Ekion, but we do see a pretty heavy commitment coming out from the Haze, actually. Still, I mean, the healing drone is popped, and speed gates are available. I think that will just be... Oh, wait, actually, a re-engage coming out with the Reign of the Vampire King from Jungmin. That's pretty powerful. Like, actually a pretty strong engage. Bear is continuing the fight, and now Pied has been able to get the restoration out, rather, from the rest. Does look like it. I think the Peacemaker is still available, so I don't think Bear actually ever had a chance. And now, actually, maybe an ill-advised re-engagement, honestly. I think they were out. They just decided to scrap it.
Yeah, looked a little bit finicky for Team Rump Rebels. Hopefully they can fix that up before we start going into further fights, because this is still night number 1. It should be okay. Whereas on the southern side, we have another fight going on. It's a 1-for-2 trade so far. Rosner left by his lonesome as the Starco. The White Lily is going to get cancelled out by a majority of the members of Team Golden Light. There's a red, blue being propped over onto Rosner. Can he get at least a kill? Yes, he can, but will trade his life in exchange. Luckily, the Rio came back, so no extended death timers for Team Busan Vespa.
Yeah, and it is actually like the full tank Darko coming out from Busan Vespa, which I think is more popular in competitive Eternal Return, but still not like what I would say is a premier frontliner, as we do see Blaster getting caught out by the entirety of Achilles.
Will end up getting taken down. A little bit unfortunate for the Tazio too. Same thing for Solensar. They're trying their best to run around, but the EMP barrage is seeming to stop that at its haze. There we go. Down goes the haze. A lot of people getting picked off still in night number 1, which is actually something that was consistent with yesterday. A lot of teams did group up, but was able to pick off some of these solo stragglers trying to go for the split farm. Yeah, get the punishment in, making sure that these teams are getting punished for splitting up like this, trying to get that early lead. It is a risk, and it is getting properly denied and punished for. Busan Vespa also getting pressured by Team, what is that, step back. Solens are going to get found out, will get tagged down with the auto attack from Simse. 15 seconds to go. I don't think Busan Vespa can contest for an objective now.
You know, one of the things I'm looking at when I look at this lobby, actually, is if a lot of these teams make it to the final zone, triple EMP barrage is going to be so frustrating to fight in these hectic, like, closed zones. I think the third-party potential is actually really strong, and like the chances of just random straggler kills happening is higher than I think you'd think in a lot of lobbies.
Yeah, it's going to be really rough. The amount of chaos that's going to be thrown around this map, I think there's a lot of these big AoE skills and a lot of very long-range skills as well, right? Not even the Alex, but the Haze is also going to be a problem for some of these teams having to deal with that. So all about traversing and all about navigating this game is going to be the name of the goal for pretty much every single team across the board the further and further we go. Pick still happening as individual members still caught out by their lonesome. Youngman grouped up with Dozy though. We'll maybe be able to find one. The Estelle trying to get caught out, but no, with the Haze, with the Heart, sorry, teleporting on in. Maybe the turnaround is still there. Golden Light Dozy's gonna be the one to proc the Peacemaker first. Unfortunately, in response, Kimur doesn't get his off. Instead, down goes 2 members of Team Odyssey. And what happened? I thought they actually had a really good fight, but nice response from Team Shadow Golden Light. Another fight on the eastern side of the map as the damage output onto Team Circus is looking a little bit too much, but Finn gets taken down first, and now Rosner is caught out in the middle of nowhere. The Starco, nowhere really to go, will probably get taken down in a couple of seconds. Can you get the trade is the question. Most likely not, and there he goes.
Oh, we do actually see a pretty bad combo coming out from Blaster onto Kenshi. Like, that was... I don't know how much... It was a snap in, so it's kind of hard to tell how much damage actually just came out straight from Blaster, but it did look like quite a bit with the combo. As we do see the taunt coming out onto Ghost. A little bit of neutral play, but one of the things I feel like Adriana actually does have on Haze sometimes is the advantage in the neutral game. I think these mages are both so long range, but adding the pressure of the oil slicks and the Molotovs, you actually have a lot more zone control, and it can be kind of hard for Haze to get like free hits off like she can in a lot of other matchups. As we do see some neutral between Rump Rebels and Team Always and Chunk. But it looks like a pretty fast call to disengage, actually. We saw how quickly Bear just decided to turn around and looked like the rest of the team was down to follow.
For sure, it's just a little bit of a slower mid-game as a lot of these teams are not exactly sure what their power spikes are like now, but when you find a 2v3 for yourself, of course you're going to take the fight. Nice fight from Team Odyssey to take down 2 members of Busan Vespa, split apart and getting punished for it. I've mentioned this earlier, but these split farmers trying to get and maximize the amount of credit gain as much as possible. If you get punished for it, then there is a lot of negatives that do end up happening. The red and blue going in favor of the Tia, but there are so many people alive in that area. Circus will be able to find one, also sitting on 5 kills for themselves. Sorry, not 5 kills, but 5 points for themselves. This is a crazy game already, and we have a double fight in the rifts as well. How do you cast this? Go ahead, Kaz. Take a look at one of them.
Yeah, so we saw Chon actually with the first flash cut onto the Alex clone, but is going to be able to get the second one, and is going to get the Subama Gaishi off, and we see so much damage coming out. Actually, kind of getting a lot of damage in general. It is just going to be the Sylvia, and even with the Diamond Shard proc, you're just not going to be able to survive all the damage coming out from the Irem and the Hisui. Really well played. Is that a replay? No, we double cammed into it. The Peacemaker and the heli attack stat, that's a lot of survivability onto Kinyo. And now it is going to be kind of hard to get on top of this heart with Ghost sitting in front of him. Hyde does find the angle though, and is actually able to dive. Blink is still available though, and the kiting is immaculate coming out from Kinyo, but just not enough damage to actually kill Pied. And I think Bear was just able to find a couple of bookmarks and was able to pick up the kill. So that's one Battlezone going to Team Rump Rebels, and I believe the other one went to Team Achilles, correct?
Fantastic fight, I think, from Piet and Bear for the late stage fight. I think Jungmin ended up getting taken down throughout the course of the fight just simply because of how this fight continued to go. But Piet as well as Bear was able to coordinate with one another, making sure that the timing on the fight actually came through the moment that Envenomization came alive. The armor piercing, also the hammer weapon skill, just had barely enough range to tag that heart right towards the end, who also had already invested that Peacemaker. Really unfortunate, I think, for that side, but it's a really good way to get a foot into the game for Team Rump Rebels. They've been behind this entire game so far. That was actually the first 3 kills they had this entire game. To boot, they also get an objective on top of that. This is actually a really huge start to their game in night number 2, going into day 3.
I'm worried about Team Rump Rebels because it did look like there was a team above them in Temple that might be able to contest that. Yeah, as we do see, actually, it was Busan Vespa actually going for the contest. But look at this dive coming from Pierre. It's a huge amount of damage on Throne, so I think they're just going to go down as the Ray of the Vampire Queen kind of goes wide, but actually was able to get the damage off anyways. And that's just, yeah, that was just a pretty brutal fight for from Team Rump Rebels onto Busan Vespa. I felt like the dive was so quick and there was just so much damage. Throne went down so quickly.
There's a possibility Team Busan Vespa actually ends up getting completely wiped, although it's going to be exuviation for the Ekion up to actually give up the chase instead. So Rosner will keep himself alive, Busan Vespa will stay alive, but minus 200 at this stage in the game, not that great of a way to start. Same thing for Team Stepback. I saw 2 members down. Isui also gets wiped, and the fight still goes on. Another member down. This time it's Rump Rebels to actually lose out on 2. They got third-partied as, yeah, all of their members still scrambling to try getting back to each other. No, they get caught out in the third party. Golden Light is able to knock down 2. Minus 200s and minus 400s everywhere in this lobby as soon as day number 3 starts. It's not the greatest of start for some of these players.
Yeah, and this is like a pretty crucial part of the game, right? Because this is often where you're getting your second force core call-ins if you're on good tempo, and a lot of these builds in, I'd say, for mages especially, which we have a lot of you do see actually, is going down to, is that team, I think it's Team Circus, right?
Yep.
Yes, that is Team Circus. So, is able to pick up the kill, and I'm actually surprised how many picks in day 3 we've seen that look almost super isolated or solo. We also saw the Hisui from Achilles going down a beach with not much. Like, I think Chon went down with no one else on his team nearby, which is very surprising as well.
I'm not entirely sure what's going on about that, right? Yeah, it's happening a lot.
A lot of isolate. Yeah, it's very uncharacteristic for these players, I think, because they are very consistent about, you know, the importance of once the picks start costing you credits, you don't want to be slip farming anymore. It's just too high risk.
Plus, it's day number 3. You would expect a lot of these teams to be grouped up, maybe trying to capitalize on the fact that some of these teams are ahead, right? A lot of the teams that actually have been caught out in the past few minutes are the ones that got the early lead. Like, Odyssey losing out on Junragis. Look at them. They're sitting at 7 points right now, actually the point leaders in this lobby so far. Same thing for Team Circus, losing a couple of members here and there. It's all just been picks. Yes, there are a couple of team fights that are happening, but so many players are just getting caught out by themselves in very isolated locations, which is not something you would see in day number 3 in quite a lot of game formats, whether it be competitive or even solo queue. Quite surprising that we are seeing it here in game number 1. Hopefully it gets fixed by game number 2. Teams are going to run out of time very quickly when you start using 200 credits just out of wazoo, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting because this is something that you almost never talk about on cast, but I want to note this. Certain Soul is only on 36 stacks of Bear Mask this game, which means they've just not been farming. That's disastrous.
Very late on the stacking for that too. Usually on Bear Mask. Plus, there's been a lot of combat in this game too. You would expect that the stacks would be going a lot faster than this because it's Bear Mask, but maybe they just weren't a part of some of these fights. These picks have been happening with maybe 2 players on a team, and if the third one isn't there to grab the assists, well, you don't get the stacks for your Bear Mask. It is what it is. Let's see if they can actually get that fully stacked up. But another fight on the southern side. This time around, a couple of members from Team Rump Rebels getting caught out by themselves too. Jungmin already invested the Reign of the Vampire Queen, but there is a third party on the way. EMP Barrage going to block out the way for the Hisui to try to get himself out. But look at the damage that the double agent takes. Luckily, it's not the Alex, but everybody else. The third party from Team Rump Rebels comes around as they sniff something suspicious going on. Down goes the Hisui. Just nothing they can do sitting inside of that location. Nichiren Cut, not enough to save him.
Absolutely, as we do see the third party now from Circus onto Team Rump Rebels, though. And actually, you do see Achilles that was able to res with the portable kiosk is actually going to look to re-engage. Does look like a full disengage from most teams. I actually don't know if Achilles really wants to take this fight against Team Circus, though, because I think they are on worse itemization. And there is definitely like stat check potential. Whoa.
What was that, Blink?
What was that? Okay, I'm so glad we saw the same thing, because I just saw like an aura farming Blink. I don't know what was really good. Blink into EMP Barrage into like nothing true combo. I don't know. Like maybe, like, did they walk out of range of taunt? Because they kind of just blinked and then stood there for
I think if I had to give it to him, I'm not sure if this is what happened. Maybe I missed the graphic here and there. Maybe I missed some visuals. I think he blinked the electrostatic surge. I think that was the Aiden that tried doing that, which means he looked for an angle, maybe on towards the back line, but just didn't get it. Couldn't teleport in on that fight either. And we still are looking for more fights. This time it's going to be Team Step Back duking it out up against Team Busan Vespa, but they will be able to get away. A lot invested. Dissipation plus the Caltrops invested right now. I don't know if this team ever wants to fight. They don't seem confident because look at their items. It is in shambles.
Absolutely. And this is not a composition that you really want to play from behind.
Oh, they should have taken the jump pad. Look at them. They're just so indecisive on what to do. This Alex is taking free damage for fun. EMP Barrage on the backside. Electrostatic Surge as well. Shimsei on the backside is just constantly getting knocked down by Rosner, and the position all of a sudden is just nowhere good. What happened to Team Step Back? You didn't step back. You didn't do what your team name actually stated. You stayed around and you paid for your sins. Oh no, that is not how you're supposed to make decisions up against a team like that. The only problem is for Busan Vespa, they are deep in red right now.
That was incredible, honestly. Like, when your tank is soloing out 2 people, that's concerning. But we do see, actually, the EMP Barrage coming out. That is really just for the Amtron to catch up, because they're not really getting any much space or damage off of it. And now that's a pretty big cooldown going down for Team Achilles. We do see actually a third party onto Team Rump Rebels coming from, is that Team Odyssey? No, Team Always in Chunk.
Oh, but the third party, yeah, you're right. Down goes Hisui.
Yeah, and I think it was just a little too much overcommitment from Achilles. I feel like once you burn that EMP Barrage just for basically movement speed from Amtron, I think you have to call the fight. Like, you're just not getting up.
Yeah, I don't know how Koyang did it, by the way, but the Bianca actually ended up killing Oh, no, sorry. It wasn't the Bianca, but I think the Irem managed to kill the Bianca. So Rump Rebels actually ended up losing a team member on their side, too. That's a minus 200 they're going to have to deal with in a few moments. But there's so many teams inside of Hotel. The fights genuinely just never stop, Kaz. EMP Barrage not out yet. E-Hulk just not confident enough to throw that down. It's actually on cooldown. Never mind, it's gone. But it's too late. Peacemaker comes down. Down goes 2. Circus also losing 2 members. What is going on in this game? Seriously, everybody's just off by a couple of seconds to save their lives. I don't know what is going on.
Yeah, I do. It's definitely some uncharacteristic mistakes, but I do think a team that has not really made any mistakes on my screen is always Enchon. They look incredibly strong too. Wait, no. Okay, yeah, okay. I just looked above. Like I was really about to be like, okay, speaking of mistakes, but obviously that's not a mistake you're gonna see coming out from Team Circus. Is able to get into the zone safely, but are you actually going to be able to get access to Lumi is the real question, as we do see Busan Vespa VLSing in, and I hope you got your like New York City sewer cosplay, because we're going to need to see some serious routing coming out from the Adriana. Also, Achilles down to only 1 team member as well. It's going to get a little awkward. Rump Rebels also, we could see a pretty intense contest on this Lumi if these rats are even able to make it, but I really do think, like, Lumi's going through all the zones that are under a lot of control. I believe there was 1 second of time around the Adriana, so there's no way you're going for a tank red play to res. So it really does look like Team Circus is probably just out of the running for this game and just playing it for as many placements as they can get, because I really don't see the chance of Lumi, actually for even like Team Achilles, maybe Rump Rebels, depending on their timer.
I think it's actually trouble for Team Circus too. I saw Busan Vespa or Team Odyssey starting to make their way actually down towards the Lumi, trying to make it so that Lumi just runs straight into the red. You can see it, Adrian is hanging around, but Lumi is just nowhere to be seen. So looking doom for Team Circus. It's going to be the complete rat angle. No Alex going to be res back up this time around. No Irem either, because his creds just aren't there. Complex also getting ran into the red on top of it. Is just not looking good at all for any of our rats. There's a camera sitting around here, so Team Odyssey also knows about this. Complex is just being driven into a corner over and over again, up against Team Rump Rebels now. Can they do anything and run away from Piet? Maybe. It isn't Alex. There's only 2 people here. A lot being invested for this Alex alone. Blink invested. Same thing invested. Overflow, as well as all the cooldowns from Team Rump Rebels. They can't find a single thing and will be driven out of forest straight into Hotel, into yet another team. This game is chaotic, Kaz, for some of these rats.
Yeah, and when one of the rats is an Alex, is really annoying for some of the teams, because if this Alex ends up in a zone with like 3... Oh, wait, never mind. A little bit of a caster curse. Sorry, Complex. My bad. You don't even get to make it to the final zone. As Piet is also caught out now, that will be Bear just straight up running away as much as possible, because you... At this point, you have the sunk cost, or like, there's no sunk cost, right? You're just playing for as many placements as possible. You are technically in a 2-rat lobby, and they should know that. I think you can just do the numbers based on 6 teams, 14. So you probably know that you can at least get 1 more placement if you just play to live. But we do see Kinyo going for the chase pretty hard. Gonna chase Bear into another team. Is there a fight? No, there isn't a fight between Busan Vespa and I believe that's Team Always Enchon and Hotel. But this is just disastrous to your Bear. Like, you gotta find a corner and just really hope that they don't EMP you out or drone you out. We're looking at 7 seconds on Bear. I mean, how much does Circus have? It's 1 second on the Adriana, right? So
Yep. From earlier.
It's gonna be a run into the zone angle and hope you can be the second to die, I guess.
At this point, all of our rats are just sitting in really terrible positions. I think from Team Odyssey, the play that we saw from the heart was the correct one. Lumi was making its way down from school. If you gave any of these teams just second chances to get access to that Lumi, you never know what's going to happen, so you might as well eliminate that possibility, which is exactly what the heart was going to go for. There's a fight starting out on the left side of Forest. That is a beautiful Darko knockup as well as an ultimate, but I don't think it's going to get anything done as the totem is still there. As Hones are trying to pump in the damage as much as possible. Peacemaker comes out, but there's the Charlotte ultimate to counter it in response. Damage out from Team Always into him. Blaster trying to do what he can. Min goes down first. Down goes Rosner. Down goes Honesar. It looks so good with the Darko beginning that fight with the double knockup, but too much damage taken from the Darko means that the fight is going to go in favor of Always Inton's side. They still do have to make their way over to the right, but they do sniff out a wild bear. Will the sewer get taken out? Don Quixote out. The wall is going to get blinked on as well. That's a lot. Oh, I don't know what that totem was going to do anything, though. Maybe they thought they had blink or something. And the double safety drone. Ooh. Team Always Inton's kind of messing up a little bit.
Yeah, and look at the timer advantage that is going to be offered. This is actually pretty bad because you are seeing a pretty low timer on Teams Always Incheon. If they start pushing in, I think they will just be a win for the other team. But actually, I think wait, is it split timer? Because it looked like oh my goodness, wait, those going down so fast, never mind. And now zone control entirely in their favor. It looked good until it didn't, but we do see the Peacemaker coming out, but that's just not going to be enough. And now Jugaris, going for a big flat play. Oh my goodness, Kinyo going down. Good try, but I think, did Kinyo go down to timer?
I think they did. See, if this was like Season 3 Haze, that actually gets a double kill. If he landed the SMG burst, I think he barely missed it on the Charlotte. That's why the HP bar for Charlotte didn't really go down that fast. But if this was Season 3 Charlotte, this late into the, sorry, not Season 3 Charlotte, but Season 3 Haze, this late into the game with the items that Haze had, 100% a double kill. Really brutal for Team Odyssey. And you're right, it was going well until it didn't. Not exactly sure why Ghost ended up going down by himself first out of nowhere, and as soon as that Estelle goes down, there was just no more leniency for the double backliner. Well played from Team Always Incheon. They still have to push into Team Golden Light, another team that really hasn't made any mistakes so far in this game. We're going to see both of them in the final zone. Let's see how this goes. The destruction drone going out, damage output over onto Team Always Incheon, looking pretty good. Driven out from the drone safety range as well. It's going to have to actually opt to use a safety drone in exchange, walking back in on this. 20 seconds to go for Team Always Incheon. Golden Light still holding strong. Damage output looking good. Fancy with the good SMG and the grenade launchers are keeping these members of Always Incheon at bay. They need to send something eventually, and it seems like it's going to go. Paradiso going to completely whiff. Fancy is out. Dozy, same thing as well, is out. Their health bars are a bit low, but it is going to be a reset for Team Golden Light.
Yeah, and at this point, I feel like the value of Fancy is actually going to start paying a lot. Look at the drone barrage. Actually, I think some of these explosion drones will actually maybe do a little bit of damage. Centipede actually taking it straight up. We actually do also have Taproot, so second wind should be, or healing wind rather, should be up soon too for them. So they have a lot of utility. I think we have most of our ultimates as well. I think the only thing that we might be missing is a Paradiso. Yeah. But given the amount of CDR that's probably on Blaster at this point, it might be up at this point, and it's a really awkward zone for them to walk into Charlotte, into Blaster. Wall is going to do a lot of dividends as the stun coming out. Dead before the Paradiso, dead before the Peacemaker. That is a huge pick going out from Team Always Incheon, and that's just going to be the zone going to them.
Wonderfully done from Team Always Incheon. Slowly but surely was able to push their way in towards the zone, get the control, and push it to the end. GG is called out to Team Always Incheon. 24 points to start out Group C. What a game. And that Charlotte, man, up against the triple backline mage composition, that Charlotte did numbers to deny all these damage from meaning anything throughout the course of the fight. So well played from Xenophine as well as Luminol and Bear to start out game number 1.
Yeah, despite all the, I feel like there was a lot of great poke coming out from the Haze, but it didn't matter because it got mitigated. And I think this is part of the benefit of actually giving your Charlotte a blood. The Taproots was online, which gave access to not only the reduced cooldown in general, right? Huge amount of CDR. Also, you just get access to Healing Wind's reduced cooldown, and that is so much to mitigate all the poke coming out from triple.
Yeah, and I love the positioning there, by the way, from Bear, because what he was able to do is utilize both the fact that he had shields internally in his kit as well as the heals from Xenophine to actually soak up a lot of the grenade launchers from the Haze. Do you remember that the grenade launchers for Haze, yes, they have a cooldown internally, but they're also off of an ammo system. There's only so much he's going to be able to pump out before the Charlotte is able to get all the heals going in. I think for Team Shadow Golden Light, they played it as best as they could, but there were definitely times when they should have probably pushed the issue more so than letting Team Always Incheon push in on them. It's that Charlotte. If it wasn't Charlotte, then maybe what they did was completely fine, but the Charlotte nullified literally everything they were able to do. As you saw, nobody's health bar on Team Always Incheon, despite the pressure at the beginning of that final zone, went below a quarter. Starting from there, they just lost position, they just lost their grounds, couldn't push back in, and lost the entire game.
Yeah, really, really well played by Always Enjoy. And I think comps like that are incredibly strong because I think every part plays into the other. Like it's like a really well-oiled machine because you're enabling Blaster to play this hyper like carry like kind of like pseudo bruiser mage and play up with the Charlotte, who's enabled by the heart, who's then enabled by the Charlotte.
Yeah.
Like it really all plays into each other really well. And you saw maybe not in that fight, honestly, because Dozy just got absolutely one shot, but in a lot of fights, it does actually make the difference, right? That you're able to buy the time with the Peacemaker for the Charlotte ult to come out, and then the Charlotte ult buys even more time. And all that time, Blaster's consistently dashing throughout the fight, getting shields, reshields, heals. It's just so cool to watch when a composition is so well thought out and like the synergies are so there.
Even more so than that too, by the way, I actually thought that Team Always Inchan had really good communication with each other because I don't think I saw a single fight throughout the entire game where the Divine Intervention didn't hit all three players, and that's really difficult to do in a chaotic fight, even more so when everyone's trying to fight inside of the Peacemaker. Do remember that Luminal wasn't the only heart in this game, there were some other hearts as well. Always Inchan just played so well off of anybody's Peacemaker. As soon as that first one went down, everybody just hops on inside of it. Divine Intervention as soon as the Peacemaker is over. If they need to pop Luminals as well, they'll do that immediately after. But it's just these timings as well as the coordination that really makes or breaks a lot of these team rosters. We saw a good example of it with Team Always Inchan in game number 1. Hopefully we can see it more, because this is actually, surprisingly enough, the first time that we're ever seeing both Luminal and Bear playing at the same time for this roster. It is always one or the other, but with this double DPS roster getting 24 points in game 1, this is a new side of Team Always Inchan we haven't seen before.
Bear or Blaster?
Blaster. Yeah, I just saw that. Thank you for catching me. They both start with B. That's at least I got that
no worries,
right.
No worries.
It's Blaster. You're correct.
Yeah, I feel like Blaster was really, really, really pivotal in a lot of the fights we saw. But yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. They are all like doing their part, and I think often when you're like Xenophine on the Charlotte or something like that, it goes unappreciated. But it is a very high impact role. It's just the impact is seen through reducing other people's impact. So sometimes it's really hard to see what a support is doing for the team.
Funnily enough, yesterday was actually a really good example of what ends up happening if a Lenny isn't able to live up to these game standards. Yesterday, we had a lot of Lennys that were just kind of dying first a couple of seconds into the fight, which is typically not supposed to happen, right? It's one of the reasons why I think Xenophine's plays are always so flashy, because while he's so confident in making plays like that on the Lenny, he doesn't die, and he lands everything that is pivotal to do it. You can't do that on a Lenny. It looks really bad, but you're absolutely correct. A lot of people who play supports that make some of these game-breaking fights happen aren't really getting all the attention they need for it, which is definitely sad, but it's plays like this and games like that that really tells you supports matter.
And we do actually see another Charlotte coming out from Team Rump Rebels. I feel like this is now we actually have Charlotte with Bear, as you mentioned, but we do see the Heart Band coming out. I'm wondering if that causes some pivots in terms of... Oh yeah, we actually are seeing a pretty hard pivot from Always Inchan. I don't think I've ever seen a composition like this for Tazia. I'd be really interested if they actually just... I feel like I always see Tazia with like one of those hard, like, supportive, like, healer characters or shielding characters. Like, I don't think I've ever seen Tazia... There's heals coming out from Luminal on the Theodore, but it's definitely not at the capacity that you would usually think of, like kind of like funneling into the Tazia.
At this point, this is just comfort fix for Team Always Inchan. Xenophine has busted out the Sua before in ERM. Luminal does play Theo in ERM environment as well. Blaster, of course, on the Tazia is a standard and a classic for this team. Nothing too surprising. I think they're just kind of throwing a roster together because of the awkward bans that are going to make it difficult for them to run that hard, keeping that Tazia alive. I like this change up. Luminal's Theo, I haven't seen it in quite a while. if I had to give it a rating from what I've seen in the past, like maybe give it like a B minus B, because his Theos haven't been incredibly noticeable in comparison to some that we have seen in the past, like 8ㅅ as well as One Circle. But it is solid enough that I think in a roster like this, it can make a difference. Blaster's going to buy him a lot of time, as well as Xenophine on the Sua will be able to buy him a lot of time. So looking forward to that. On the other side, Arda coming out for Team Achilles. I do see a Bernice plus Celine combination, which is something I haven't seen in a while. So let's see how this goes, Kaz. Game 2 is now underway.
You know, I was talking about. I'm a little interested in what Xenophine's doing on the Sua. I don't know if you caught this. It's healing factor from Xenophine on the Sua.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be more focused towards that, the Curious Case, right? The shield coming out from the W. Is there anything else from this roster? No, absolutely not. I think this is going to be more towards making sure that the shields are going to be there for the Tazia, right? Blaster, yes, he has his internal shields, but those aren't CC immune shields, right? If you are running the healing factor on Sua, the additional shielding could make or break some of these fights. I like the idea.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's like some like really dark because I mean I've always thought of Xenophine as like one of the like actual like true support players in ERM. Like I think Xenophine's character pool has always been very utility centric with the Priya, with the Lenny. Wow, that took me a second. And with the Charlotte. So I'm wondering if this is like some much more supportive like Curious Case Max Elf Dress kind of. Probably not, but that'd be really funny.
There's a possibility with the... Well, okay, Elf Dress is actually kind of finicky because, yes, Elf Dress does give the bonus stats, but when it comes to running it as a Sua, I think there's definitely some armor pieces you kinda have to go if you're running the solo frontline Sua. We'll have to see, of course, maybe it is going to be the Elf Dress, in which case, pretty interesting of a build we're going to see from a Sua. Might actually have to build a little bit more tankier on all the other items, but I digress. Let's take a look at what's happening right now. Fights happening all over the place. This is actually a full-on team fight. EL trying to chase down Shimza as much as he can. There is the ultimate from Darko to knock down that Emma. Problem is, the rest of step back. Can they actually get out of this conundrum is the question. Can she try to support as much as possible? But I don't know if it's going to happen. 1 for 2 trades so far. Aiden's about to go down, and the Emma actually teleports back in on this. Shimza thinks he can do more. I'm not sure about that one. Can you get the change across? Absolutely not. 3 kills going in favor of Team Circus will be traded out for 1 just to Darko.
Yeah, I think it's really hard for Team Step Back to actually fight into a team like that because it looked like we kind of got the tail end of it, but I think a lot of the value of Adriano. Wait, oh my goodness, we just always seen an intimidation tactic coming out as Rosner now getting the pick on Blaster. This is the second time Blaster's gotten caught out on this alley/gas station route. Wow, Chor! Oh my goodness, that was so close. It's always like when the Hisui, when the clear cuts come out and the flash cuts come out and the vamp gets stacked, you actually could like, you never can doubt that character or like completely like kill that character like in your head, you know? Even at like 20%, 5% HP, there's always that chance for a turn. And I feel like when I think about, you're mentioning 8ㅅ's Theodore, I was thinking that same thing like when you were saying like B+. I felt like you could never count that guy out as Tron does look to actually, yeah, okay, that it will be the catch out going onto Blaster. Luminal is going to put on the Blaster, and look at the damage coming up from the Theodore. Parry is not enough, and good shot. I think the shot grenade get landed on both there. Maybe?
I think it did too. It might have caught Choen out as soon as he came out of the parry or something, because he did just kind of stand still for half a second before he died.
Very well played regardless, as we do see the Tetragon come out. Mondu already down, probably going to go down too, and we are actually going to see the revenge of Team Step Back onto Team Circus, as we do see Bear chasing down Fancy, Astro Burst coming out, but Soul Stealer, wait, immediately pressed? Is there any stacks on it? As we do see the dash onto Fancy, you unstoppable, the power of Sua, the Don Quixote is unstoppable, he goes right through the top from Oman, and yeah, that's just going to be 2 kills going over to Team Rebels pretty quickly. Mondu cut out as well.
It's picks.
Really, like, I don't get it. I don't get why is everyone so separated still. Objectives are just about to spawn. We cannot be this separated.
it's paying off for a couple of these teams. Like, step back just now, we actually saw Shimsei on the Emma picking up that Tree of Life up on the northern side of the map, but that's simply, I think, because so many teams are split apart and actually got punished for it, that there's just way less competition around the map at the moment. It makes it really nice for some of the teams that are fully grouped up and is actually able to get these punishments going. Look at this. It's another case of somebody being split apart. He's actually going to look for the trade this time around, though. Just doesn't have the damage for it. Unfortunately for Kenshi, will not be able to get that kill. And there's another potential pick coming through as Chone is by himself as well. What is going on? Seriously, like, I don't understand this any more than you do. This is really confusing. If it's paying off for some of these guys, if they're actually getting more average credits than they do without splitting, then kudos to them. But this is definitely a lot of time being wasted from some of these players as they're just dying over and over and over. It's not even about the credits at this point, it's about the experience.
Not just the experience. Maybe in solo queue you can justify some. You're in a tournament, like, giving up all these free points to other teams is not good. Like, unless you're able to make it up later in the game, it does matter, as we do see the Bola landing onto the Suwa.
Full fight.
And yeah, that's just going to be a full-on engage. Piet is doing so much in the backline. This Ekion is so tough. Is actually going to be able to dash out too. Jungar is trying to finish him off. Isn't going to be able to. Really well played. We do see the turn coming from Bear. Oh my goodness, wait, actually getting the kill, that was incredible. No,
yeah.
The blink looks so questionable, but I guess was able to get like a double bookmarked auto? I don't know what killed Kinyul there.
I think it was another armor piercing kill, if I'm going to be real with you. That thing actually does quite a lot of damage, even at level 1. So yeah, the amp scaling on that skill pretty solid for the Suwa, which is probably the reason why she was able to pick up the Bernice. Not really that healthy this early in the game either for that character, right? Does need to get the levels for the stats to actually come on through. Oh, here we go. A fight potentially brewing. Is the electrostatic surge going to send that Aiden all the way towards the backside? But where's the support coming from the rest of his team? Tetragon will finally go down, but the Aiden is already dead. Third party coming from the north side. This is possible that the Yan will take the fall. He's trying to jump away. Yes, he does. But the Darko follows through, and down goes the Yan. The third party back around Mies Buzan. Vespa is also going to be struggling. Are they going to go fully down? No, the Rio is taking down Rosner on the other side. What is this anymore? Kaz, like, seriously? We just... third party, a team comes back, there's another third party, there's an alpha right there, bro. This is fun, right? It might be chaotic, it might make no sense, but this is the kind of VR that I want to see. It's hectic, it's fun, it's cool to watch.
Yeah, but sometimes I'm thinking I'm watching a Lone Wolf stream because there's so many solo picks. Like, what is going on? No. Did Circus really think they were gonna win that? It's 2v3. It was 2v3. Because Mondu is off in Wakanda. I'm not really sure what's going on at any point in this game from some of these players. As we do see the engagement from Busan Vespa and Shadow GLT. Rosner taking a lot of damage. Re-engagement coming out from Oman.
Nice.
Onto, oh wait, Ria last coming out. Ooh. Wait, what a snipe.
Yeah, in a blitz.
Ultimate coming out. And then we do have Suran Soul. Are you going to be able to get out? Does have the blink. Doesn't look like it's going to be a full wipe as Reign of the Vampire Queen onto Kenshi. I swear if I do not see his teammates in the same zone, I'm going to lose it.
I swear.
I don't see any zone.
I think that fight in Cemetery might have been like one of the more cleaner fights that we've seen so far this entire game. There's another pick going through as Rosner is going to be taken down too. Where's the rest of Rump Rebels? They don't exist in the confines of the minimap. I don't get it anymore, Kaz. Maybe Game 3 will be the one where it makes a little bit more sense. It's either that, or maybe the time after yesterday's ERM when people were able to queue Lone Wolf. Maybe you're right. Maybe people are a little bit too used to Lone Wolf or something, man. They are just having fun playing by themselves.
I mean, we'll give a little shout out. It is quite fun. You should definitely check it out. I mean, but we're in ERM, we're in squads, baby. We gotta lock in because this is some insanity going on. As you do see the engagement, look at the damage on Fancy. Like, Fancy's already basically out of the fight.
Oh no!
Rosner's just gonna be able to walk him down. Yeah, that is gonna be the crossbow.
Did he get out? He still has a little bit of energy.
Oh, okay, enough energy to get out. That White Lily was looking a little suspicious. Might have been the third imposter. I don't know what's going on. We do see Jungmin on the other side with the fight of Rump Rebels versus Team Circus going down. Piet is trying their best and is going to buy enough time for Bear to rejoin the fight. Is this going to be Mondu coming down? A little bit of a nice dodge on the Blink Don Quixote. Oh my goodness, wait, the turn's coming out. Bear getting knocked out. No.
The Darko never wins this.
The intimidation tactic on the Curious Case is a disaster. Oh, wait.
Where the heck did the injury come from?
When did self-res?
It could have been.
It's looking like a self-res angle. And now, wait, is Chon gonna see this before Team Circus? Okay, I like this play. I like this play from SS. Yeah, that is probably the best play you can make there. As Xenophine is just kind of chilling. It does look at what is going on? Chon getting caught out. Are we gonna see the energy? Xenophine getting caught out. Whoa, never mind. I was like processing that for a second because it looked okay for Always in Chon. But Chon bought so much time with the parry, and then I think Xenophine just on the glacial shooters alone is just not tanky enough on that solo frontline Sua. Blaster was not really interested in. I think a lot of that comp relies on Blaster kind of being a second in with Xenophine, capitalizing on any of the space made by the Sua, because otherwise the Sua just can't take all the aggro by themselves. Unfortunately.
The crowd control stacking on the Sua. It's not every day that you get to see a Sua being bouncy housed around in a situation like that, but Chon with a really nice flash cut is able to lock that Sua in the air. Damage output from the IRM was also just barely enough to lock that in. So well played from Team Achilles. They finally, that conundrum, that absolute fiesta up on the northwestern side of the map is over, but it might continue inside upon as Tetragon goes down, but the damage exchange actually goes out towards the Yen instead. Electrostatic Surge is going to do a decent amount of damage towards the backline of Busan Vespa, but Min is still healthy. These Daikubo auto attacks hurting quite a bit, but both teams will just disengage. Very close for Team Step Back to lose a couple of members, but in the end, they will keep themselves alive, where Omega goes in favor of Team Golden Light. That's going to be the buff of the additional defense going in their favor for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and we are seeing teams are getting a lot better at these battle zones that the Rifts offer, by the way. We just saw, I believe that was Team Odyssey, understanding that it was uncontested, so they just sent the Bernice in Kinyul to get a free RNG. Teams are able to read the map a little better. I wouldn't say teams weren't doing that before, but they were definitely like sometimes walking into zones that were contested solo. I've seen that in both competitive and a lot in like random streams and things like that. Now people are better at reading the map and understanding when the objective is actually free, as we do see the contest for the red box between Team Rump Rebels and Team Busan Vespa. Does roster actually want to walk up here though? I feel like you don't want the red box. Ooh, wait, the third party. This is really advantageous for Busan Vespa. Look at the third party potential. So much damage coming out. We do see the free at last coming out from Busan Vespa as well. Wait, is that Busan? Yeah, it is. So, yeah, just so much. I feel like it's a perfect comp to third party with it, right? You have the Sicella, you have the Darko, who can also create a lot of space. Intimidation tactic to really separate one caught out member, and I think that was a Blood Crown going over to the Rio. That's a huge spike for Team Busan Vespa. Was able to actually secure the red box, and also really kind of got all the rewards of people trying to contest it too, which was a little odd. Amon getting pushed back by Jungaris on the Celine. Neutral will be actually, I mean, it's looking pretty in the favor of Team Shadow GLT right now. We do see the ultimate coming out from Dozy. Dozy on almost full builds. Fancy on full build. There's a lot of damage coming out, and Oman is just gonna engage. Wow,
that explosion shot!
Explosion shot was so good, coming out from Fancy onto Kinyul, and that's just gonna be one pick, and it looks like a second pick going onto Team Odyssey. Fancy footwork though from Jagaris, good try.
Yeah, I saw what the angle was from Team Odyssey. They ended up actually landing the explosive bola on towards the Katia. The Bernice actually ended up blinking in, but the response from Fancy was actually exceptional. The explosion shot actually landing onto both the frontliner as well as the Bernice. No response can be taken anywhere from that because the Celine a little bit too far away. Really brutal for Team Odyssey. Minus 400 going towards that team. They did have the credits for it, so we're still 24 strong in this game going into the middle of day number 4.
They had quite a few items on themselves too, so I actually don't think they're as, because remember they were a team that also picked up that free day 3 battle zone, so they're actually pretty ahead, and it doesn't look like they're going to actually bleed out the chaser credits to the Celine either. I think they should be able to get it on almost good timing. I mean, they lost a little bit of farming, so I think it will be probably directly on night 4 that they're getting this VF call in, which is a little unfortunate, which means you won't have the VF in time to contest Wicked Line or something like that, or that like day 4 battle zone that can give you a VF blood now, which is very powerful as well.
Alright, let's take a look at what this game state is, because we finally get to breathe, you and I. There's nobody fighting for almost what it feels like the first time in this game, although that might change very, very soon. 10 seconds to go, Cemetery is going to close in a second. Wicked Line, I believe, is also spawning in Fire Station at this point. Youngman jumping in towards the back line. Jimrock is going to be pressured out a little bit, but look at the front line of the Estelle actually blocking a decent amount of damage too. Youngman getting mispositioned. This is not looking good for either one of these two teams. The front line take a huge amount of damage. Every single one of their ultimates are going to be invested. Health bar is looking a little bit dire, but both of the backliners still want to go on in. The Kadia pumping in really nice damage, and Ragas also responding in kind with some of these single bombs going through. But there's not that much space for Team Odyssey to run. That's the problem here. The damage output from this Kadia with the double in the blitz also going to hurt a little bit. There is the shots from the sniper rifle. Only 2 going to land straight over onto the Estelle. It's a VLS opted for Team Odyssey. They do not want a piece of this at all. Oh my god, it is chaotic. While all that was happening, always into and down 2 members. Same thing for Team Circus. Even the observers are having a tough time keeping track of everything. There's too much happening at once in this game.
This is the benefit of having a co-caster, because while you were casting that fight, I was actually paying attention, and I was actually always interested on getting the better of Team, I believe, Circus, and then
Was it a
they
third
got
party?
third party. Yeah, it was a third
Oh.
party. Really unfortunate. I think Xenophine was already down, and they're probably trying to res Xenophine, and then as that was or pick up Xenophine rather, and then while all that was happening, did get third party. Does look like Luminol is going to be able to get the call in. Oh, that
It's
cancels
gonna be
actually
its own
bad.
life.
That's
Yeah.
really bad because I think it's going to be at the cost. Do you have the safety drone? No. Okay.
Oh, but this is not exactly what you want to be looking for.
Wait, you really need one of these kills?
Bro, in what world does that happen? In what world? That just never happens. Really rough for Team Always Into. They're gonna get fully taken out. Golden Light versus Odyssey still continues as this time Odyssey will take the fall as well. 8th and 7th place decided in a span of 20 seconds.
Yeah. Wait, this is a cool build from Complex, by the way. Can we talk about that?
Go ahead.
Elf Dress, Dragon's Fury, like full utility Arda with the Sentinel. That's pretty cool. I like that. It's a really a nice idea. I think when you have like the double dive of Hisui and Irem, great catch out. Oh, yeah, great catch out. Actually, was able to land the Nimrod's Gate to knock up, and then Chong was able to land the flash cut. That was actually a really sick combo. They didn't even need to take the teleport. Actually, it was the value came out from the knockout, which is I feel rather rare actually from the Nimrod's Gate. Usually you're seeing most of the value come out from the teleport, and now we see Complex just completely sending it. That was really cool from Team Achilles. As we do see the engage coming out from Yoman. Look at the damage onto Siren Soul and Min. So low. But Fancy and... Wait, Dozie's getting a lot of value from this Burgundy actually. Did you see? I believe that actually saved from the Free Alest. Maybe taking the kill. If not for it.
Very close fight on the eastern side. Shadow Golden Light is going to reset. Same thing for Team Busan Bespa. Both of the teams actually invested so much utility in this. Look at all of their tactical skills, save for the electric shift on the Kadia of Shadow Golden Light. Everything else is down, so Busan Bespa is going to have to be a lot more careful about this. Youngman still standing up in the front as at 11, which is very strange. I think this is the first time actually in ERM where we're not seeing the Tia for this roster either on Youngman. He is holding his own as the 11, not really dying in a lot of these fights despite being mispositioned a lot, especially up against some of these Cecillas as well. Not being able to have a lot of fun, but he's just going to jump straight in, but it's going to notify another team of a potential third party. Choen jumping in, they have the Wicca line, but doesn't find any easy targets, will back away from this. Busan Bespa walking up in towards Hospital are gonna have to deal with this one, and a full information available for Team Achilles. There's a beautiful Dyson Cube combination, nothing gained from the Subamai Gaeshi. but it does force everybody from Busan Vespa back further in towards the cemetery area. Can they do anything more is the question. No, they cannot. They have to walk back in on this, but the art is still there with the dice. They just have no time. They have to push on in. The damage output is there. Oh, I don't think this is looking good for Busan Vespa at all. Flash cut in towards the backside of the fight. Oh, actually canceled out. Down goes Chon. There's a trade coming in from Achilles, but the third party possibility from Golden Light as they took the Hyperloop in from the northern side down. What an absolute tragedy. Youngman still staying alive. Bin's about to get taken down as well. There he goes. Hunter left in the right by himself, and was on the other side of the map. Another fight. Rump Rebels down 2. What is going on? Does Hunter get out of this? No, he does not. -1. Save me.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to say it, but we also missed the play with us. Pull us towards the Hyperloop from so it's a disaster.
Okay.
Oh goodness, what is going on tonight? Something in the air.
We have 4 teams alive, 8 people. So are we playing duos or something? Like, what's going on here? It is
A lot of
day
lone
number
wolfers
6.
too.
Yeah, true. Is this customs lone wolf or something? I swear Nimble Neuron had the North American event a few hours ago. Are we starting that now?
Complex on the full utility kit and Arda. I don't know if you're winning this against PN,
Get rat though.
but maybe.
What's this timer like, actually? I didn't check it. 26 seconds, 28 on Complex. Okay, so if Complex stays alive, you can at least get the additional placement point above Piet. I don't know what their gadget points look like, though, so that might be the difference maker. There's a Nimrod's Gate going in. Piet is desperately looking for this Arda, but it's so hard to kill this guy. So much health, so much additional shielding as well from that Sentinel. Can they actually kill him?
Wait, whoa, Complex. I don't think you actually want to use that recon drone.
Yeah,
Because
maybe
you definitely want the
not.
safety drone right now. Without the information on Pied's timer, you definitely want to just play for timer, I think, right? And then try die like to running into the zone. It does have enough for the safety. Pied, do you have a safety of your own? I think we actually might just see Team Achilles get a kill by Pied booming.
No!
So, oh goodness, I don't know what's going on tonight. Something weird going on. Some bad juju coming out from the arm tonight.
Whenever it's super not here, the fun games happen. Maybe he just has a curse or something. He never gets to see fun games. Because way back in the days, whenever Super wasn't here, or even Circadia as well back in the days, right? Whenever it was lock casting in place for Circadia, whether it was unavailable or maybe Superior wasn't available, those were the times when we always got 10-game finals. But no, now that Superior isn't here, we also get this kind of a game. Congratulations, I guess, is in order for you, Kaz. You are here at the perfect time.
Yeah, you know, we have Circus in the lobby, but I feel there's a lot more clowns than maybe we expected. Like, I really don't know what's going on tonight.
Not exactly sure what's going on around here either. Shimsei looking for a potential flank, but the problem is that jump pad is already cambered up. Is he considering taking it? If he has an EMP, if he has an EMP drone, maybe he could go for it, but doesn't go for that option. Kenshi sitting outside in the red. Cameras all over the place. There is one covering that entrance from fire station into pond on that bottom side. Safety drone being invested from Kenshi. I don't think that's high value at all. Youngman completely splitting everybody from team step back, and they are just completely split. Blink out already from Kenshi, and what is that electrostatic surge? Utility wise, it's looking like it's in favor of Team Golden Light. Kenshi running out of time. He needs to look for the fight right now. They don't have the ultimate either, and the damage output is nuts. Shimsei gets obliterated by the power of the stars. Astro Burst will go down 1, down goes 2, and down goes 3. Step back. Might have stepped back a little bit too much this time around. Shadow Golden Light will take away game and number 2 with 24 points in their hands.
When's the last time 11 has won in a competitive game? She's one of the less popular tanks too.
If I had to take a guess, Season 5 FN Sejong in Season Finals? Give or take?
Like, great from Yoman, because also kind of role filling, not on the Tia, which I feel like is like his pick. It's one of his, and able to take the game on 11. I feel like, yeah, just bad juju. I don't know. Something's going on tonight. Definitely some more interesting, like interesting is like the generous word. Like just a lot of mechanical misplays. I don't think we often see from players like at all at this level, or especially of this caliber that we know. Like, how often are you seeing Certain Soul missing a play with us on themselves?
Yeah.
To hyperloop out.
I don't think I've ever seen him misplay with us on himself. If I'm going to be honest with you, I'm going to give it to him when it comes to missing against other people because they're moving, but for himself, I think that's actually the first time ever. And that actually means something too, because Hollinsar has been playing in competitive for a very, very long time now. Was a Cecilia one trick, still tries to be a Cis one trick, but there's still a lot of things going on, obviously, with the KEL ban system he's driven, trying to learn other characters like the Haze. I really don't like saying this about players because, you know, they're trying their best. It's a competitive scene too. Things are going to happen, but too many things happened this time around in one single game. It just all compiled and everything looked very messy.
Yeah, it definitely just something that maybe just needs a mental reset.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a lot more there's 2 more games to be played for them, so they'll be all right. And obviously, there's going to be many more games. It's just something that I almost don't like to note on casting, right? Because I feel like we should always be uplifting our players, but it's just something. It gets to a point where, like, when there's this many, like, isolated picks, and, like, it's just surprising, honestly, more than anything. It's just something to note.
Especially in KR2. This is an S-tier tournament where all of these teams came through qualifiers in order to get to this point, save for the seeded ones that are guaranteed a spot. So you're absolutely correct. I think there comes a point where we have to be realistic, right? You're absolutely correct. There's a lot of times where I'll give it to the players, right? We've seen good examples of them just kind of making really insane plays. They're very consistent, but we are all human beings. You can make those one or single mistakes every now and then. But if it's this consistent, that's where I'm worried. So I'm hoping that after this break, teams are going to be able to talk amongst them a little bit more to figure out what's really going on. This score sheet is going to worry a lot of teams, especially towards that bottom half. So let's take a look at it. 36.5 for Team Shadow Golden Knight are holding in first place. This team really hasn't made too many mistakes so far. It's like one of the few, it's like one of the rare teams, I think, in this lobby that hasn't done too many of that, so really good for them. Second place, I believe, in game 1. First place this time around in game number 2. 36.5 to hold the lead. 9 points ahead of Team Always Inton, who is in second place with 27.5.
Yeah, and honestly, we are talking about lack of mistake. I struggle to even say what happened to Always Incheon.
Yeah.
To go 8th was really a mistake. It was just, sometimes it is the variance. Like, how often are you expecting a team to be that deep in red when you're rezzing? Like,
yeah, that's just unlucky. Unlucky is something that happened to a couple of these teams, and then immediately after mistakes being made, it was a culmination of stuff, which is why this break is going to matter a lot to our teams. They're going to have to communicate with each other, but for you guys, all you have to do is take a break. So grab some water, go grab a snack, go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of Group C.
크로노스피어 주변이 생존자가 사망.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌고 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
상자 불렀다라고 생각해요.
그렇죠. 얼마나 이득이에요?
어우, 많이 이득이네. 자, 좁은 골목에서의 테오도르와 교전을 이어나가고 있는 CNG입니다.
아, 이게 근데 구도는 굉장히 데이드림 좋았는데 아이템 차이가 워낙에 컸거든요.
네, 이게 아무래도 이제 두 명의 실험체가 이제 동일한 조합이다 보니까 아이템 밸류가 차이가 나게 된다면 사실 이걸 극복하기 쉽지 않은 그런 상황인 것 같아요.
그렇습니다. 테오드르의 이제 증폭 스크린에 의해서 또 파괴적인 그런 파워를 보여주기에는 사실 카티아가 너무 먼 위치에서
어.
포지션을 잘해주고 있었고요.
네, 한 끗 차이로 일단 살릴 수는 있었습니다. RK 파키스탄 맞춰주고 네, 앞쪽으로 쏠렸거든요. 그쪽으로 한번 빠져주고.
증폭 스크린도 방금 빠졌기 때문에 알테일 선수 아직은 없었고요.
네, 계속해서 밀려나고 있는 데이드림.
자, 그리고 그 아래 숲쪽에서도 지금 교전이 나오고 있는데 세든즈 선수가 끝까지 찾아주면서 치카 선수
근데
잡아냈고요.
이게 차분하게 들어간다고 하더라도
자, 역으로 자 데이드림.
아니 테오도르 증폭 스크린을 몇 번 기회를 주는 건가요?
저격 무기 맞았고 결국 백수 선수 마무리되기 직전 백수 마지막 탄드. 터미네이트 됩니다. 지금 아이템이 어마무시해요.
그렇습니다. 자, 이거 모던 아이템 차이 바탕으로 한번 밀고 들어가는데요. 구도가 너무 좋은데요, 모던.
좋습니다. 잘 걸었고요.
자, 그리고 여기서 다시 한번 덴마이크까지.
터뜨렸어요.
네.
와,
와, 두 명을 터뜨렸어요.
구도가 굉장히 좋은 구도였는데 파고 드는 타이밍에
어우, 난입니다.
아, 탔어요.
자,
아,
그리고
근데 이거
여기서
지금 2타 장전해 놨거든요.
해놨거든요.
4초 남았습니다, 호리피.
네, 3초 안에 잡아야 되는데 할 수 있어요.
아니,
네,
시간은
1초
더
가버리면.
잠시만요.
아, 이거 비상.
아, 밀키웨이. 이렇게까지 했어야 됐을까요? 라는 생각이 드는 그런 뭔가
잔인합니다.
나왔습니다.
아니네요. 그런데 2렘은 지금 살아있지 않지만 2대2 상황이에요. 현재 2대2.
자, 그래서 밀어내면 밀어내는 건데
네.
소혜 선수 쪽 레이트 선수가 잘 막아내고 있거든요.
현재 1대1로 나뉘어서 싸우고 있는 가운데 호리픽 선수가 먼저 다운이 됐고요.
그래서 BK
Alright, welcome back everybody. After a good old mental reset time for you and us both, because yeah, those first couple of games for Group C, I apologize, were a little bit interesting. But let's see if this break actually gave these teams enough time to talk about what's going on and maybe start fixing some of those issues, because we're going to get started straight away with game number 3 of Group C. Let's see what the picks are looking like, as there are no bans going into this one.
Yeah, hopefully the chakras are aligned, the crystals are gathered, like Mercury's in retrograde, because the vibes are really off in the first, and really uncharacteristic mistakes from, I think, almost around the board. I think always in Chon and Team Shadow GLT were playing pretty consistently, but I think every other team had errors that just are not expected from this level of play and this tournament, and also just all these players are so fantastic. It's like, yeah, it was something surprising to us, just because these are all players we hold in incredibly high esteem.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the reasons why I'm very surprised about the results that are happening here. The picks across the board looking very similar to what we saw in game number 1. That does mean we're going to have very similar bans to that as well. Alex gone, 3 teams picked. Hart gone, 3 teams picked. Same thing for the Haze. Also going to be gone for game number 4. Everything else should be safe for another pick, although I do see an IREM that was swapped out. I only see 1 in this game. Mandu is going to be the only cat hopping around in game number 3.
Which I think it's... Oh, it's actually, I think, a sub from Team Achilles, right?
That's what I'm thinking too. Lily might have substituted in here. The Adriana is starting to come on, and I actually do like this pick, because what this allows for Team Achilles to do is kind of have like a 1-2-3 initiation setup, where the Adriana is going to set up a little bit more of the arena. Then the Alex is going to add on more hazards to that arena, which allows that Hisui to really get an easy fight, assuming that the strategy goes correct. But, you know, again, that's just the way that the team composition's ideology should be. Maybe in practice it's a little bit different. We'll see how it goes, because game 3 is now underway. Hopefully this time around, not too many mistakes coming out from these teams. The break needs to have been valuable. I think it really, for this group, I hate to say it, but it is going to be the make or break between which teams were able to utilize that break to the fullest.
Absolutely. I think just being able to reflect, I think, and understand mechanical misplays happen, but some of these were also just like decision-making misplays that I think can easily be rectified. And then mechanical misplays, you know, every game is a new game. You can always like fix up on like any, you know, hand check issues. Sometimes you just need that like one-off game to really have a fantastic next game. I completely believe in all these players to reset. I just really think it's about how much they were reflecting on their macro play, because a lot of it was decision making too.
There's a lot of roster change-ups as well compared to what I saw in phase number 1 for some of the players that are actually playing, which means when it comes to roster changes, yes, you're going to be dealing with just new teammates, but another big thing is the communication difference. It's one of the things that I've been hyping up a lot when it comes to professional play for pretty much every single region across the board. Communication is extremely important. When your mastery over these characters are as good as ever, right? The biggest difference maker when it comes to some of these team fights is going to be that communication. So it has to be good for some of these teams. If they're able to do that with a new roster, fantastic. But a good chunk of these teams are all ones that they've been playing with each other for a very, very long time. Those are the differences that we are seeing. Shadow Golden Light, coordinated. Always Incheon, coordinated. Same thing for teams even like Busan Vespa. They might be struggling a bit, but Busan Vespa also having some really good communication with each other, seeming pretty solid on that front. It's making a difference for a lot of these guys. Whereas, yeah, the amount of kills we're getting early does not change at all. It's still going to be an absolute mess. Seraphine going to get taken down, blinking from Lily to lock that in. Choen trying to jump on in there, but the dead drop is nicely timed for it to grab that Hisui on the way out of that parry.
And we do see Team Shadow Golden Light getting up to a little bit of that early aggression. Yeoman back on the Tia. I think you hit the nail on the head when you mentioned the heart band being really like what kind of forces shifts on maybe picking the 11. I think having the heart available does enable some of these squishier team compositions to exist, because you have a safety of the Peacemaker in case you know, might have like one person get really heavily chunked. Speaking of heavily chunked,
my
Ozzy, where'd you go?
dead. Not alive. That's where he went. Really rough. The burst came down way too fast that the Peacemaker wasn't even something that was a possibility. Really lucky for Shadow Golden Knight losing 2 at this point in the game. Although step back, getting jumped on by Rosner. He already used the intimidation tactic. He is pretty much all the way in. Dead drop, nice prediction, but it is going to whiff. A little bit too open of an area for Rosner to get eaten by that. Oh boy. I would say so far, pretty standard game so far. No real mistakes, nothing real big that's been made by any of these teams so far. They are still split apart, but the amount of punishments that's been happening is a lot less than what we saw in games 1 and 2, which means there's a possibility that these teams are able to actually capitalize on split farming and getting that credit to the max. Chungmin trying to hyperloop right in front of an Alex. That is definitely a mistake and a half. Going in towards the coffin, not going to do anything. Down goes to Bianca, but a third party coming in from the backside. This is all over the place. Split for the members of Team Achilles. 2 go top, Lily go down. Bear 1v1. Can he get the Adriana? No, he cannot as the blink comes through. Complex trying to keep his teammates alive, but there's another team right around the corner. This is Team Circus trying to get the fight on in, but the Tsubame guy, she gets the execute over onto Sheer. Lily gets locked down, but down goes yet another E-hook down. 2 members gone from Team Circus, although they were the ones getting the third party in.
Now look at this between Team Stepback and Team Busan Vespa. Gen actually doing a good job. Was able to pick up Certain Soul. So now it's actually just Rosner. Rosner still giving chase, but I think the support should be coming in, and the respawn from the Alex will actually be coming in. Kenshi, I think you can actually go for the wipe here. Letting a great E on top is going to be able... Wait. Oh, I guess because
the 2 members, at least one of them died in phase 1.
Yeah, I think it must have been the Rio. Yeah, no, I was just wondering if the Rio died before, because I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, maybe it was both the Rio and the Haze, so no worries. But that did look like, still dicey though, because he loses a lot of tempo, and now it's gonna be weird because most of these zones are gonna be farmed out. Ultimate coming out from Kenshi is gonna be able to pick up Lily. I don't 1v. That looks so weird. He died in the top of this field.
Yeah, he did. He was using the backstep in on towards him, but that also does damage the moment it crosses. Okay, here we go. Good AoE damage coming in on towards Sheer. He's actually going to get taken down from both the rocket launchers as well as the spirit arrow that was shot out by the Rio. Nicely done. Good on the lockdown. And as I said, Busan Vespa, communication looking pretty good, right? As soon as the rocket launcher started flying, as soon as the target was on sight, the Haze? No. Yeah, the Haze was throwing out rockets, there we go, and the Rio was pumping out the spirit arrows. Everything just kind of locked down and tight for that pick potential coming through for that team. 3.5 points for those guys, 5 for Team Achilles, as it's all of these Alex comps that seem to get a lot of points early on. They are making these compositions and that character work out. Xenophine, there's nobody around you. You're a Charlotte. Come on. No excuse on that one.
Don't worry. I'm sure Charlotte's damage numbers were buffed in solo.
True, in Lone Wolf. 110%, by the way.
I still think that might not be enough for Charlotte. I mean, surely that meant that Sanofi could take that 1v1 in Chapel, right, guys?
Possibly. I don't know. Just a little bit of a... Oh, I guess never mind. There's a fight going on. This Hunter gets obliterated. That Haze had absolutely no chance to stay alive. Min trying his best to run away, but... yeah, no. Darko immediately runs out, which means Rosner is going to be safe. 2 members down from Team Busan Vespa. They are struggling here today. Alex versus Alex mirror matchup. Euk's going to throw it down first as the EMP barrage goes in. Oh, this is a little bit awkward. Energy blast field on the backside. The Theo gets locked down by the Alex, but what can he do is the question. Nobody dead just yet, but we might get our first death. There we go. Shimsei taken down to the ground. Mutant Bear is actually going to stun up the IREM. Down goes... I can't tell who else went down at this point. I can't tell, but Step Back loses 2 members, and Circus loses only 1. 1 for 2 trade in favor of Team Circus. They also get the purple box on top of it.
Yeah, and really weird fight. I think it's interesting because of the dynamic of Team Step Back, it will often be like almost the Theodore needs to win his one while he's getting like dove, because I think the rest of the team will probably look to like 2v2 the backline, right? So if Gen is winning his one and then Kenshi is able to like secure the kill with Shinsu on the backline, then it looks pretty good. But otherwise, it can look kind of pretty bad if I just don't think Kenshi had enough damage yet to actually win it out against Mandu.
I think it was pretty nice. Here we go, another fight, as it's going to be a split for Rosner. He is just completely locked out up on the front side. Everybody else from 8ㅅPhase's going to abandon him, probably for rightful reasons. No way Darko's going to be able to get out of that. There's another fight going through as Kinyar again does not get that Peacemaker through, which is very surprising. Junrock is in a whole heap of trouble. He's getting chased down by a heart. I don't know if he can get away from this. The shotgun is going to land, and the White Lily is there. Chase from Moonmill still on the way on in, too far for Junragis. But this is not the first time we haven't seen these hearts throwing down the Peacemaker, right? You gotta throw that skill down, especially up against teams like always Incheon.
You stick that?
I'm surprised about that too, because that was a Knight 2 death, right? They would have gotten the auto res and maybe gotten the map info, but it's okay. As long as they're alive, it's all good and dandy. Doesn't matter how you get to it. Electrostatic Surge gonna land straight over on towards the center part of the heart. Down she goes. There's the stun. Down goes the Tia. And now Fancy's in the whole heap of trouble themselves. Can they run away from this is the question. Kenshi is on the chase. Kenshi is on the chase. Oh! The execution with the pistol. Down goes Team Shadow Golden Light.
Yeah, really well played. Definitely a pretty decisive fight. Yeoman went down so quickly in that fight, as we do see Rosner getting a beautiful bat skill full swing onto Bear. Did that get the stun too? I think it got the stun because the wall curves that way.
Yep.
Like curves a little in at that oh wow, that's crazy. What an interesting interaction. Yeah. Like, because I think usually if the wall was just like a straight, like, standard, like, no curvature wall, I don't think you actually get the stun. I think it's because it does that little, like, curve up. Kind of like a parabola-looking thing. It actually was able to get the stun. What a cool play from Osmer. Really well played. It does only result in one pick, but that's still minus 200 credits going to, I believe, Team Red Rebels? Yes, it was. Red Rebels. So, we are seeing Blaster looking pretty strong. Really, just the heart, man. Like, this guy is maybe the biggest heart counter I've ever seen. I don't think I've seen a single heart get a Peacemaker off while he's on the screen. Just 100 and zeros them so fast.
It's so weird that that's the case, right? We've had a lot of good hearts in the KR scene that is able to use that Peacemaker very, very quick. It's either that or his team, like always Incheon, is doing everything correct. Shimsei doesn't have the double agent. Can he get out of this is the question. Parry is out, but he's stuck in the sword form. Does manage to get out, at least for the time being. Piet on the chase will be able to lock that down. Bear gets exchanged though. What the heck is that? 1-for-1 trade between these two teams. Bear is actually the one that ends up going down. Wow, okay, Step Back is able to turn things around. Now, Jungmin, I don't know if you want to walk that way because your Ekion is not within the vicinity. He's looking for a flank, but nobody on the side of Team Step Back is really in any danger. Rump Rebels, unless they find the timing correct on this, I don't know if this is going to work out. Here we go. Jungmin, does he have the Reign of the Vampire Queen? No, he does not. You've got about 5 seconds before that is going to be available. Everybody grouped up together soon for Team Step Back. Or is that even going to be a possibility? Jungmin looking for an angle on again, but he just blinks on out of there. Down goes the Bianca. Shimsei still a little bit healthy after the 1v1 up against that Ekion. Isolated is going to be the Sua. Down she goes. Chase from the Aiden, trying to get the lockdown on the Piet. Does he have the backstep? Yes, he does. Down goes Piet. There's the execute. Team Step Back, 14 and a half already in night number 3.
Looking so clean, man. Oh my goodness. Again, both fights just, I mean, first time they were fighting, well, the over, you know, we might have had the overcharge on the auto, so, you know, we've talked a little bit about fighting Theodore while he has his ultimate up, and they might have played it, but also on the run back, just great kiting, never actually getting caught out, perfect blink. Chonyu, dirty high roller, gets the one, when you're a Hisui, I think you really, getting the arm piece from the red box is just, like, the high roll of all high rolls because you get Blood Ripper, and Blood Ripper is just so insane on that character. It's like one of the few characters I think that really wants a Blood Ripper over any other arm slot. The attack speed turns into AP, lots of armor pen, and it's just really, really nice stats for Hisui, as we do see a great Spirit Arrow. Also, all three nice come down just to disengage. Great job. Really well played. But all things considered, Step Back isn't as strong as you think they would be, because look at the credits they're sitting on. Like, they're sitting on 500 each.
Yeah, but it is day 4 now, and they're in that that gamma zone, which means they can actually freely start calling in items. This is day 4 proc 2, where we might actually end up seeing double bloods coming in for every single one of these members.
Absolutely.
And where are those going to go? I don't think you put it on the Alex at this point, just because Alex doesn't really need blood samples in order to be strong. Aiden might want one, but he's also already got his weapon. He's actually going to opt to go for the Blood Ripper instead. Another pretty good character to start picking that up. Deadeye picked up for the Theo. Does that mean the Alex? No, he actually bought something small. So only one blood sample picked up for the side of Team Step Back. They also get the Gamma on top of it. We'll see what they can actually get out of day number 4. For Team Achilles trying to chase down Team Circus into the red. They've done at least that, but these double Adrianas, it seems like for the time being, Sheer is going to win out on the damage output, but they have to run away. A lot of timer being bought. They have enough time to get out of this one. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, I saw something very, very rare, I think, in ERM happening at that factory teleport in the last game, rather. But look at Team Step Back. Now, you know, we were talking about bloods. No blood on the Theodore, but that is a blood on Kenshi. Is that going to be the Blood Ripper?
Yeah, it is the Blood Ripper. He did actually end up crafting it, which is not something you see quite often unless you're a Hisui. I don't really see the, oh, okay, that EMP barrage is a little bit weird. Shimsei, he's going to get the counter EMP barrage, but the fight is just completely on the other side. That electrostatic surge was absolutely huge from Kenshi. Cho trying to turn things around. The damage output is insane, and he gets the double execute. But the problem is, does he get the heals? No, it's not there. Can he get the kills? No! No, he cannot. Oh, the Tsubame Gaeshi was fantastic from Choun, but he cannot get the heals because you can't heal that much off of those downed bodies. It's based off of the damage you do, not how many targets you hit and how many times of those slashes you hit. That's really unfortunate for Team Achilles. They will get knocked down. Gen is able to solve the fight and take care of everything on his own. Really lucky for Team Step Back, by the way. That was a lot closer than I thought it would have been. But man, Gen sitting behind the shield is able to just pump out auto attacks left and right. Lily tried, but it's late by Adriana. She ran out of steam and could not finish the Theo off.
Yeah, wow, I feel like Gen is playing so well, man. That the grenade to start the fight, rather, getting the double root into the ultimate, so much damage coming out, and then just really staying while the fight kind of fell apart around him with the double execute, just not actually like faltering. Had the confidence to win out, knew that he could win against Chor.
Oh,
and
what is this? What is this? EMP barrage? They're gonna have to keep piling on in.
Wait,
okay.
I mean, we have Chor with the Molotovs. Is going to be able to give chase. Helitac Sack just to disengage. We do see probably another Molotov coming out soon.
Okay.
What's the cooldown for Sir?
It's up now. There we go. The fight's gonna still continue. Sheer taking a huge amount of punishment. Peacemaker actually gonna come down for the first time we see in this entire game. Oh, the SFG burst is there. Cap punch down, but 2 members gone for Team Circus. The damage output as well as the important crowd control just coming out at the wrong time for these players. Unfortunately, Circus loses 2. That's going to mean 2 going in favor of Team Odyssey. Fight looked really bad for a moment there, especially with all of the utility gone for Ghost, right? The healing drone was gone.
Absolutely.
The helitac stat was gone, but is able to brute force enough damage to pressure out Team Circus instead and get the 2-for-0 exchange.
Yeah, really well. You know, one thing I wanted to mention, just as whenever you see the cooking pot in the middle of like a post fight, you feel really bad because you know some player like probably thought they had like what. Oh, speaking of tonight, man, like what is going on? Did you also
see the haze actually walking out of the safety drone all the way down to the?
Oh my goodness, the damage on Sir is insane, and they're getting corralled into. Wait, no, wait. Okay. I think that ultimate. First I was wondering if Gen was using that ultimate to like engage a fight, but it was actually just coming out to secure the kills. I feel like Yeah, I don't even know what to say at this point. There's just so many misplays. What is going on tonight?
It's so strange that Step Back is actually the one to be able to pull a game off back like this, because we have to remember how this game actually ended up starting for these guys, and it's one of the reasons why for Team Step Back, I think the amount of improvement they showed just in this game alone has to really merit some kind of credit, because they started out the game with a bit of a slower start. Of course, they did have the Alex, right? Which means, according to how this series has been going so far, they are going to pick up a few kills in the earlier stages of the game and then start moving on towards day 2 with a potential objective contest. But we saw at a certain point in the game, 588 credits on the Alex, 600 plus on the Aiden. They fell behind, but the fact that they're able to catch up, stabilize through the usage of the Gamma key card, get the items, get the objectives, get the additional kills as well so that they can supplement their weapon levels on top of it. Step Back is doing really good. They just need to finish this game. It's their game to lose at this point.
Yeah, but Always and Sean could definitely play spoiler. I think that's one of the compositions. If you're not really on point with a coordinated engages,
Oh my god!
how many, like milliseconds
Butt
before.
cheeks are clutch, bro.
Like, that is a millisecond differential on getting the cancel with the Alex. That was really close for Team Busan Vespa, and you're not really happy when you're ported into Jungaris with giving the rocket Sun Soul trying to return the damage, but this might come down to a bit of a wallet check. We do see the Hellfire online for Jungaris. Well, I think Sun Soul is on a full build yet, but
Give up the
is there a reason we're
space?
contesting it? Wait, is there a reason we're giving up the space when we're Odyssey? Oh, they saw the vision. They had to have seen Team Step Back on vision.
Yeah.
I was really confused by the disengage, but that must have been why.
Which
But,
case, massive map awareness, right? We
yeah,
haven't really seen that
absolutely,
from too
really
many
well played.
teams.
Because that's like the worst position to be, is the middle of the bridge when there's 3 teams involved. And now probably gonna corral Team Busan Vespa. But the problem is if you lock down this bridge and Busan Vespa doesn't actually like walk any forward, you are still actually the team in the middle. You are the monkey in the middle. So I think this disengage, deciding to use the safety drones and actually go to a different zone is actually great heads-up play from Team Odyssey. Actually, no, just wrapping for the zone. This is still good. I like this play because now it looks like Team Step Back is actually... Yeah, they're gonna disengage. Yeah, you just really don't want to be that middle team, so every team's just vying for the position. But Black... The triple drone is crazy. They all...
Yep.
They didn't even comment, they just all instinctually just drone that. Because Blaster, at this point, you land a wall on anybody, they're dead. Oh my goodness, the engage coming out from Kenshi is huge. But look at the... No,
The shield,
the shield!
oh, the barricade, the auto attack.
You're insane! Again, it was doing so much damage, and yeah, even though there was so much delay... Oh, Blaster was also outside of the zone, too. That's disastrous.
Oh my god.
Able to cancel out the engage, but the turn was really, really, really good afterwards. What a great engage from Rosner. Peacemaker coming out, Helitack stat, but look at all the damage already. The HP bars are so low. Yeah, you're just not turning this at this point.
Wow, okay, so we actually had 2 incredible fights coming from 2 completely different temporary zones in game number 3. On the top side, we had a really good electrostatic surge and the immediate turn from Team Step Back. These guys are playing everything right. 25.5 points for these guys, looking for 31.5 by the end of this. Busan Vespa, Shimse, you gotta check. Good parry to cancel out everything, and the shotgun was also cancelled out too. Nicely done from Shimse to keep him alive, but that parry is gone for the next 20 or so seconds. Oh, let's see how this goes. Shimse on the backside, double knockup again from Rosner. He just 1v2 on the backside. Again, has just absolutely zero value in this, but Rosner is dead and Shimse is out. 1 for 0 so far in this fight, but look at the amount of pressure that Min and Hunter can put in. The information is there. Kenshi on the backside just freely taking damage. Blink invested from that player as well. Can the res happen over onto the Darko? That's the biggest question at this point. Explosion drone going on through. Does this kill the body? Does this kill the body? No, it does not. Not in time. Rosner comes back, and everybody's timer now is in shambles. Rosner needs to run away from this. He is going to dodge out on all of those shots. And now the situation stabilizes for Team Busan Bespa. EMP Barrage is going to come down. They need to push through on this. It's a thin corridor up against the haze. The rocket launchers are going to go pretty well. 2 hits and 2 misses, but the drone just continuously working in favor of Busan Bespa. Team step back. They need to do something. They need to keep pushing forwards. They need to do the opposite of what their team name states if they want something to work in this favor. But down goes Kenshi. Busan Bespa should be able to finish this out. Step back unless Gen and Shimsei can pull off a miracle. It is just not going to happen, and it seems to be the case. 4 seconds left for the Theo. Down they go. Busan Bespa to turn it around despite the Darko going down. 20.5 points. First place for game number 3.
Yeah. What a weird fight, though, because first of all, it's happening so far out from the Chronosphere, too. Mind you, the final zone was in Pond. But we're seeing the fight go on in fires or police. Yeah, but wait, police station? It was police station, right?
Yes, police station. Yep.
Yeah. So and so much damage went off, even though Rosner lost the 1v2. They actually got really chunked. At first, I thought Rosner was making a pretty disastrous misplay, but one thing that it almost never comes into play is actually because he walked back a little further than usual when he died, his body was in a good enough place where because they were so low, they couldn't actually finish the body. And the body was able to crawl into the space where the res was actually able to go off. And then the fight is really, really hard because slight misplay, this one's at least justifiable. Gen missed out on the safety, so the timer was even worse for the Theodore. So there's so much pressure on them by the time they got to the Chronosphere, because they were also the ones with the positional disadvantage in the first place, that they lost so much timer, they were forced to take a fight, and Kenshi, again, looking for a flank angle, but just gets completely turned on by Rosner, and then the fight is lost before I think a lot of the utility could actually be used. Not a lot of ultimates are coming out, and just really awkward fight. I think really well played by Busan Bespa because they forced the take your ones team comp to not actually get a real one.
Yeah, it really sucks across the board for Team Step Back because let's be real here, that Chronosphere was also paid off. In that kind of a situation, it moves right. That is absolutely insane. I actually think it's one of the more rarer cases for the Chronospheres to start moving right inside Pond. It kind of hangs around the double bridges over on the left side of the zone. Sorry, not Pond, but Stream. Yeah, it's one of the first times I've actually seen the Chronosphere going that far to the right. So there is a part of me that also thinks that Step Back just got really unlucky in this situation. But it was also them just kind of making small mistakes, right? Over the course of the fight, yes, they played everything correctly. I think the response inside a police station was fantastic, but you gotta have the presence of mind, especially when you get a pick like that, to try finishing the body off. They tried going for the destruction drone, the explosion drone, but it was late, right? And that's a mistake. You gotta keep the presence of mind to get that explosion drone going, secure the body if you aren't in range of it, or at least get information on what the res was going to look like. It was just late. Half a second earlier, they maybe could have gotten the kill over onto the Darko. It would have been a 2v3, and starting from there, Step Back with a potential 31.5 point game in their books would have been a really nice way to finish off game number 3. But at least they got the kill onto the Darko. They're going to finish out game number 3 with 26.5 points. With the leaderboard as it is, this is a huge game for Team Step Back.
Absolutely. Still really well played. I mean, they won a lot of fights. I think they had 3 or 4 terminates to themselves. They were playing that game really well. It's really awkward. Sometimes you can play well, but that one micro error in these really close chronospheres or final zones, it can really just make the difference.
But on the flip side, this time we can actually definitely congratulate a team for keeping their own presence of mind, right? Might have been a little bit hasty from Team Step Back, but in exchange, we actually had a really good response from Team Busan Bespa. They were able to get the reses back, keep the aggro on, as they have so much range advantage against the Theo as well as every other melee character on the side of Team Step Back. Is able to turn things around and get that first place. They needed it as they were sitting only on 14.5. So from going in 14.5 to all the way to 20 thanks to winning the game, they will secure that third place spot. 38 points. It's just 1.5 behind that second place spot of Team Shadow Golden Light, who is sitting at 39.5 for themselves. 5 points below Team Step Back. That is a good pedestal for Team Step Back. They just need to make that into an actual foundation by the end of game number 4.
Yeah, that was a huge slingshot of points just from kills alone. Really well played by Team Step Back. I think if they can close out the next game, or even just play the level of tempo or the tempo level they were at in this game, they can actually take the group, which I wouldn't have said looking at games 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Step Back definitely struggled in those couple of games. The only problem with that, though, guys, is they're going to have to play a game without the Alex on Yeok, and I think that's going to be a problem. A lot of these fights were decided just because of some of these Alex EMP barrages. It has been a very crucial skill for a lot of these teams. I know we've been talking about some mistakes here and there for some of these teams, but the one thing that's been relatively consistent is how good and high value these EMP barrages were for every single one of these fights. So not having that Alex is going to be a bit of an issue. We'll see what they swap over to in our final game. Probably something similar to what we saw in game number 2. Is that going to be enough to hold on to that 5-point lead? Their overall kill score right now also looks really good, so I don't think they're in danger of losing like a tiebreaker or anything of the sort. They just need to get to the point where, you know, they're going to be safe from everybody else.
Yeah, we see Shadow Golden Light going back to Yeoman on the 11. Definitely. This is interesting. Always Incheon deciding that they're just going to try to play the... Are they?
Oh,
Luminol is
go for it. This is what I've been waiting for, actually, as of late. This is actually really funny. I'm going to touch on that actually right now. Let's talk about this. Okay.
Yeah,
so there has been a craze lately in KR. This is also a trend that's been starting in KL very recently, where you run the Zahir plus support and then another damage dealer. I believe FN Sejong actually ended up starting this. I was actually kind of hoping we see this composition in the next group because they're playing Group D. Bernice, Zahir, and the Johan was a composition they decided to bring out in KEL. Zahir DPS is absolutely insane. You pair that with something that has a lot of crowd control, like the Bernice with the explosive bola. You got the traps all over the place too. Very easy to lock somebody down. It feels more like a pick comp than anything else. Always Incheon very good at doing those kind of things. Blaster should be safe alongside Cenopine. Luminol, if he lands those Gandivas correctly, as well as the Narya Nostras, this is a scary roster. I really like this decision from Team Always Incheon. They need to play aggro to make up the points they've lost in the past couple of games. This is the way to do it.
Yeah, it's a lot of... I have to say though, it's a lot of eggs on the Blaster basket, right? Like you're really putting a lot of faith in Blaster to actually like enable some of these picks, which I think Blaster is kind of the go at. Yep. So we really we are seeing it against the Hearts, right? Landing the walls into the Paradisos. Actually, can we even say landing the Paradisos? Because usually the characters died before the Paradiso even popped. Like there's just so much damage coming out just from the initial combo. So I do think Blaster is a player that can do it, but the problem is it's a really, even with the Charlotte, I think it is one of the comps that is not as forgiving on the mechanical misplays.
Yeah, for sure. It's Always Incheon. They should be able to make up with that with just their individual prowess, which is why I'm super excited to see this team. But here we go, folks. Final game now, locked and loaded for Group C. It's been a bit tumultuous. I'm not going to sugarcoat it at all, but we are almost to the end game for these players. Down goes the Rio. Cannot finish the TP, which means Kinyor going to get taken down. Essentially will act as a free teleport for him, is going to be able to join up with the rest of his team or go to his next zone to finish his items. You see a few swords starting to fly around on that bottom side of our screen. Chongmin looking for an initiation onto Junragas, but he misses the circulation. It's not going to matter, but I'll be real with you, it's not the most confident of stars for the Bianca to miss his entire combination. Down goes Min. Rosner completely isolated against the entire composition of Team Circus. They are also going to get taken down. Circus, another one of our teams that's grouped up early and actually punished a lot of these solo players that are running around looking for these split farming. So really well done from Team Circus across the board today on that front.
I'm not gonna lie, like the way I've been processing some of the things on my screen, I really feel like I'm Windows like Vista. Like it's like a little delay. Like when I got that point coming out before the circulation was completed, I was like, what is going on?
You get that like Windows XP and Vista error sound. It's like
yeah, CastCross.exe is not working. Like I'm just like, oh my god, I'm lagging. As we do see a fight between Team Circus and Team Busan. Vespa smoke skill was really good from Sir, denying Min any opportunity to really return. Wait, no, electric. Oh, electric.
nice.
But good try. Mandu was able to secure the kill though, and that will be a break going to Team Circus. Definitely having a pretty explosive start for themselves at the start of this game. I mean, 2.5 teams. Oh, Divine Intervention coming out. Oh, nice. And the Paradiso, lots of damage coming out. Great. Kenshi trying to get a... but
Tornado stop the backstep.
Oh, so good, so good. That's really... I mean, everybody talks about Zahir's damage, but this guy's... The NATO is such a strong ability. It's like... You would think that this, like... Just because he's like a movement speed mage, right? Like, there's some mages that, like, really get a lot of distance just by their movement speed. But also, diving this character is so hard because the tornado is so strong. As you do see, Certain Soul.
He landed it this time.
Yeah, but did you want?
I think he didn't. I think he was trying to pull somebody else in, but they moved out of the way, and Wilson accidentally pulled this silly because it was in the path. So, a little unfortunate, but oh well.
Not the worst. I've seen worse. I've seen worse. Like picks coming out as. Tron is trying to give chase to Blaster. Wall does come out to give a little bit of safety. The Genreki should be coming out soon. No, okay. No, did accident get to the Nichiren slash, though. There won't be any, or Nichiren cut rather, so no flash cut available to give chase. Isui, not the best chaser, honestly, without some team support.
Yeah, and you also need some targets to get the auto attack.
Absolutely.
Off, so.
Yeah, you need animals to stack off of. As a great intimidation tactic does come out. Look at the damage. But Kindle is trying to return as much as possible. Wait, I think this is going to be a break coming out onto Team Odyssey, actually.
Circus with two breaks. There we go. Look at that.
Yeah, really well played. They're having a really explosive early game. As we do see, again on the Kenneth getting caught out. Pretty interesting composition coming out from Step Back. We have Kenneth. Oh, wait, actually, we do see some neutral between. Oh my goodness, look at the damage on Lily.
They're not coordinated.
Oh yeah, you hate to see it. Complex gonna just kite it out. Nimrod's gate out. That is gonna be the tree going over to Team Always Incheon. I wonder if they are a follower of my rule of thought that you always give first tree to Charlotte, but might just be the Zahir Crafty naturally.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the Scotties, which definitely makes sense. A very important item for the Zahir. A little unfortunate for Team Achilles because Choen started stepping back to go for the Tree of Life, but Lily walked up to try going for the kills instead. Now he is completely isolated by himself, trying to fight a 1v3 now at this point. Nichiren Kai gonna do absolutely nothing as everybody too far away from that one, but he needed to get rid of those stacks. Fortunately, two members dying in very stagnated death timers. Achilles is not going to utilize this day 2 phase at all. They're just about crossing that 4-score point, but when can they actually buy is the question. Chongmin caught out by himself, very low on his health bar now. Sua trying to do what they can. Bear trying his best to stay alive too, but the Don Quixote can only get you so far. There's the 11 jumping in. There's the knockover onto the side for Bear. Down he goes, and it's a 1-for-0. Sorry, for Team Golden Light.
As we do see a fight between Team Step Back, actually pretty great catch out onto the yeah, really well comboed. As yeah, it doesn't look like actually they're gonna give him much more chase. Jinragas and Ghost are gonna be able to leave. I had something I wanted to. Yeah, okay, here it is. Whenever I see a Nichiren cut come out on Hisui, it's really funny because I think Hisui is a character that scales with Elo, but I feel like that Nichiren cut like reverse scales with Elo. Like as your opponents get better, like it is like
it gets
arguably
worse.
her worst button out of her 3 different W's, right?
Yeah.
Like the clean cut has so much value with the max HP, with the shield against bruisers, and then flash cut is how you dive, and then the Nichiren cut, everybody just sees a red circle and then steps out of it. But when they do land a like nasty one, it is quite cool. It's really hard to get value out of it at higher levels of play, and really the flash cut I think is what makes Hisui such a strong.
What are we
nice
doing? They're forcing the rift, but down goes Complex. Okay, that's a little bit funny. It's just a night number 2 rift. It's all right.
Is it contested? That was the question. Oh, yeah, it is contested. All right, Chon,
but
let's watch the
can
hero
still
play,
do
baby.
it.
Let's go. Oh, nice pull from Lily, actually. So all the way.
no.
Oh, we're going wide out everything there. Harry coming out. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, as we were saying, reverse scaling with hero. Yeah, Nichiri got a lot of value there, I think, actually.
Okay. You know, for Achilles, unlucky. Let's be real here, right? I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Complex falling down in a situation like that, probably not the best case scenario. I know Lily and Choen probably could have done it, but whipping everything, plus Lily actually ended up pulling somebody out of the flash cut as well, so Choen was kind of isolated by themselves for a little bit. Actually, sorry, it wasn't the flash cut that they got pulled out of. It was actually the Tsubame Gaishi range that Lily pulled somebody out of with that Isaac. Not the best situation that you could ask for as Team Achilles, but you got to start getting your head back into the game. It's okay, right? It's just a Night 2 Dimensional Rift. It's not going to completely kill your game just because you lost that. Got to start focusing back up and look for that comeback around. Here we go, right? Arena of the Vampire Queen going to go down, but the Bianca gets decimated. Arena of the Vampire Queen actually responded in kind with the Divine Intervention. They're continuing the chase as well, but it's a Sua and a Yan. A little bit difficult to chase that down. Nice reactions, though, from Team Always Inchin. We'll be able to lock down that kill and continue on. It's a 6.5 point game so far from Team Always Inchin, looking to make their way into that top 3 of the leaderboard.
Yeah. I feel like that's like... It almost feels like you should not even commit the blink if you're the Bianca, if you're the Bianca in that situation, because you should almost always expect Seraphine to actually on reaction once they hear the initial audio cue of the Reign of the Vampire Queen to just use the Divine Intervention. I think you're just caught out against an invincible team composition. Speaking of caught out, Jungmin caught out again. But yeah, I maybe Seraphine is just on reaction doing it, but it's kind of hard to react to blink. So I assume they're actually reacting to the audio cue. So I think blinking in is just either way. Even if it is on reaction, I just don't think you can actually. This is a team comp you can blink in on because you're just gonna get turned on so fast, and then. Even with the coffin, I just Luminal can cancel it.
True. There's a part of me that just kind of thinks Rump Rebels is keeping true to their original identity, where they really just loved fighting in that mid game. But there are some times where you gotta calm it down a little bit, maybe give it a chance and give it another time, or maybe try for another opportunity. For Team Rump Rebels, that was not the case this time around. We'll get punished for it, but it was a Night 2 death. Although now it's day number 3. You start dying, you gotta have to pay Lumi, or you gotta have to pay those kiosks. Astea, what is it? Oh my god, I completely forgot the organization's name. That's alright, we're gonna have to start paying those kiosks anyways. Regardless, Aglea, there we go. Aglea is gonna start making it rich a little bit more in this game. I got it. But minus 200s now, starting to get ripped apart for some of these teams. Are we gonna have anyone actually paying that pretty early is the question.
Yeah. This is going to be interesting because we actually, I'd say any team can really actually engage coming out, as we do see Sir trying to fire escape out. Each being cut, actually getting an okay amount of value from Char.
Oh no.
Well, what's going on with these White Lilies? The third party coming in, Jungmin getting a lot of value from that Reign of the Vampire Queen as Mandu. This should be Circus actually going down.
Oh,
yeah.
No. They had such a good early game, but then the third party on the backside is just enough to finish them off. The Yan even blinking to finish off the IRM. Really unlucky for Team Circus. It looked really good for them in the first few minutes of the game, but that's all they get out of it. Where are they sitting at right now? 34 points for Team Circus. If any other team, if any other 2 teams get more than that 34-point marker, they will be locked down into that knockout stage 1. We'll see them tomorrow for that. Here we go. The fight is going to begin. Electrostatic Surge goes down. A lot of good crowd control, but it's all countered by the Divine Intervention. That's a little too far for the Kenneth. Down he goes. Really brutal for Team Step Back. They played everything right, but it's just one button from the Charlotte denied everything.
Yeah, I really... Seraphine is really good. It's really hard, I think, to look impressive on the Charlotte, right? I'm glad that our observer rather is also focusing on Seraphine, because I think the timing of the Divine Intervention is almost always perfect, and there is a delay, right? There is a I think it's 2 second, 1.5 second delay,
somewhere around there, yeah,
before the invulnerability and immunity comes off. But Seraphine times it so that it basically always comes off to mitigate whatever like burst of damage is coming out. And that's actually really hard because if you're doing it on direct reaction, you'll be too late. So it's almost prediction on just like the first like movement you see that like can threaten your backline. It's really hard.
Typically, it's also Cenefine is able to consistently get it off at a point where it is very hard for the other team to start disengaging the moment they see that the Divine Intervention comes in. Because there's a point of no return, especially for something like a Kenneth, right? You have already blinked in, you've already used your dash. There's going to be, yeah, you have a lower cooldown on the dash, but it's not like it covers as much distance as Blink dash into. Yeah, once you're in as a Kenneth, up against a composition like that, you are all the way in. Here we go, another fight beginning. Beautiful blast wave to push away that 11. It's actually going to end up popping a lot of stuff from her side. I think that's both the Solar System miniature plus the Healing Drown. So everybody on Team Shadow Golden Light is going to back away, but the fight inside of Fire Station is still going to continue on. Complex is already dead, but the damage output coming through from this Hisui is not that bad, but the flash cut is going to miss. There is the parry. That doesn't really result in anything. They get one. Down goes the Darko, but it's the auto attack from everybody else that finishes them off. Achilles, their heel has been torn.
Yeah, Chon really believing in the if first you don't succeed, try again. I think I saw 3 flash cuts onto mid or attempts on mid, and all of them went wide. It's really unfortunate. That's just sometimes how it is, though, when you're playing the Hisui. If they're able to outrange you, it can be a little bit difficult to actually get on top. Especially because since the removal, it's been a while, but since the removal of the just unconditional dash on flash cut, it is all the more important that you find a way to like set yourself up or have somebody to set you up. And once the art is down, you don't really have great setup. Like Lily can do a pull, but you're not really relying on a pull to land flash cut, right? You're trying to hopefully like get teleported in, and then you wait for the dash cooldown or whatever, and then follow them in afterwards. Like right, you wait for the soar, and then you go for the dash. But if you're just having a raw dash, you're just gonna get outspaced.
I'm fairly certain Chon didn't have vision inside of the bush either. That entrance from Fire Station into school, that top left one, not having information on that really sucks. The Getsune Sash, I think, was also on cooldown. Here we go, a potential fight beginning. Rosner getting 2 Odysseys for himself, but doesn't really get anything else done alongside of that. Stun is there, but nobody really willing to initiate, as there's quite a fair number of teams sitting inside the zone. 20 seconds to go until the Wicked Line is also going to spawn. By the way, it is going to spawn in a school. That's why there's a ton of teams hanging around this area. Although, with this many teams around, it's going to get a little bit more dangerous. Golden Light in prime position to start sniping this the moment it comes out, but do remember that Wicked Line is very tough to kill nowadays. Shimsei getting picked off, they will end up head popping. Down goes one. It does reduce the pressure a little bit because Team Step Back will have to step it back, but Golden Light now getting contested by Team Busan Vespa. They're just going to be struggling a little bit to cleanly take this Wicked Line.
Yeah, and look at Team Golden Light's items. Like, entirely full build on across the board, right? So it is just going to be really hard, I think, to... I mean, actually Busan Vespa is quite strong too. Does get the good pull, but again, you mentioned Wicked Line's a lot harder to kill. You're not like getting these instant bursts off. So there will actually be not just an engage coming out, and great intimidation tactics to separate Yoma from going. But look at the Rump Rebels third party actually just going to try to go for the great burst. Roster going to be able to secure the blood sample, and it's going to be a disengage from every team. Rump Rebels ending up with the Wicked Line buff, but you usually want the VF a little more, I think, when you're if your team. Wait, I believe it was Team Busan Vespa that got it?
Yeah, Busan Vespa got it because Rosner walked up. Rump Rebels kind of needs it, but is not going to be able to have enough pressure to secure the items. Rosner gets it. He builds... Is that... There's no way they built the taproots with it, right? It was probably building up to the Chinese opera mask, because when it comes to value, I don't think taproots on the Darko is more valuable than something else that they could have gone for.
They did get the boots from the box, I can't remember that. Or the shoes from the box. It was a shoe box. It was from a red box, and then they gave it to Rosner, because I guess Certain Soul... I don't know. I feel like the Eldian boots would be better on Min, right?
Yeah, or Failnaught, because he's probably sitting on Crimson Bow right now. Failnaught still would have been better than... No, whatever. I mean, realistically speaking, Holinzar Cecilia at this point in the game is just absolutely terrifying, so... It doesn't really matter who you give it on, but I would have picked the Failnaught. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm not playing on this, because my decision is wrong.
I think also maybe they just didn't have a headpiece on the Sicella, so maybe that's why. It goes on one item, but it is probably one of the best items in the game. I think the Black Flame Dragon. You know, sometimes we like meme it, but like, you know, really enunciate Black Flame Dragon, but it actually is insane in terms of stats, especially since it's gotten CDR. It's just really strong now.
With the skill haste changes. Okay, wait a second. We're just going to start sending it with Bear. Nope, never mind. Blink comes out from Shinsei. Never mind, that's not the Blink. That's the change out from the Emma. Okay, look at the map. It's a little bit wide. We have 6 teams going into our temporary zone phase. Our temporary zones are going to be police station and school. Final zone will be fire station. There's a decent amount of space to work with for all of these guys just because of the way that these zones are distributed. But doesn't mean you can start relaxing anytime soon. Really nice cubbies for a couple of these teams to hang around in, but that is all that is, right? It's cubbies. If you start having to run back because you start falling behind in some of these fights, it's all red zones surrounding you if you're in police station.
Yeah, we do see a decent amount of team. The thing is, these are all teams that I think are actually rather weak to a third party because most of them have at least one like pretty like pivotal ultimate that they rely on. If you just look across the board, so the fact that 6 teams are live is pretty scary to a lot of these teams, and I think they're gonna actually try to look before the temp zones go up for maybe
oh my god,
the opportunity to engage, but it's just so scary because the third party potential with 6 teams alive, it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if you take the fight and you get third partied, it's awful, but you're also just your temp zone. Okay, so this is what we're talking about though. A pretty good middle fight between Busan Bespa and Team Odyssey. Lots of damage coming out. Great Spirit Arrow coming out, but isn't actually able to give full chase.
They don't have time.
You guys can't do that. Whoa.
They don't have time.
Wait, how is that not established before you go for that though? Did they just not check their gadget energy? I don't
Oh no.
I'm so confused how that's something that can come up though. Like, did they just not look at the bottom right of their screen? And that's just so unfortunate for Team Odyssey, but I'm just so surprised that can even happen.
It's just a -1. I see people typing -2 in the chat, but I think it's just the Celine that ended up popping. Otherwise, we would have also seen the Rio popping on the left side. That wasn't the case, but still a -1 for a team that got 2 out of just placement points. By the way, they didn't get a single kill this entire game. It's just not going to be the best way to finish their group stage. We'll see where they end up in the leaderboard after this one. It's just 1 point they're going to have for Team Odyssey. 31.5 is where they're going to be sitting at for those guys. Really unfortunate. That's actually below Team Circus as well, by the way. This is not good at all for Team Odyssey. But still, it does not change the fact that we still have 5 teams remaining. 3 of them are going to be sitting inside a school looking for the temporary zone for each other. Very tough zone for a couple of these rosters to fight it out on, but we have always Incheon and Busan Best Buy. I think they're fighting in the other zone. They're trying to contest for the Sting Corridor again. This has been the bane of existence for a lot of these teams. There's the initiation going on in, as the Sicilla pull is going to stop the Tazia for a little bit. Divine Intervention also going through. Rosner taking as much damage as I thought he would have, but there it is. There's the mark that Team Always Incheon was looking for. Healing Drone pop. Is this going to be an opportunity Team Always Incheon wants to try capitalizing on? That's a huge resource gone from the Darko for the next 40 to 50 seconds.
Yes, and if it's one thing I'm a little worried about Team Always Incheon, it's walking in, right? Like, I don't think this is a great comp to try to like take control of a zone.
Yeah,
so
that's not a
especially when
roster
you're
you
walking
can do
into
that
a
with.
Sicella, it's gonna be rough.
They're just kind of hanging
Creativity
around on
with
the
the
outside.
safety, maybe? Like, but look at their range advantage, and they already are droning out the possible approach options. Blaster having a pretty good wall to separate Rosner for a little bit, but now that wall is down, that's a really big go button. That is honestly their only go button, other than just raw Divine Interventioning.
Okay, here we go. Blaster's going to start the fight out. Spot is going to whiff over onto the backside. Nice blink, but okay. You said earlier that you wanted to trust in Blaster. Well, there you go. Obliterated in the face of the Parody. So Min goes down. All of a sudden, it's a 2v3. Busan Bespa in trouble. Do they even have enough gadget points for this? I don't think so. You need to buy about a minute worth of time with those. You do not have that with just 2 members. Golden Light trying to fight it in. Timer is going to be gone. There we go. Down goes one. Step back in a little bit of trouble. trouble themselves, sitting on single-digit timers. Pop, pop, pop. Down goes Gen. That's it for Team Step Back. We have to see if these amount of points are going to be enough. Shadow Golden Light still on the chase. Always Inchan still on the chase. Same thing for Team Rump Rebels. They are all on the chase. Can any of these teams actually lock down these points is the question. Single-digit timers left for a couple of these players across the board. Down goes Bear. Down goes a trade though. Jungmin, nope, never mind. Down goes Jungmin. Down goes Pied. We have our final two, reminiscent of Game 1 at Shadow Golden Light versus Team Always Inchan.
Yeah. It's so hard. Like, really props to you because I think you did a great job of casting that final zone. There's so much going on. It can really be hard to keep track of when you have those 3-team final zones. So I think the fact that you were able to like play most of it was really impressive. As we do see now, we were talking about Always Inchan struggling to walk in, but also walking into them is incredibly hard too because you have the threat of so many good divers coming out from Luminal, the NATO if you ever try to go for an engage, and then Blaster's just gonna like, you know, if he gets any straight wall, if he gets any straight push, good cancel out on the taunt, and we do see the engage coming out from Blaster. Section out, Paradiso goes pretty wide though. Yeoman pretty section off, but look at the wall on Dozy actually creating a lot of space for the rest of his team to keep hitting, and the Divine Intervention should still be available for Seraphine. Fancy just going down to like straight damage, and now Blaster's gonna hold W key, and yeah, look at Dozy's not doing damage. I don't think the shield broke.
Wow, 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 wow. With that, Team Always Inchan will secure first place in our final game of Group C, I should say. I think with that fight, they also have secured their first place spot in this series as well, which means we will see them next Sunday for the phase finals. Congratulations to Team Always Inchan. What an amazing final game we watched from these guys. We saw this composition during game number 2, but to see it again in game 4 with this much dominance coming out from them, it is absolutely amazing to see. Seems like with both Blaster and Luminal on hand, this team is near unstoppable. That's Zahir pumping out damage. The tornadoes seemed like they were on point. We saw Blaster inside of the fight in Police Station. Stable Tazia gameplay as always. And then Seraphine just doing Seraphine stuff. Classic support.
Yeah. I do think that I'm kind of curious why they didn't go for this comp in game 2, because they decided to put Seraphine on the Sua, and that looked like a bit of a struggle for them with the solo frontline. And then they just said, you know what, we don't need a frontline. We're just gonna have Blast. But like it's just so insane because I feel like Blaster just kind of despawned like every marksman that was on his screen. Like they didn't exist like at any point in any fight or any squishy target because like the picks just happen so fast.
Yep. Yeah, it is honestly surprising that Atazia is able to get the pick out that fast too, right? Especially in Police Station, I did not expect Min to get taken down that quick because it was what? I think one Spada into Paradiso Pop plus one extra Spada. That just obliterated that Rio's health bar. Did not expect it at all. Honestly, if I'm going to be real with you, I just didn't expect that much damage to come out in that short of a time for Atazia. Usually she's a lot better at extended fights because her damage will slowly stack up over time. The amount of shield she gets overwhelms the enemy team because while you're losing HP, she doesn't. That wasn't the case. It was just a burst assassination coming from Blaster to knock down one of the more critical damage dealers on the side of Busan Vespa. Starting from there, everything just unraveled beautifully. Now, the fire station is a little bit different because the Paradiso went wide. I think he tried using it during the duration of Soul Stealer, which is what allowed the Kadia to run out of it immediately. But in exchange, Luminal went absolutely crazy with Dizzy here, landing every Godiva up against the 11. She could not out-sustain the amount of stall everybody else on that team was trying to give. Down goes the 11, down goes the other, and then down goes the last. It was just a 1, 2, 3 step, everybody doing their jobs.
Yeah, I mean, really just well played by Always Inchan. Kind of on a striker comp, you know, like we're just gonna all like do our thing, and then we just trust Seraphine to enable us to do it. And really, really just stick to watch team compositions like that work because it really just comes down to like mechanical prowess, and you know, I feel like Blaster and Luminal have that in spades. I feel like these are definitely star-studded players in our ERM lineup, so I'm really impressed. But honestly, for Always Inchan is almost par for the course. They're kind of expected to make it to our phase finals.
Funny enough, I actually was going to counter that. We'll talk about the results and then we can talk about it a little after because there will be the interview that we're going to have to wait out anyways. Team Always Incheon with a solid finish to the series will end with 59 points on their side. Shadow Golden Light with a second place, unfortunately losing out to Always Incheon because they lost out on that final fight in second place. So we'll still see them next Saturday to fight it out in knockout stage number 6. Step back in third place. Very, very solid finish for that team regardless of what ended up happening in that final game. I think third place is still a very, very good finish for a team that started out very, very weak today.
Absolutely. And really, really explosive games coming out from them at the tail end of the series. I'm glad that it looks like the game 1 and 2, whatever's going on, it showed a little bit in game 3, but really I think game 4 looked a lot better from every team around the board.
Yeah.
I think the only real thing that like really was kind of tragic was the head booming from Odyssey. I'm just, that has to be a communication error, right? Like maybe they're just not used to. Are they a newer team?
Yeah, they're one of the newer teams. Although
yeah, it looks like.
I will say the players on that side is definitely not one of the newer player sets, but I think the roster as a whole is one of the more newer grouped ones, or at least there was some swap arounds, because Odyssey was a team before. It's just I don't remember if these were the exact players that were part of that roster.
Yeah, that just looked like growing pains on communication and just synergy. Like that's the kind of things you can always very easily rectify in bot review, because you're just like, did nobody come gadget energy? Did nobody come timer? But I think for a lot of these teams, they're probably, I don't like saying this, but they're probably actually not very satisfied with their performance, even if they did well.
Yeah, 100%.
Because I think it was sloppy. It was there's no other way to put it. I think the level of play and the level of players we have, these are mistakes that we would see on solo queue games.
Yep.
Like from completely uncoordinated teams that are using like mid-fight, like having to type to each other to like get communications out. Now teams that are on the highest level of play.
Mm-hmm. We can understand it if it seems like coordinated mess-ups, right? There are some times when you try throwing everything exactly at the same time, but maybe you miss out on hitting somebody with it. That's fine, because at least they're communicating with each other, but it just seemed like some teams today were a little bit lost, right? Maybe lost in the sauce. Maybe it just wasn't their day today. I'm not sure what it was, but that's what the group stages are for. It's a double elimination system here for Eternal Return Masters. You got to now start focusing, really. As soon as you're done with the group stages, all of your kind of bygone games are done. Knockout stages are it. Once you get eliminated from knockout stages, you're done for either the rest of the season if you can't make it to LCQ, or until LCQ, quite frankly. So I need to see the teams that are going to go up from Group C into whatever knockout stage they're going to go into start improving on some things, because another thing that I'm worried about for the guys that played just now is that the distribution of teams and knockout stages just from Group A and Group B is atrocious for these teams. We had a lot of newer teams actually making it to higher tier gameplay in the knockout stages. Like Super and I were talking about this. I think 2 newcomer teams, so one from Group A and one from Group B, both made it into knockout stage 6 off of their group stage games yesterday, which means all the other teams are distributed below that, which include things like National League teams, KEL teams, veteran teams that have been playing Eternal Return Master for a long time. The ones playing today from Group C are going to have to deal with those guys very early on into the knockout stages, and if they don't improve from today immediately, I don't really see them having a fighting chance at all during the knockout stages, as bad as that sounds.
No, I think sometimes we have to just be objective, because we are also kind of like we do both the shoutcasting and the analysis. And you're absolutely right. Like the level of play that we saw tonight is not going to make it in the knockout stage. It's not going to make it in the finals. You cannot be making some of these mistakes that we saw from these players on a macro level, and then let alone on the micro level. There's a lot of mechanical misplays as well, and these players are so much better than that. And that's, I think, why we're just so shocked on the casting desk today.
For sure.
It's just.
It is what it is, right? It is what it is.
I'm just hoping they show up stronger. I'm not even hoping. I know they will. But if you're watching, if you're maybe joining in a little bit, the reason we're talking about this is some of the earlier plays coming out from players was just very
teams.
uncharacteristic.
I'll even say
yeah,
that.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
even players.
But yeah, no, it was definitely a team issue. It was, and I'd say it was more than half.
Yeah,
and that is
definitely.
concerning. More than half the teams.
We could handpick teams that were playing well today at the earlier portions of the season. That's bad. So it definitely a little bit of a rough one. But again, one more time, group stages is where you can make those kind of mistakes. You're starting to test the waters of what some of the other teams that you could potentially play up against in the knockout stages are going to look like. So hopefully we can see a lot of those improvements coming very, very quick. But I want to kind of flip it to the other side of the table this time and actually talk about Always Incheon. So you talked earlier about how this is actually one of the teams that is more or less expected to go into the finals immediately from group stages, but that has actually not been the case. As many of you guys know from chat, if you've been watching Eternal Return Masters for the past couple of seasons, this team always seems to be the one that needs to do the golden run. They get knocked into knockout stage 1 for some reason, and then they make their way all the way into the finals. This is the kind of team that Always Incheon is. That was always usually run with Kyungkwae, then either Blaster or Luminal and Seraphine. But today was the first time that I think in Always Incheon's history where they actually subbed out Kyungkwae and had 2 DPS players playing at the same time. Now, I don't know if this was a testing for these guys, or maybe Kyungkwae just wasn't available today. I don't know what it was, but they looked really, really good. I think the combination of Blaster and Luminal today looked fantastic. Both are very individual players where they play for themselves, very selfish when it comes to the specific individual prowess of how they play the game. Pairing them together would usually sound like a nightmare, especially if you were something like a coach or maybe an analyst for the team. But they paired with each other exceptionally well today. Seraphine there to kind of bond them together, supporting as the glue to hold both of these 2 individual prowess players as well. Seraphine just doing the same thing as always, like I said. And then Blaster plus Luminal doing everything on their own completely fine. And then as soon as they need to pair with each other, melding perfectly. I think Always Incheon had a really, really good showing today, even without their frontliner.
Yeah, we might have had Jinpachi Ego on the
yeah,
Always
honestly.
Incheon coaching staff. But I like that you mentioned that, because when you look at the team, like, they are not the kind, like, they are the team that would have to make the golden run only because they play like really hard characters. So
Yeah.
if they're not on point on a day, they can get upset pretty easily.
Yep.
But they are also just that good that you always expect them to perform, and it's kind of always like a shocker. But did Seraphine come in on season 6 or season 7? Because I know Seraphine's a more recent
way earlier, bro. Like, Seraphine's been playing with Luminal for seasons now. I don't know when Blaster actually joined. That's probably a better question.
I just remember, like, back when I was first watching Seraphine come out, we were watching, was it Luminal playing the? I'm trying to think. It was it was Luminal and Shoichi. And then did they have a Jimmy comp?
Taegyung on the Yan? Or is that what you're thinking about way back in the days? Yeah, that guy made his name back when he was playing with Luminal. Now he's with Tejan Auto Arms, also still continue to make his name. It's been a lot of history, but for Team Always Incheon to make an improvement like this with a very unusual setup of how they were playing, I love the fact that we were able to see it. But guys, that was it for Group C. That means we got one more group that is going to be readily available for you guys. We're going to go on a break to make sure that we are ready for it and letting the players get ready for that as well. So we see you guys in about 13 to 14 minutes. See you guys there. So make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 1 and 2 of Group D.
ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black. Performance storage. Purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안에 들어. 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
상자 불렀다라고 생각해요.
그렇죠. 얼마나 이득이에요?
어우, 많이 이득이네. 자, 좁은
그러니까.
골목에서의 테오도르와 교전을 이어나가고 있는 CNG입니다.
아 이게 근데 구도는 굉장히 데이드림 좋았는데 아이템 차이가 워낙에 컸거든요.
네, 이게 아무래도 이제 두 명의 실험체가 이제 동일한 조합이다 보니까 아이템 밸류가 차이가 나게 된다면 사실 이걸 극복하기 쉽지 않은 그런 상황인 것 같아요.
그렇습니다. 테오드르의 이제 증폭 스크린에 의해서 또 파괴적인 그런 파워를 보여주기에는 사실 카티아가 너무 먼 위치에서 포지션을 잘해주고 있었고요.
네, 한 끗 차이로 일단 살릴 수는 있었습니다. RK 파키탄 맞춰주고 네, 앞쪽으로 쏠렸거든요. 그걸 한번 빠져주고
증폭 스크린도 방금 빠졌기 때문에 알테일 선수 아직은 없었고요.
네, 계속해서 밀려나고 있는 데이드림.
자, 그리고 그 아래 숲쪽에서도 지금 교전이 나오고 있는데 세든드 선수가 끝까지 찾아주면서 치카 선수 잡아냈고요.
이게 차분하게 들어간다고 하더라도
자, 역으로 자, 데이드림.
아니 테오도르 증폭 스크린을 몇 번 기회를 주는 건가요?
자, 경기 맞았고 결국 백스 선수 마무리되기 직전 백스 마지막 한대. 터미네이트 됩니다. 지금 아이템이 어마무시해요.
그렇습니다. 자 이거 모던 아이템 차이 바탕으로 한번 밀고 들어가는데요. 구도가 너무 좋은데요, 모던.
좋습니다. 잘 걸었고요.
자, 그리고 여기서 다시 한번 덴마이크까지.
터뜨렸어요.
네.
와,
두 명을 터뜨렸어요.
구도가 굉장히 좋은 구도였는데 파고 드는 타이밍에
아, 탔어요.
자,
아,
그리고
근데 이거
여기서
지금 2타 장전해 놨거든요.
해놨거든요.
4초 남았습니다, 호리피.
네, 3초 안에 잡아야 되는데 할 수 있어요.
아니,
네,
시간은
1초
가버리죠.
아, 이거 비상.
아, 밀키웨이. 이렇게까지 했어야 됐을까요? 라는 생각이 드는 그런 뭔가
잔인합니다. 잔인해요. 그런데 2렘은 지금 살아있지 않지만 2대2 상황이에요. 현재 2대2.
자, 그래서 밀어내면 밀어내는 건데
네.
소혜 선수 쪽 레이트 선수가 잘 막아내고 있거든요.
현재 1대1로 나뉘어서 싸우고 있는 가운데 호리픽 선수가 먼저 다운이 됐고요.
그래서 밀키웨이 위클라인도 먹었지만
하지만
지금-
제천 팔랑크스가 이거를 알게 된다면
아 이거는 어쨌든 보였을 것 같거든요. 소리도
네.
나오고요.
자, 유리도 보였고요.
남은 시간
모던
다
다 먹습니다. 대천 팔라키스.
자, 이거 정말 투시맨 선수의 스프링 트랩을 한번 꺼내와서 상대 이동기를 뺀 상황에서 투밤을 잡아내야 되거든요.
그래서
난이도가 있는데요.
대경 코드라곤이 깔렸고 리핑민 스트라이크 와 데미지.
자, 리핑민 스트라이크 빗나가긴 했지만 그래도 세드엔트 선수가 이미 제니를 1대1로 잡아냈습니다.
들어왔습니다.
자, 그래서 투시맨 선수 가까이 다가가지도 못하고 가까이 다가가면은 세덴 선수의 마무리.
자, 마지막 남은 카드무스 선수는 할 수 있는 게 많지 않아 보입니다. 익스클루시브까지 제대로 활용해주면서 시네마 정말 3명 모두 깔끔한 모습을 보여주고 있는 대전 5파운드입니다.
그래서 결국 이번 한타는 세드엔트 선수가 캐리했거든요.
네.
이렇게 마무리까지 가져가나요?
그 치밤이라는 픽의 정수를 보여주면서 하나의 포커싱 깔끔하게 보여주면서 카드무스 선수는 이렇게 마무리하고 체크메이트. 대전 5파운드. 네, 폭력적인 구도의 장면이었는데 지금 그런 폭력적인 구도가 여기저기서 발생하고 있습니다.
근데 이거는 발도 스탠이 지금
와! 블링크!
야,
해실!
역시.
야, 심리전에 심리전.
이래도 킬이다 이런 느낌이. 아, 근데 이거 해질 선수는 하이퍼루프 타고 합류하고 싶은 거였거든요.
네.
못하고요. 자, 셰제
일단 3초 안쪽으로 파고듭니다.
자, 그래서 방 선수 노렸고요.
잡아내면서 모던 상대로 좋은 게 좀 만들어내는데요. 근데 KCW 선수 자,
KCW.
너무 깊어지면 안 되죠.
네, 마지막 탄데 마무리 안 됐고요. KCW.
저희 선수를 끌고 왔고 기절까지 이어주면서 잘 빨아들이고 이거 브레이크 만들겠는데요.
브레이크.
브레이크까지.
이제 교전을 굉장히 물이 오른 모습 보여주고 있어요.
자, 그리고 이건 운석 싸움인데요.
네.
이미 레이더가 펴졌기 때문에 너무 길어지면 안 됩니다.
피스메이커까지 활용해 줬고 위쪽으로 시네마 선수가 살아남았어요.
자, 그런데 여기서 운동을 키면 안 되죠.
이게 디멘션 스트라이크가 좀 먼저 사용됐죠.
자, 와리 터지고 자 코팜 첫 마무리.
체력이 굉장히 부족하기 때문에 이거 여차하면은
네. 3명의 선수
탈출까지 나올 수 있는데
그래서
이번에도
와!
와! 진짜 닌자 그 자체.
네.
자, 이거 이태 선수 또 다운되게 되면은 그 선수 점점 밀리거든요.
이 아래에서 괴롭혀주고 있어요.
자, 그래도 피스메이크 잘 써줬고 아비게일 파고 들었는데 딜러 라인들이 잘 빠져주면서 데이드림 구도가 좋습니다.
자, 그래서 해실 선수 체력이 생각보다 지금 많이 남기는 한 번
오!
했었는데 그 추가타를 더 견디지 못했고요.
네. 잠시만요. 태우들 잠시만요. 이거.
자, 여기서
쫓아가나요? 오, 파이팅. 파이팅.
자, 일단 살아갈 수 있을 것 같은 게 블링크 따로 없으면은 2하고 블링크 아닌 이상은 못 쫓아갈 것 같거든요.
맞습니다. 근데 일단은 블링크는 없고요.
와, 알테일. 균열.
400크redit 다 남아있고요.
네, 일단은 들어갔어요.
자, 오른쪽 상대 교전도 굉장히 치열한데요. 서로가 유지력이 너무 좋은 조합이다 보니까
체급에
오래오래 싸우는데요.
난전, 체급의 난전.
일단 제니가 컨디션이 좋긴 하거든요.
네.
제니가 계속해서 쏴주고 있습니다.
제니가
세리오 잡았고 제니가
제니 프리딜 각이 제대로
연우
열렸어요.
잡았고 제니가 계속
제니가
갑니다.
패시브조차 빠지지 않았고 체력이 지금 풀피해요.
네.
최대한 올 직전까지 기다렸다가 파주려고 3퍼 선수 기다리고 있었던 거죠.
자, 그런데 이거 잠시만요. 근데 이거 후반을 같은 돌아왔거든요.
네.
근데 이거 자, 이번엔
이거
제대로
대제메알이 켜졌는데 일단 세덴트 선수가 온전하게 컨디션 관리 잘해줬거든요.
네, 체력이 많아요.
드는데
많은데 자 세진 선수 한 대 맞으면 죽는데 이 체력으로 계속해서
자, 그리고 여기서 빠르게 잡아내면서 승전보 빠르게 체력 채워줬고요.
네, 자 마지막 남은 전 선수밖에 없는데 자 여기 오! 자,
그래,
자 만나기 직전 대전 파운드와 대천 팔랑키스가 맞붙기 직전입니다. 자 먼저 들어가는 쪽은 카드를 쓰고요.
자, 그리고 일단은 그 한번 잘 피해주면서 벽공도 제재해줬고요.
밀어내고 있습니다. 대천 팔랑키스 위쪽으로 빠지게 되는 대전 파운드고요. 오히려
아,
역으로
근데 우선도 어느 정도 분류 차이가 있고 와,
자,
근데
근데
제니
오!
잘
제대로
노렸는데요.
노렸어요,
이거는 이거는 나쁜 의미로 제니가
네.
제니가 못 죽어요. 제니가
아직 안 죽었어요.
아직 안 죽었어. 제니가
자 레니가 케어를 제대로 한번 해줬고 태경 선수
그렇죠.
팔이 닿지 않아요.
와, 이걸 살려냅니다. 세덴즈 파고들어보지만 아직 제니가
와!
먼저 하거든요. 제니가
결국
그래서
세덴즈
제니가
잡았고요.
자 이제 카드문스 선수가 이제 합니다.
네.
벽뒤에 뚜시네.
자, 이거 좁은데 뚫기 위해서 게 많은데 근데 오히려 역으로 저쪽 팔락스가 들어갔습니다. 그래서 진영 좀 갈렸거든요.
다시 재정비를 했고요. 카드문스 선수 들어갔다 나왔다.
자, 그래도 5대 6명은 빠진 제니이기 때문에 태진이기 때문에
네,
하고
네.
들고요.
그리고 먼저 소기를 켜지게 됐고 피스메이커 빠졌는데 아이템 차이가 너무 많이 나요.
자, 그래서 코팜 선수가 제니 잡을 수 있나요?
Welcome back from there, everybody. It was a little bit of a long one, so hope you guys had a fantastic time during that. But it is time for us to come back into the games of Eternal Return Masters. Phase number 2. This time, we are now back for Group Stage D, which means we got a whole new set of teams that are going to be playing. Let's take a look at who is actually going to be playing. Kaz, go through them for me.
So we're on Group D. So we have FN Sejong with One Circle Romantic Bomb. Team Insider with 601, Yona, Byung, and Jumo. We got Super Ultra Dino, sounds like an NA team, JKR, Brush, Kion, Akui.
Yes.
We got YG Whales with Fauna, E8, Green Apple, and Wid. Big Game Hunter with Shikamori, Key 5, Hanju 2, and Hunnam. We got Songnam Rocks with Satin, Curry, Hyungi, and Belzer. Hyosaja Boys with Lucida, Karmis, Bial, and Gyeomon. Gyeonggam Sparkle with Song Harang, Scarlet, Alto, and Peng.
Yeah, very interesting setup that we're going to have for our Group D. Really solid teams across the board. I can only see maybe like 2 teams on this list that I also haven't really heard about before. So it's going to be a good one. Let's get started immediately with the characters that are coming in. E8, you're lying to me. Don't do it. I've seen you kind of do this before. I know you're not playing that, Daniel. So stop baiting with me here. There we go. Swap over into something else. Yeah, ain't that one team from phase number 1. E8, considering the Emma this time around, Green Apple on the Nikki, Fauna, of course, will be going over onto the Chloe.
Wait.
Are you being, I mean, hey, listen, you might be surprised about this one, but we did see a Luke yesterday as well, alright?
Oh, I was talking about the Daniel hover, because...
Oh my god, we're actually seeing it. We're coming back. Okay. So you're gonna need a little bit of lore for this, right? You're gonna need a little bit of lore. We're going back into this. For people who are here during phase number 1, this is a team that got a lot of hype because this was the exact composition they ran. They rolled over the lobby during group stages, was able to push themselves all the way into, I believe it was knockout stage number 4. They're going to try it one more time. It's really nice to be able to see Super Ultra Dino back once again in the Eternal Return Masters series. Let's see if they have a little bit more success with this. The only problem this time, though, Kaz, is this lobby is stacked. And will this kind of a composition hold up against this many good teams?
I will go as far to say I think Daniel is quite bad in competitive play, actually.
Yeah.
It is very hard to pull off the things that Daniel wants to pull off against coordinated players of this caliber.
Yeah.
I almost never say that about characters, by the way, because I think a good pilot can make any character work, and I still believe that about Daniel. But it's just, a lot of Daniel is... A lot of his playmaking comes from positional errors.
Yes.
And also just lack of vision.
Yes.
And those are 2 things that you're going to be starved for opportunity, I think, in a more competitive environment.
Yes, absolutely. And it's one of the reasons why, even though they made it all the way towards the mid to late stages of knockout stages in phase 1, they just immediately got obliterated the moment we started that stage, right? This is the classic way that Daniel goes. It's one of the reasons why we don't see him that often, despite, maybe some of the people in the solo queue meta saying how good he is. But regardless, we are going to see them here today. Let's see if they can pull it off one more time. Another fantastic performance they showed us in phase number 1. Here we go, folks. Game 1 of Group D is now underway. Once again, a lot of really good teams in the mix. I think FN Sejong also has a lot to prove for themselves. We talked about this yesterday with me and Super, a team that struggled a lot during phase number 1. Couldn't even get above that 6th place spot in the finals. They have a lot of things they want to show us here today. Let's see if they can pull things off. Starting out with the Theo for One Circle. They are starting out strong today.
Yeah, and I did, when I was watching, I was as shocked as you and Super, because, I mean, FN Sejong, these are champs, like, these are not, like, just ordinary players, but that's what we've been talking about, is the quality of play in general is just so much stronger, as we do actually see, Sanjo boys being able to get a pick, but I think that was, just one trade going out, as, Big Game Hunter also being able to get a pick off, Checkmate coming out, doesn't even need it. Hunnam just like absolutely smurfed it with the double knockings on the wall, and Peng is just gonna run out. Yeah, very different, I think, flavors of compositions. We do see Insider going with kind of an iconoclastic. Actually, I feel like this trio is the Nikki Adela trio, like the Sua is Optim the third. As Hunnam is landing another great engage onto E8. What the? turn. Shikamori just absolutely obliterated by Green Apple.
Yeah, I think he might have gotten himself killed with that great initiation.
Yeah.
Sometimes, as the Yan, you see the world, right? You see the future, but sometimes that future gets cut really short. Unfortunate for Team Big Game Hunter. Will end up losing out on the Yamp. That is about it. You can still recover from this. Akui in a little bit of trouble himself. Does the bullseye catch him? Yes, it does. And Bum on the other side to finish him off. Nice catch for Team FN Sejong. This is a little bit unfortunate for Team Super Ultra Dino. Oh, that's also very unfortunate for T5. Can't even respond to that at all. Nice pick from Team Insider to get that one. Insider with Seiko on point. We'll be able to finish that one out. One circle trying to stay alive. Same thing for Bum. Can you get away from this is the question. Fawn is still on the chase. I think eventually they might be able to get this. One circle also going down. The Sapphire Protocol was not popped. Bum still in trouble. Gets the speed gate and will be able to get himself on out of there.
Yeah, it also feels a little weird to see Fauna Chloe without the Gimgum Sparkle tag. I feel like that is definitely something. As we do see Romantic actually getting the pick. Nice dodge out on the bomb too. Actually,
oh,
the Monkey Wire like coming out way. Actually, wow, that was really close with Green Apple. I actually thought he was gonna get Romantic was about to come out with two, but it's it feels like. Well, this is like the interesting thing about like ERM because I think we have roster swaps a little more frequently than maybe some other competitive games. So we have a lot of like old teammates versus old teammate matchups. But we do see Rush very caught out by Big Game Hunter. I'm actually surprised Super Ultra Dino is electing to go for split farming because I feel like this is the kind of composition where you really do want to like get some early kills. Get that early master range going.
It's okay. This is what they did during phase number 1, and I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you this right now. Do expect to see them in like literally every single rift, even including Night 3, Night 4 ones. They just love going to that and looking for fights over and over again. Peng in a little bit of trouble himself. He's got the Sidewinder, but the follow through with a clean sweep will actually get him killed instead. Karmis, unfortunately, not able to finish out the kill over onto Peng, which means Gyeongnam Sparkle with a 1-for-0 exchange. Team Saja Boys is going to have to run away from that fight for the time being. 10 seconds to go until day number 2. There's a couple of people falling down. Akui dead. JKR needs to jump over the wall instead. That means most likely Super Ultra Dino and Saja Boys cannot contest for any objectives. Their positioning looking pretty interesting, but Saja Boy still looking for picks. Is Hwang in a little bit of trouble himself, but Lucida isolated completely. Karma starting to spawn back. They want to get the kills. They want to try looking for something going in their favor. Karma is trying to heal up. Yes, he can. The kill execution going over onto Songharang. Down goes one. Alto in a little bit of trouble himself. Needs to run away. Peng about to go down as well, but the damage output from this Carla is absolutely massive. Lucida, can you get pulled in? No, absolutely not. If Beal goes down, it's a 1-for-1 trade between these two teams. Although still looking for more. Res timer in favor of Gyeongnam Sparkles. That's going to push away the members of Team Heroes Saja Boys.
That is a pretty big fight coming out from Gyeongnam Sparkle. And while we're talking about, yeah, I keep looking at the bottom of my screen. I'm like almost like not convinced that like some of these team columns or compositions coming out because we're not used to seeing Luke that much either in competitive, and I think this is a really interesting Adela flavor too. I feel like Adela has almost been married to Nikki for a while. I feel like in competitive, I feel like most teams only bust it out if there's a Nikki, or if you have like goat work or something like that. Like I don't think you're really seeing her too much. I mean, what else can you call them? But we do have an engage coming out between the Hyosaja Boys and Gyeongnam Sparkle, as we do see Key 5 versus. They're still splitting. Okay. Very. I am surprised. I'm always surprised by teams not grouping out by game.
Trust me, it's okay.
Great spring trap coming out onto Peng. Karmis is landing a lot and was actually able to land the clean sweep. Are they gonna look for the recast? No, will not. Probably just not enough damage in the tank right now, as a little overkill, but Brush is gonna go down to the Nikki and Adela. Their rage uppercut coming out just to secure the kill. And they're looking pretty good for themselves. Got all their... Must have been non-force core call-ins because they're on quite a bit of credits. But do have 3 call-ins a piece. And we do see... Actually, it might have been force cores. I'm not sure. Because we are seeing like the chest piece, which is... Oh, Lucida getting engaged on by Shikamori. What a spring trap deal! You're insane. Really consistent right now. I'm gonna go down as well. Feels landing every single one so far. As we do see Hillsaja boys go. Oh wait, no, that is not Hillsaja boys. That's Super Ultra Dino versus. What's the other team is on? I'm actually lost for it a little bit right now. Young Sparkle going for the fight against Hillsaja boys. That is Hillsaja boys, and that will be going down for Karmas. As we do see. Okay, so Team Insider versus Team YGA Whales in the zone, but there's a lot of damage coming out. A great pure rage uppercut onto Green Apple, just so quick on the burst. The follow-up was great too. Byung was able to catch out Green Apple. Stasis coming out to buy a little bit of time, but yeah, even with Vana doing Vana did a pretty good job of getting a decent chunk at the start, but then you just see how quickly the fight turns on its head with the burst potential of the Nikki and Adela combo.
Quite interesting that that's the way that it ended up going, but really well played, I think, from Team Insider to be able to finish a fight like that, right? One of the biggest things about this composition is that they need to lock down somebody. A lot of weird characters to lock down on Team Youngju Whales. You got a Celine that is able to just throw bombs from very, very far range, making it quite difficult to catch her out in some cases. Emma, very slippery character, same thing for the Chloe. But targeting down the Celine from the get-go is able to lock her down almost immediately. Starting from there, the entire team fight just evolves. Youngju Whales, no way to come back. So really solid start here for Team Insider as a couple of fights starting out. I've been Sejong trying to fight it out up against Saja boys, but they don't want to fight this at all. Quite interesting that no one on the side is opting for the fight. They have some credits. Lenny is sitting at 447. Maybe that's the reason why. Down goes one member of Gyeongnam Sparkles on the eastern side of the map. I apologize. Big Game Hunter still looking for more. These two players are stuck on the left side of the map. Key 5 looking for more himself. As Hong Hanan gets out, same thing for Alto. It's just a 1-for-0 exchange in favor of Team Big Game Hunters. They do have positional advantage, but that's about it.
Yeah, look at One Circle's items. I mean, that might have something to do with the lack of wanting to fight. Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, that is what I expected from Daniel actually. Daniel Jackie combo. Looks like a full white. Yeah, it's just not able to find anything with the masterpiece was Super Ultra Dino, and then yeah, the fight just kind of falls apart. I think it's also a really hard comp to dive because this is what you really look at. I mean, the YG Whales comp is what you usually expect from like a Gyeongnam Sparkle, like OG comp, right? Like, actually, this is the OG comp, right? You have the Celine, Emma, and the Fauna Chloe, and there's just so many ways to actually dissuade a dive, even though it's triple range, so you'd think they'd be susceptible to dive. There's Celine blasting you away, the Chloe ultimate, then the polymorph coming out from Emma, and then the change coming out from Emma, then the stasis coming out from Emma. It's really hard to actually dive into that comp. And you just saw the weakness of putting all your eggs in a dive basket, right? Like, if the dive doesn't work, you go in.
There's no way out.
There's not a great chance of getting out. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. I know Team Super Ultra Dino really loves to fight. After all, this is a composition they're always looking to fight with. That's why they probably opt to take almost every single rift they can. That's just not a good situation for them at all. Hunnam in a little bit of trouble. Will have to actually blink away from the fight. It effectively makes this fight 2v3, but the counter Night Fork instead is really good. Team Insider in a whole heap of trouble. They just walked into the enemy team's combination instead. That forces Yona to get the blink out and has to completely book it. Now this actually throws their plan completely on the side, because usually Team Insider, as soon as it turns day number 4, gives Yuna that Peacebringer. Look at the amount of credits that the Suwa has right now. They need to blow all of this trying to get the reses on the teammates back. It's going to slow down Team Insider a lot, so don't expect to see something like the Peacebringer pretty easy for Team Insider unless they get something like the Wick Line.
Yeah, the Scandinavian defense coming out from Big Game Hunter. What a great turnaround on what initially looked like a pretty good fight for Insider.
Yeah, the combination looked pretty good, but then as soon as Yan goes out, they start fighting into Fog of Vision. That's when Key5 was able to get the double knockup using the Night Fork, and then the fight just completely devolves. Here we go though, night number 3 begins, which means fight for the Omega is going to begin at the south side of the map. Look at the mini-map, it's completely split. It's between Gyeongnam Sparkles and the team's Gangnam Rocks. Down goes one, it'll be Pang falling down first. Gyeongnam Sparkles in a whole heap of trouble, also trying his best to run away. He is is a Carla, but getting tagged by the rain of arrows. Down he goes. Hong Hanang getting the distance as much as he can, but the jump pad coming in. Are they gonna try chasing this Adriana? They are. Can't see this Adri just yet. It just barely dodges the VLS vision, which means Hong Hanang should be able to get out of here in just a couple of seconds. Is able to thread the needle on that vision and will get themselves out. Good.
Very well played. Yeah, I mean,
no.
it's I was gonna say very well played by Sungnam Rocks, but we do see maybe an unfortunate situation for Sung Harong. Byung actually getting the parry to get more rage to maybe give more chase. Don't know if we're gonna be able to get in range for the pure rage uppercut though. Doesn't look like it. As we do see, the jump. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say the jump pad might be enough, but we were seeing actually the collapse coming in from the top side too. It looks a good decision to take the jump pad, but really hard to find an open zone to get the res off. But might be able to get it here. But Big Game Hunter, I believe, has vision of the. Yeah, and then you're really low on timer. Gonna have to go for a hyperloop play.
They don't have too many credits. They can't even res their entire team back.
I mean, but wouldn't you at least go for the res on Alto here? Maybe not. I'm not sure, but unfortunate for them. Definitely are on the Broke side, as we're not talking about Broke. Let's look at Romantic in one circle. Look at the little bars above them. We see red and gold around the board. But unfortunately not looking as gold, but you do see
this as Saja boys. I don't think you do. Do you really want to take this fight?
Yeah, it's all on Beal to land a spring trap. Otherwise, I don't think you have a chance. But Lasita's really posturing for this. Now Bump can look for the engage if he really wants to. And I think they are going to do it. Soul Stealer, yeah, probably just waiting for the amount of stacks. One is the Theodore. Oh my goodness, the chocolate. Great shot coming out, and then the ultimate. Beal taken so far out of the fight. Okay, Ermis going for the re-engage. Does land the clean sweep, but look at the damage. It's really just a wallet gap between FN Sejong and Team Hyo Saja boys. But wasn't this just an expected result? I feel like you had to go for the disengage once you saw them get the box, because they're going to look for the engagement. They have the go button with the Theodore. You can't like just stay around for that long, I don't feel.
You called it and I called it. Then they're about to lose another member because hanging around the wrong side of town 2. Karma's walking into yet another team. That's going to be our the second team Folga most likely in just a moment here. Down goes Karma's. Here Saja Boy is going down in 7th place, unfortunately for that team. Where did he disconnect or something? Where did Hunam decide to walk up to? He's actually going to get Key 5 killed as well. Shikimori just hopping away, but what was that from the Yan? If that was a sacrifice, that was done wrong.
Looks like the bad juju from Group C is still kind of prevalent, because we're still seeing some pretty, again, uncharacteristic flubs coming out. I feel like we've seen a couple this game already.
Yeah, Yan's gonna end up head popping. They do not have enough credits to res back Key 5, so that was gonna stay dead for the time being. Really unfortunate too, because the IRM actually ended up using some of those gadget points to get the res back onto the Yan. Nice play from Gyeongnam Sparkles. The Rift is actually gonna get everybody back on that side, so no additional credits being invested from that team to get the reses in.
Wow.
On the other side, Team Insider getting the Wicked Line in one go. Very, very easy tape for them. And there's that Peacebringer I was talking about. It will be built up finally for the Suo, who had to invest those credits earlier to get that blood sample for their team.
Yeah, and once the Suo gets that blood hammer online, that is a very, very threatening amount of damage. Now it's not just the follow-up after the Nikki Della combo is so prominent, because Suo really does have great cooldown rotations, and now she has so much damage to back it up. So even if the initial engage maybe goes a little wide, which is kind of hard, Peng getting chased pretty hard though. Young Sparkle being able to get the res off the zone, but immediately after spawning back in the zone, Peng will get caught out.
Oh, he didn't get the reset.
Ooh, this is really rough. EA is going to be able to get the polymorph, and that will be a pick going down. So did they send Peng to scout out the area, and then they just... That's actually... I like that play.
I think I do too, but I think Peng misplayed there because he actually didn't get a reset on the dash. So he missed it, which means he could have gotten out, but unfortunately wasn't able to. Also, you're going to have to give me a quick moment. Continue casting for a second, please. I apologize.
Absolutely. No worries. Insider taking the Wicked Line, looking to posture, and yeah, Gyeongnam Sparkle is just getting the worst sides of these teleports after that rift for themselves, trying to get the res off. Well, rather did get the res off, is still going to end up net down 200 credits after Ping getting caught out in Alley. We do see Big Game Hunter, and we do see Key5 prepping the Q-in. We do possible engagement with Gangnam Sparkle. No, but they are going to get corralled towards YG Whales, and this is definitely not a team you really want to fight. Fauna, incredibly strong. You have to see that's a Black Lotus Shuriken, and the Blood Crown coming out for them. Really, really strong. Key5, Queen prepped, walking towards Team Gangnam Sparkle. I don't think you're going to want to fully engage on this if you're a Big Game Hunter. Fauna going for a pretty aggressive positioning, trying to get a pick off. At this point, though, you can kind of wallet check. This is a composition that does rely on Fauna quite a bit to find the angles. We've seen it time and time again, even with the different lineup, right? Fauna's engagements on this Chloe have been so crucial. It's how Gangnam Sparkle really made this composition as threatening as it was Fauna is a pseudo frontline, as we do see a great Queen coming out, and the combo is just so quick. Follow up onto Peng, the burst is huge.
They get one, Hudam, he is just barely out. The damage exchange is just not there, although he does end up getting the execute, but I think the other member of his team fell down too. The third party in, Gangnam Sparkle is out of here.
And Songnam Rocks is going to be able to possibly give chase to this. Soul Stealer is going to pop. The rockets are landing. Bow skill does get Tonfa skilled, but look at the amount of damage. Shotgun was huge from Satan. Really well played. Key5 trying to do a little loop back, but are you actually going to go unspotted? Is E8 going to check this building? Does not look like it. Is Satan going to check this building? Fauna looking for a pretty hefty engage. Chungi a little caught out. Will get the solar system miniature popped, but it doesn't look like it's going to result in anything else. But oh my god! That is awful for team. Yeah, if you're not able to get this res off, no, they will be able to. Wow, Key5 getting a nice little extra point for themselves. I mean, that is a powerful full build Adela, I guess. What a 94 combo.
Yep, it's got the frailty as well. That is all built on executing that one single person. So nicely done for Key5. He's able to at least make some kind of situation out of a terrible, terrible conundrum he's been put under. That is an extra kill going in favor of team, what is that, Big Game Hunter. Yangju Whales will be able to freely get the res. Nice jump in from, what is it, from E8 to deny the kill going over onto the body so they can stay as a 3-man. But now this puts a little bit of a wrench in their plans. The amount of pressure they had going into maybe clearing vision inside of the zone, a little bit denied. They don't have the CCTV information. All they have is that one camera sitting around here and the outside area for the coming in from the red. Can't do much with this info. They'll just hang around the campfire and see what the information really gets them.
Attack skill acquired for Yona. This is a lot of playmaking potential. Even though FN Sejong is incredibly strong, you really can't count out Team Insider. One like slight mispositioning coming out from either the backliners on FN Sejong. You will die. Straight up. There's no. Now, I will say, I feel like Romatic has played against this comp quite a bit, and I think his Monkey Wire's out of situation. Oh, we're coming out for Key5. Now, if Insider gets a little lucky and walks in on this timing, it is a little worse positioning, and Key5 could have played spoiler for Team FN Sejong, but now, walking through, look at the poke from Green Apple, really alone on this situation. It's not entirely out of the fight. Gonna have to reset, get that rest off. Now we do see Key5 being able to sneak into Alley. Will he be able to play spoiler?
Yangju Whales has no idea that there is an Adela behind them. All the cameras that were on the left side of the zone completely gone. Do they know that there is an Adela that could potentially ruin this? They're all very squishy characters too. If they don't check that Adela...
Songnam Rocks went to the other zone though.
Oh, you're right. Songnam Rocks did indeed go to the other zone. Okay, that's very strange. Now they put themselves in a situation where it's going to be 3v3v3. Key5 stuck in the middle of nowhere. He's probably going to get taken down. Following through, no, cannot get a trade in exchange exchange. Unfortunately for that, Yangju Whales gets easy control over that north side of the map. Hyungi eating a little bit of timer himself. The timer is gonna be a problem for some of these teams. The reason why you pop those safety drones is so your entire team can eat it at the same time. For FN Sejong, they're gonna try to walk into the zone. Insider, 24 seconds for these players. FN Sejong starting to walk back around. The fight's gonna begin. Double knock up over onto Seongnam Rocks. They're in trouble. Single-digit timers for these players. Down goes one. Satan pops. Curry pops as well. All the timer actually going in favor. If I remember correctly, for FN Sejong, but Robotic gets caught by the edge of the Queen. Down goes one. Can One Circle turn things around? Their timer in shambles. I don't know if they have the time to kill everybody on the side of Team Insider. There is another knockup to kill One Circle. Insider finishes off that temporary zone in Fire Station, 15 points strong. Both teams looking for 21 plus.
Really well played. Seiko landing just great Night Fork combo initially, and then a great Queen. Really just, I mean, the solo carry potential of an Adela is completely in their ability to find the picks, and I feel like really enabling the rest of the team to follow up quite well. Now, I'm actually interested in your take on this, Shubi. How do you feel about this final zone dynamic? Not just in the zone itself, in this Chronosphere, but in this matchup, because it's triple range against a team that can really just obliterate one target.
I think the real key player here is going to be Green Apple. It all comes down to how well the Celine is going to be able to zone out some of these characters. The damage mitigation from Team Insider is pretty solid. As long as Seiko doesn't take too much punishment, it should be fine for the most part. They're just going to immediately try to send it. Insider just going to send it all the way in on towards Green Apple. Look at this. They targeted down the Celine, as I said, right? Down goes one. The question is, can they deal with the rest is the question. Suwa just going in on towards the backside. Can they get the kill over onto Fauna? Yes, they can. A clean 3-for-0 up in the books for Team Insider if they can just finish out the Emma, which they most likely will be able to. Nicely done from Team Insider. That is going to do it. 21 points for this team to round out game number 1. A clean final fight from Team Insider. Fantastic follow through from Seiko despite the initiation being so far.
Yeah, Seiko doing a really good job, and then yeah, Yona also doing a great job to follow up on the dive. You're so worried about the Nikki Adela combo, but like that was really the Nikki Suwa combo to start off the fight there. Really well played. I almost thought that it was too far of an engage from the Nikki, but the follow-up was true, and like Green Apple really didn't play the game. Like, I mean, those are the kind of fights that are really like disheartening to lose, because it almost feels like if you make a single, I mean that's the problem with this kind of comp style though. It's so, you have to play so perfectly in situations like that. And I think that comp, when you compare it to a comp with a Nikki, it's like one has like the smork go button and the other is like, you know, playing like chess, you know, like every piece has to move perfectly. You know, you're playing like 4D chess and the other team is like, you know, like eating the pieces.
Yeah, unfortunately, Yangju Whales is playing chess into a chess master of Adela. Not exactly the best situation. As I said, right, we got to look at the Celine. That is exactly what Team Insider was looking at. The moment they saw the Celine slightly mispositioned, it wasn't even that bad, just slightly mispositioned, the trigger was pulled immediately. The Pure Rage uppercut from Byung was sent, followed through, by the way, by Seiko. I thought it wasn't going to be possible, but the Night Fork was placed perfectly that the castling actually brought them close enough to follow through on towards that Celine. The damage is there to finish her off as well, just because of how Nikki also has very solid damage right now with Fury Gauge. Starting from there, the fight devolves, right? Two squishy characters is very hard to start coming back from. Yes, Fauna has the continuous damage, but Asua is in your face. She's healing everything that you do. You're also getting blinded all over the place on top of it. Just not a good situation for Team Yangju Whales. Fantastic plays from Team Insider, and a clean way for us to start out game number 1 of Group D, right? A little bit of a different story compared to what we saw from Group C, but with the caliber of the teams that are playing in this one, this is what I would definitely expect.
Absolutely, just really, it was hard. It was a hard fight. I think we were both like kind of like alluding to it, that like really any error from any member, even Fauna, right? Fauna has access to the ultimate, but you can just get deleted too. I mean, The only target that may not be that valid is E8 on the Emma, right? Because of the stasis. But you burn the stasis early into the fight, and she's still like kind of a sitting duck. Like it's just a really uphill battle. I think if you don't have insane positioning advantage.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually going to say that up against very squishy characters like the ones from Team Yangju Whales, I'm actually surprised that Team Insider opted to give up positioning in exchange to get the what is it? The Nosferatu for Seiko, but it paid off. The remnant damage was enough to knock down Green Apple, and then starting from there again, the damage was enough. This does allow Team Insider to get that first place spot after game number 1, 21 points for that team, but still not a bad game for Yangju Whales. 8 total kill score for that team is going to end up with 15 points after game number 1 in second place, 13 for a team in third place as well. Pretty decent spread when it comes to points, but Team Insider definitely setting their foundation.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see how the lobby plays out in this next coming game for game 2. Definitely a deviation from what I think we would say is par for the course for team compositions. In not across the board. I think some of them are more standard. I feel like FN Sejong never really plays those like super spicy comps. I think you're usually gonna have like some pretty like consistent like by the books front to back from them because they're just so good at them. But I think we can see a lot of different switch ups. It is kind of interesting to me to see another team with just Fauna, right? Like playing the Young Sparkle like signature comp.
There was a point when I first saw it because when Fauna left Gangnam Sparkles and decided to join Yangju Whales instead, it almost felt forced because E8 did not seem comfortable on the Emma. E8 was originally the IRM player, if you remember. And the Green Apple also joined this roster after an exceptional performance on Tsubame. So the Celine also seemed like a very uncomfortable character pick for that player, since especially for Green Apple, playing an ADC and then swapping over onto a mage, that's a completely different role and a completely different play style. But it seems to a certain degree they have adjusted a little bit. It's not this, it still doesn't feel the same as it was when it was Gangnam Sparkles with Fauna, but they're getting there. The amount of confidence they have in this team composition is looking better and better every single season. It's just a matter of when that breaking point is going to come through. When do they feel super confident enough that every single time they go for those one-shot combinations, we can get that remnant feeling of the old Gangnam Sparkles? It's not there yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. I think that is like I'm trying to think of like comps that I've seen in ERM that are like more just like a hands check, but I really think that it might be at the level of play they Youngwon Sparkle took it to. I think was the hardest comp to play, just on like an objective level. And so I'm not surprised that YG Whales. I think we can both agree that they're not at that level yet, but I think there's always room for it, and this is a good time to learn it, right? When you're in phase 2, when you have the opportunity to have those growing pain games, right? I think it's of the utmost importance that you take advantage of the VODs you see and things like that.
At this point, Yangju Whales is definitely chasing the shadows of a giant, of a former Titan at this point, but they're still trying to do what they can. Here we go, folks. The characters have been locked in for game number 2. Once again, no bans this time around, which means everything is going to be pretty interesting. Super Ultra Dino, on the other hand, will swap things around, going for a Pistol Isol. Lock in for Akui, Tia for Brush. Alrighty, let's see how this Pistol ISO looks like. This does mean it's a solo frontline Jackie, and she's also not running two-handed sword. This is all about going for the aggression, all about that AoE vision coverage and damage coverage from the ISO, then the lockdown from the Tia, and Jackie hopefully and possibly locking in the assassination with that Strider. I still don't see it, even with the roster swap, but, you know, best of luck.
Yeah, I mean, we love our spicy comps, but we're also, like, you know, like, sometimes it's like, there's a thin line you teeter between like innovation and madness, you know, or like creativity and madness, or whatever you want to say. But yeah, I think we're tipping over a little bit.
But this is one of the reasons why teams like Super Ultra Dino has a lot of fans, because they bring the entertainment, I think, to a competitive scene like this. You can never go wrong just having fun in a tournament. In the end, it's still a video game, right? And this really goes to show me that Super Ultra Dino, they just want to try out some things, especially with how the Daniel went. Swapping things around like this pretty early on is a good thing to do. We always consider, why do this change so late? So might as well do it early. Good luck to Team Super Ultra Dino. Here we go, folks. Game number 2 is now locked and loaded. Let's see which team is able to take away this game and cement themselves in the top places of the leaderboard going into our break.
I am really excited to see how the rest of this lobby pans out, because yeah, again, we got like Hyosaja boys, even Big Game Hunter, YG. I mean, nowadays, like, I think the YG Whales / Gimlo Sparkle composition is a little less like surprising to see.
Yeah,
but it is like really a quite unique composition in terms of style, and then obviously Super Ultra Dino is really got a pretty fun comp for themselves. I'm trying to envision how the synergy works, and it almost just feels like these are just characters I wanted to play, so they're playing.
Yeah, right. This is a complete solo queue comp.
Hey, I mean, if you make it work, you make it work. I've had some really just straight up atrocious compositions coming out in solo queue that I've won games on, and then like the games that you get like the dream on paper composition of fastest 8th all the time. Like,
Yep.
It's not even close.
Yep. It is, for some reason, the games that get the worst possible situation in that you always tend to win for some reason. I don't know what it is. A huge fight coming through from Team Young Whales. They're able to execute one. Unfortunately, he gets the trade over onto the other one. Fauna in a little bit of trouble himself. He still has the Soul Link, will end up popping it. Nina sitting at about 300 HP, but the Cap Punch is enough to knock him down. E8 gets the res off, and now it might be a 1v1, 1v2. That's going to go in favor of Young Whales. It's the Irem just going to try to jump away, not going to be able to be given the opportunity to do so. Oh, the punch is there too. The trade comes in. Is that a 3-for-3 overall, or maybe a 4-for-4? I have no idea, but that was an interesting team fight down there in Uptown.
Yeah, that was a nice turn from Lucida. You actually, yeah, after how the knockback came from Celine, it almost looked like they had no potential. So finding the cat punch at the very end, after the knockup, was quite well played, honestly, in the 1v2. Satin and Brush, they're doing a little back and forth for the chickens. Yeah, but the shotgun is quite powerful.
I think Satin got it, if I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There was a lot of damage coming out from that shotgun.
Oh, yeah.
As Karmas is going to take out Green Apple again. It's just a constant like clash between Team YG Whales and Hyosaja boys.
Hyosaja boys seems to get the upper hand though. Youngju Whales still not lagging behind or anything of the sort. They're still sitting at a 1.5 themselves. E8, just barely missing it out on the kill over onto the Haze. This is rough for Team Youngju Whales. Yeah, I just said that they're keeping up, but yes, it's early game. But dying this much early game does not really help you in the long run either. So just a little bit of an annoyance that they're going to have to deal with. Team Super Ultra Dino finds a couple extra kills for themselves early on as well. 1 overall point for this team. That means 2 kills in the earlier stages of the game. Nicely done for these guys, as this is what you need in order to snowball with a composition like this. I love the way that it's starting out for them.
Yeah, for sure. I'm like, it just makes me giggle watching them fight, because like on paper it shouldn't work, but essentially I think they had the numbers advantage, so it definitely will work. And this team, I think it wasn't an axe kill coming out from the Jackie just to pick up the kill. Oh wait, big engage coming from on a down. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Oh my goodness.
That kill?
Don't be surprised by that. You know, let's be serious. You know, I mean, how often are you going to talk about this? But Akui actually has a pretty good matchup with the Fauna, right? Because you can damage both the Nina and the Chloe pretty easly at the same time. Karmas is going to be able to clean sweep. Nice dodge out with
that's not where you want to go.
Camouflage, but you... Yeah, got it. Oh, wait. They are going for the meteorite. It is going to be the run back from
That's crazy. They're just giving it
Highway
like that?
Raw. Highly successful, boys. Let's get it. Super Ultra Dino, like, making out like bandits with a meteorite. Somehow down one player in a zone of like four teams, I want to say.
Somewhere around there.
Well,
Yep.
like, was either 4 or 5 teams at some point in the zone, still able to actually get the meteorite for themselves. Really well played.
Yeah, really unfortunate for the teams that aren't able to capitalize on that meteorite on the south side. But look at this. I mean, people are still fighting it out. We have her Saja Boys still looking for fights. Big Game Hunter is just gonna have to back away because the Yan is dead. We did see the IRM being split apart a little bit. Jackie did end up going down, but the meteorite is in Jackie's inventory. If she actually gets to self-res or at least drops it, no, dropping it would be a bad idea. There is a really
Wait, but can Respawn beat you? Have the info, so maybe.
They got a decent spot, but JKR right in front of everybody. Can they get away? No, they cannot. The Cloak and Dagger came too late, so that meteorite is going to be on the ground for a little bit longer. Nobody checking in. There's a minute until Uptown closes. The Jackie's going to probably try one more time.
Surprised went Uptown for the spawn instead of Beach, because I think you have a better chance of getting it from Beach, because you saw the 3 teams in Uptown. But yeah, honestly, Big Game Hunter probably just fancying the fight, because I think they were able to get calls and team kill. Saja Boys was not. Wait. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure.
Spawning.
Wait, yeah, that's what I'm interested too. Give us the cam, we want to see
there it is.
Come on, yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, got the right spawn this time. The meteorite is just waiting for them. But all this time wasted on the meteorite, that's so much time not farming. Look at the level. Level 9, just being level 10. I mean,
they just hit 4 score credits too.
Is it worth? Is the question. I mean, you get the meteorite, yeah, but you're down a lot of tempo.
Catch-up EXP does go crazy, but you actually need to be proactive starting from now on to actually use it. Here you go, the fight begins. Killing Sparkles, a lot of good damage over on the Romantic and One Circle. Backline doing a decent amount of bum as well, but now the fight might actually start to turn. Third party coming in, somebody needs to get out from Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. It might be Peng to do it. Down goes Hongwarang, also about to fall himself as well. Is this the wipe for Gyeongnam Sparkles? I think it is. The Ekyeon, I don't think he was able to get out. That's an entire wipe for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. What a travesty. The fight looked like it was going in favor, but they over pushed it. The Theo pumping out the damage one after another. These remnant damages from the lasers and the bullseye just kept catching the backline off guard. That does knock them all the way out. Gyeongnam Sparkles, not the way you want to go. But the dimensional rifts begin, and the fight still goes on. The game continues as Saja Boys duking it out up against Gyeongnam Rocks. They need to be more confident than this. They have double fighters and Eleni up against backlines. Front to back, you need to fight, you need to go in. Where is the initiation? Missing clean sweeps like this isn't going to help you either. Lasita is also scared to get the knockups onto some priority targets. I think this might already be it. I'm going to call the fight here. It might already look doomed for Team HSB. There it is. You just missed out on way too many opportunities to do this earlier on.
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. I think they're really relying on Beal to hit a spring trap, but there's decent amounts of mobility on both the backliners. I think at some point you have to cut your losses and say, okay, I might take a little bit of damage for going for this, but somebody's got to be the playmaker, and I can't put all my eggs on Beal's basket. Like, that's just too much responsibility for one player to find a spring trap on some decently mobile targets. Fauna just sending it on key 5 though. Wait, great turn from Shikamori, but EA actually able to get the change into the polymorph. Now, great totem too, denying the combo from Hunam, but Hunam was able to secure the kill at the end. One Circle is going to get the heli tac stat. Still gonna go down though. Now FN Sejong is giving a good try for Romantic actually to turn it onto Yona. I was gonna say FN Sejong trying to get one turn, but unfortunately was not able to pick up the kill on Yona. Yona a little bit tanky on the Suwa. 3 items to themselves. I think they're a little more ahead than FN Sejong is. It's about even, but a little more items in the pockets of Insider, and that's going to be one more with this purple box being picked up.
Not that big of an issue. It's still going to be day 3, right? Nobody's having to get res just yet, especially with Gyeongnam Sparkles fully down. Everybody else now are going to have to start spending 300 credits. But what is this? We saw this earlier on today as well during Group C, but it seems like One Circle is now this time around the one that's completely split apart. That's a minus 200, right? That's not going to be salvageable for Team FN Sejong. Minus 200 for this team. They got the credits for it, but where do you do it is the question. You can use the gadgets to get the call back, but that's gadget points gone. That's util gone for your team that you can be spending for safety drones maybe later on in the game, even explosion drones. Not a good situation for Team FN Sejong at all.
yeah, it's again like just really questionable macro. Like, it's not. I mean, some of it's micro, but a lot of it's just like we're at the top level. We can't be like going solo at day 3. That's just not. That's not an acceptable line of play for any of these teams. They're all. I mean, again, FN Sejong are champions. Like, you don't expect these mistakes coming out from one circle.
It's okay though, right? It's fine. At least it happened now instead of way later in the game where it is actually irrecoverable. Plus the transitions for that team is still looking fine. Look at him. We're about to see FN Sejong sitting on 5 transitions for the Theo in day number 3. Yeah, it's rough. I say 5, sorry, it's 4 actually, as Deadeye was the one crafted with the Mithril. I would normally expect that to already have been built, but yeah, it's okay. A later built Deadeye is not that big of an issue. But now with the Magnetic Midnight, it's a lot better. Here we go, the fight's gonna begin. Nice counter with the guard in reverse, but the responses are just not there. Nikki's about to go down. She's still alive. How is Byung still alive? How did that happen? This should not have been how this fight ended up going. Down goes Hunnam. Key5's about to get taken down as well. I think Seiko should theoretically be able to finish that off, especially with the Night Fork geometry, baby. And knocking up that cat and then finishing her off. Well played from Team Insider to turn around the fight that theoretically shouldn't happen. There's Super Ultra Dino down 2 members as well, as it's going to be FN Sejong running amok. JKR just loops around and takes the rift, but his teammate wasn't dead yet. His teammate wasn't dead yet.
No, they got the rest. They got the rest because they won the zone.
No, they did, but they had to call the Tia back in.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
I thought
they just used the credits for it. Key5.
Oh no!
Oh my god, what is this, man?
I think they won this. I'm surprised.
Wait.
I thought.
Wait. Why?
What?
Why?
What?
Why? Oh god. Oh my god.
I think Key5 doesn't commit to that because
he thinks there's.
okay.
Alright. Okay. Okay, bye, Satan. They are over-investing for this one. Okay. Maybe they have something against this.
The Windows Vista has crashed tonight. I don't know. Like, my operating system is not at full capacity.
Yeah, castcross.exe is definitely not responding today. It's either kill or wait, and it seems like a kill angle at this point. Karm is completely isolated. Will try to get away. Not going to be possible to do that, even while using that ultimate to jump over the wall. Not going to work for that team. -200 for Team Harasaja boys. Will just end up taking it and running immediately. Does not want to look for a fight against Young Whales.
Unfortunate. And yeah, we do see Super Ultra Dino versus Team FN Sejong. I don't know how they play into this composition.
You don't. Honestly, you don't as Super Ultra Dino. You see Team FN Sejong, I think you just book it. Unless Brush lands some insane 3-man yellow-blue into full rainbow, I really don't think you can.
And yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just really hard. I think, especially because you have the heli-tack stat, like, even if the Jackie gets, like, a nice dive off and, like, there's a nice brush combo from Brush, like you were mentioning, there's just too much safety. There's Karma's going for the camera hop into the clean sweep. This is actually a fight that both of these teams won, I think, because these are some of the weaker teams in the lobby right now. But look, like, I mean, oh, nice dodge out with the dirty work onto the bat skill. Full swing is going to get dodged out by Karmas, and Karmas is just walking him down. But now FN Sejong with the third party. Casita really going. I'm kind of surprised. Great job getting out though. Blink to get out actually does succeed in securing the last hit rather, and then also able to get out. That's honestly kind of a miracle situation. I'm not gonna lie.
Another unfortunate loss here for Team Super Ultra Dino. I mean, yeah, right. You know what I mean, right? By that, yeah. It's just. I don't know. I really don't know. Super Ultra Dino is definitely a fun team to watch, but the way that they're operating some of these team fights is just so weird. JKL, I have a feeling, would have been able to lift if they were a two-handed sword player, but they're not. Irem spin in the chat, by the way. Fantastic spin, as we are going to land on the ground right next to the place that we just hyperloop from. So why did we hyperloop? I'm not sure. But yeah, as I said, for Team Super Ultra Dino, it's just the way that they play, right? They're playing the same as they did during phase number 1, but teams just know more about it. This is a team that finally we have experience with. Some of these guys are just gonna get randomly caught out like this. Karmis, where you going, buddy? Yeah, it's time to look for that hyperloop, man. Where are we going?
Yeah. Not much to say about that, honestly. Karmis will be able to regroup, but you're gonna eat a lot of timer for it. FN Sejong, you know, uncontested wiggle line feels like home. I'm feeling really close to North America right now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Can't say that just yet. We've seen funnier things in the ERCS side of things.
But well, honestly, you hide some of these names, and I could really, you know, I could believe. But we do see Team Hyul Sadoja boys dodging the fight with Sungnam Rocks. This is a really hard. I mean, we've seen it actually, right? We've seen this exact team fight. It's really hard for them. They're really relying on Beal to land the spring traps, and that those spring traps aren't true.
Oh, they might be forced into
this
this
is not
one,
a team. Ooh, queen up. You don't want to walk into that. Definitely gonna disengage a little bit. Good decision. Just to honestly sit in the building for a little bit. Yeah, I like those. I like the decision just to walk back. Good assumption that I think that Sungnam Rocks is just gonna try to take control of a different zone, because I mean, there's not much to do in police station right now, or fire station rather, at the time. They are... Alright, we got another cat spin in the chat, by the way, while we watch Team Big Game Hunter VLS into school. This is uncontested at the moment. Looking a little low on items, honestly, all things considered. If we're looking at Hunam on the Yan, only got 2 transitions to their name. Does look like Sungnam Rocks is going to look to VLS into Temple here, as Team Insider is also going to Temple. And then also Team Hyul Sadoja boys. Okay. This is gonna be a mess zone. Pings were made, so at least one team is noted by the other 2 teams.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely insane, especially the one good thing for these guys is that Temple is a pretty open zone, but everyone's going to have to start walking left. Exactly. Yangju Wales is the one blocking that entrance all the way in. Faunus tries to go on in, but all the way jumping across is going to be Curry. The problem is Hyungi ends up falling down. One of the benefits of that Bunny Morph is you don't have to deal with the shield, at least for the duration of the time being. E8 furthering the chase, trying to do what they can, but it's not going to be able to do it. Down goes the entire team. Rocks wiped within the blink of an eye. Now all of a sudden, Yangju Wales, down goes Fauna. They don't have that much utility to work with. There is just an Emma stuck in the middle of nowhere. They have nowhere to run either. Last one alive on that team. E8 jumps the wall, but finds themselves against another team that is in waiting arm. Jumps over the wall again. E8 trying his best to stay alive. Dodges the queen, but the pure rage uppercut.
Cheater.
No!
Cheater.
No!
Cheater.
No!
No honor.
No!
Cheater.
Insider, yeah, not gonna let that go through for free. Down they go, unfortunately, for Team Yangju Wales and Sungnam Rocks. I apologize. Insider and Team Big Game Hunt, Team Hyul boys just leaving absolute devastation behind as they leave that zone, which is about to close.
Hyul boys looking pretty good for themselves this game. Looking just to get that last transition on Karmis, and then obviously Beal's a little bit behind. But Big Game Hunter looking a little slow. What? Whoa, wow!
Karmis is still alive. Oh, the return kill actually comes through. Big Game Hunter did so much damage to Hunnam, but not Hunnam, sorry, Karmis, but no one was confident enough. This is problematic. Insider is also in play. Karmis just doesn't have time. 5 seconds to go. He has the safety drone. The rest of his team needs to start piling on in and supporting him because this Luke is in a whole heap of trouble himself. There's the safety drone starting to pop out from everybody inside of Fire Station. Insider still on the chase, but I think for Team Hyul boys, they may have found a window in which they can keep themselves alive. Absolutely massive for these guys.
I cannot believe Karma survived that, by the way. Can we talk about that? That's...
Yeah.
I mean, the force field value was just ridiculous there, and I think
Oh,
also...
that's not where you want to be. That's not where you want to be. What was this?
Oh, the turn is insane, though. Seiko goes down before getting the checkmate off, I think. And now I actually think they have a pretty good chance of winning this. Karmas is doing so much damage. The knockups are... Oh, unfortunate turn, though. Great turn from Yona, actually. I was surprised that they got one in return. Lasita going a little too far out, though, gets caught out by Yona. That's a problem. And what we were talking about with this comp, right, is if Yona ends up getting these items, right, even if Seiko and Byung, their engagement doesn't look fantastic, they're not getting the absolute one-shot, the cooldown rotations from the Suwa are just never ending at this point with this much haste.
Yeah.
So you just have so much actual consistent follow-up, too, after the initial fight.
This is the reason why I said earlier, by the way, that the strategy with Team Insider is to always prioritize buying the Peacebringer for Yuna, and that's exactly the reason why, right? We just saw it. The continuous fighting prowess for the Suwa is just such a pivotal portion of Team Insider, and it fixes the one problem that I've always talked about when it comes to these Adele and Nikki compositions. It's the aftermath. After you do all of your combinations, after you potentially or even miss out on a pick, then what happens? Well, the Suwa is there to clean things up. You're right, her cooldown rotation is just so good that she's able to kind of catch people off guard while your own team is rotating through their cooldowns. We just saw the example of it. That's why they prioritize the Peacebringer onto Yuna. Really well played from Team Insider. We're just seeing their strategy in play pretty much exactly as it's supposed to be played out. With that, they should control the top side temporary zone. 4 seconds left for Shikimori, 10 for Hunnam. Pop goes the Weasel for Shikimori. Hunnam should be popping in just a couple of moments here as well. Hopefully they don't take the -1. It seems like that's what they're trying to do. Nope, there's a safety drone coming in. Hunnam should pop. 5, 4, 3, 2, and a 1. Are they even going to be given the opportunity? No. Down they go as their health bar drops to 0 instead.
Alrighty then, FN Sejong versus Insider. We did see this matchup before, and Romatic just got absolutely obliterated. And I think Romatic is one of the better Nadines actually at using the monkey wire to get out. One thing I'm really worried about, looking at this fight actually, is Bum. Bum is not as tanky as some of the other frontliners in this lobby have been. And like, if you compare him to Byung, down 3 items and down 2 bloods, you could actually realistically kill Bum pretty quickly too if you're Team Insider.
The question is Team Insider gonna opt to do it? Nice dodges on the Queen from Bomb, but now the pawns start to come in play. Now the pieces are starting to fall down onto the ground. Bomb on the backside. Look at the positioning from Team FN Sejong, but here's the blink on in. Can they actually get the pick over onto Romantic? Yes, they can! Run it back, baby. Down goes one. Bomb ends up investing the heli-tax that, and they can't force the res anymore. Bomb, Romantic on the backside. 38 seconds left on his timer, but I don't think they're going to let this happen for free. Bomb starting to get taken dangerously low. They're looking and setting their sights onto one circle. He is sitting inside the bush. There is the Sapphire Protocol coming out. Nobody can find this Theo at all. The pumps, the damage auto attacks are still coming in. Look at the damage from one circle. They're somehow turning this fight around. Romantic getting the res over on the side. Nice find by Yona. That should reset their cooldowns and give them timer just a little bit back on that health bar. Bomb on the backside trying to disengage as much as possible. One circle still untouched throughout the back of this, but careful. Pure Rage Uppercut is about to come on through. Not there with the punch. Pure Rage Uppercut is still there. There it is, and that's it. Down goes FN Sejong for the 2nd time in the series. Insider again with another 20+ point banger. 25.5 for Team Insider's 2nd first place of Group Stage D. GG's.
Yep.
Easy as that, baby.
What is there to say? He pressed the
wait
fun
the
button on
cooldown.
Romantic, and he really enjoyed the game. Unfortunate, buddy. Maybe next time, you know? Just a bit of a player differential. But that is the power of Team Insider's composition, and that is the power of the wallet. They were not really ever worse for wear. I don't think they ever had to spend money on reses. So they had all these money. I mean, when your Nikki is getting bought, your tank Nikki is getting bought a blood weapon, you just know you're on absolute, like, just like oil prints, like, you know, we got some Oilers in the chat type money, and it really did end up paying off for Team Insider, because I actually don't even know if they needed the damage hauler from Seiko with the amp drone, with the Viking helmet, with the magnetic midnight from the blood glove. That might have just been enough damage just off the ultimate and Nikki's abilities alone and auto attacks.
Yeah, this is one of the benefits of running Nikki nowadays, right? But I do remember NCMB, sorry, not NCMB, but Byung being one of those more tankier types of Nikki, because all they're looking for is that pure rage uppercut, which worked really well in this game, right? We saw it this time. I love the way that they also played after they killed Romatic, because all they need to do is wait out the cooldowns. The kill going over in favor, by the way, the execution of the body going in favor of Team Insider, yeah, ruined it a little bit for Team FN Sejong as well, because now their timers on cooldowns for ults are really messed up. So a slight misplay, I think, from Romatic to try getting the res off at that point. If you were going to do it, you should have done it way earlier, pushing yourself over to the edge, because that fight lasted a lot longer than it probably should have been.
Yeah, I think it's really telling that Insider is taking the first two games. I think they just looked really strong on the day in ways that, and again, it's just the team that makes the least mistakes right now, more than the team that makes the most plays, right? That's how I'm feeling about it right now, as we do have the scores up.
Team Insider with a 21-point lead up against Team FN Sejong. Massive series that they're having so far. 2 first places in a row as well. Pretty much their entire lead is made up just from the first place points alone. So good stuff from Team Insider. Their kill counts also not lagging behind at all, as they are nearly double the second place team in terms of just the kill score. But that was just it for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 2 more games remaining. Will Team Insider be able to maintain this lead and take their ticket and punch it all the way to the finals of phase number 2? Or will it be another team like FN Sejong to come around and take it? We'll figure it out in games 3 and 4. So go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the final 2 games of the day.
안전지대가 이동합니다.
ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black. Performance storage. Purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이잖아. 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안에 들어. 어딜 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
진짜 불렀다라고 생각해요.
그렇죠. 얼마나 이득이에요?
어우, 많이 이득이네. 자, 좁은
그러니까.
골목에서의 테오도르와 교전을 이어나가고 있는 CNG입니다.
아, 이게 근데 구도는 굉장히 데이드림 좋았는데 아이템 차이가 워낙에 컸거든요.
네, 이게 아무래도 이제 두 명의 실험체가 이제 동일한 조합이다 보니까 아이템 밸류가 차이가 나게 된다면 사실 이걸 극복하기 쉽지 않은 그런 상황인 것 같아요.
그렇습니다. 테오드르의 이제 증폭 스크린에 의해서 또 파괴적인 그런 파워를 보여주기에는 사실 카티아가 너무 먼 위치에서 포지션을 잘해주고 있었고요.
네, 한 끗 차이로 일단 살릴 수는 있었습니다. RK 파키스탄 맞춰주고, 네, 앞쪽으로 쏠렸거든요. 그쪽으로 한번 빠져주고.
증폭 스크린도 방금 빠졌기 때문에 알테일 선수 아직은 없었고요.
네, 계속해서 밀려나고 있는 데이드림.
자, 그리고 그 아래 숲쪽에서도 지금 교전이 나오고 있는데 세든드 선수가 끝까지 찾아주면서 치카 선수
근데
잡아냈고요.
이게 타분하게 들어간다고 하더라도
자, 역으로. 자, 데이드림.
아니 테오도르 증폭 스크린을 몇 번 기회를 주는 건가요?
저격 무기 맞았고 결국 백스 선수 마무리되기 직전 백스 마지막 칸드. 터미네이트 됩니다. 지금 아이템이 어마무시해요.
그렇습니다. 자, 이거 모던 아이템 차이 바탕으로 한번 밀고 들어가는데요. 구도가 너무 좋은데요, 모던.
좋습니다. 잘 걸었고요.
자, 그리고 여기서 다시 한번 덴마이크까지.
터뜨렸어요.
네.
와,
두 명을 터뜨렸어요.
구도가 굉장히 좋은 구도였는데 파고 드는 타이밍에
아, 탔어요.
자,
근데
그리고
이거
여기서
지금 2타 장전해 놨거든요.
해놨거든요.
4초 남았습니다, 호리피.
네, 3초 안에 잡아야 되는데 할수 있어요.
아니, 시간을
1초
다 가버리면.
이거 비상.
밀키웨이. 이렇게까지 했어야 됐을까요? 라는 생각이 드는 그런 뭔가
잔인합니다.
나왔습니다.
잔인해요. 그런데 이렘은 지금 살아있지 않지만 2대2 상황이에요. 현재 2대2.
자, 그래서 밀어내면 밀어내는 건데
네.
소혜 선수 쪽 레이트 선수가 잘 막아내고 있거든요.
현재 1대1로 나뉘어서 싸우고 있는 가운데 호리픽 선수가 먼저 다운이 됐고요.
그래서 밀키웨이 위클라
Welcome back, folks. It is time for our final two games of the day. Group D has been going exceptionally so far, with Team Insider having so much domination over these past couple of games. Kaz, what's your thoughts on the game so far before we start heading into game number 3?
Really glad to see that. I think the game quality is a lot more consistent with with Group D rather, and I'm really pleased with how a lot of these fights are going. I'm really impressed by Insider because we were talking a little bit during the break time, but they really are nailing this composition in a way that other teams maybe aren't. Because I think even though you really do sometimes focus on the Nikki Adela combo, I think it's just honestly the setup that Seiko sometimes gives or that Yona is able to follow up that enables them to play around what is often like a pretty straightforward counterplay of like really outspacing them. Yeah, I saw. Actually, I like the Super Ultra Dynacom. I'm not even gonna lie. I think this is a good change of pace for them.
Yeah, you know what? At this point, I can't tell if this is intentional, but with this Adela pick, we actually get our first ban of the night for Group D. Adela is not going to be available for game number 4. That means Team Insider as well as Big Game Hunter will have to change something around. Now, I have seen Seiko play something else because we have seen where Team Insider just consistently picks this composition, and then there's a couple other players like Key5, a couple others like G-Work that is going to be inside of the lobby to deny that Adela from continuing on forward. So we have seen Seiko play other characters. I forget which one it is, but they are able to play some other characters. I think it was Tazia that Seiko is going to be busting out for game number 4. I don't know what the opportunities for Key5 is. I could have sworn I've seen this player play something else other than the Adela, but their Adela is just so solid while everything else is just kind of it's more of a follow-up just because the Adela is banned more so than anything else. So I'm a little bit worried for Team Big Game Hunter. For Team Insider though, let's see if they can give us one more big bang before this composition is going to be burned out. Here we go, folks. Final 2 games of Group D is now underway. We're going to start out with game number 3, make our way to game number 4. After that is done, we will know where every single team in ERM will be placed in the knockout groups. So let's see how this goes.
We're really going to be seeing a much more, I think, standard pool of compositions. I see maybe only one like super spicy comp, but at this point this is like everybody's playing what they've been playing, and there's not as much surprise. I was pretty impressed with Karmus's loot in the previous game. There were some incredible turnarounds that you really wouldn't expect. I think even against Team, actually I think there was a pretty big turn against YG Whales as the engage does come out onto Green Apple. Sustain is pretty good. Ultimate coming out. Is there gonna be enough damage coming out? No, not at all. Unfortunately, that actually is probably gonna be a break, I think. Is Fauna gonna be able to give chase? Deal is not on full items yet. Pretty squishy, but the speed gate will be able to save them. I think it's interesting when there are maybe off-meta picks like the Hirosarja composition, because if it keeps getting played, it's like surprise factor kind of wears off, and now it's kind of part of the course of people to like develop their ideas for counterplay against it. As they do see Fauna getting cut out by Team Sungam Rocks, we are going to see the follow-up from Curry onto E8 as well. That is going to be 2 kills going their way in Forest, but it's no big deal. That actually is a nice death timer, I think, for YG Whales, because they can see which zones are uncontested to farm. As Green Apple is getting... That's not good though.
Yeah, that's not that all of a sudden changes now the dynamic. Although the timing still will work out a little bit in favor of Team Youngju Whales. There is about 8 seconds to go. They're just gonna have to rest up, figure out what the path is gonna be for them, and we should see this team start to be a little bit fine. I don't see any of them in the top right corridor. Maybe that means we're seeing them maybe head down towards the beach area. No, it's actually gonna be Doc. I apologize. Lasita alone down on the south side. Maybe a pick. Never mind. Lasita will be able to get out. E8 actually pushing up a little bit too far forward, jumps straight back into the charm instead. There's Totem coming out. The damage output over onto Karmus is pretty good. 4-stack will be just barely enough after the force field is popped as well. Lasita trying to look for a pick, not going to be able to find it. Down they go, and Youngju Whales gets a 2-for-1 trade in exchange for that team. We'll be able to control Doc on top of it. Bears plus all the animals that are going to spawn inside this area during night number 1 will be theirs to take.
Satan able to pick up the kill onto Romatic. Yeah, one thing I wanted to note there is I think Fauna did a really good job of countering the engage during that fight, as we do see actually Shikimori gonna be able to land the knockup into Cat Punch on one circle going down pretty quickly after the follow-up from Key 5. With the, again, how many times do you see Adela ban in ERM, by the way? Because we mentioned it at the beginning, you mentioned it at the beginning, but I don't think it's that common, honestly.
It's one of those kind of bans that happens if the lobby environment is exactly the way that it is, right? Yeah, it's not a common ban, it is what it is.
Yeah, and we were kind of mentioning that with the Rem and Alex bans coming out from, actually we see a pretty big engage from Hunnam onto Hyungi, rather. But Hyungi actually is able to stay alive, just not enough burst damage coming out yet, not enough transitions on the Yan to delete a tank. I mean, there was a little bit of follow-up for the rest of the team, but it really was mostly on Hunnam to get the damage off. Very, very disjointed fight from Team YG Wales versus Team Gangnam Sparkle. Also really getting aggressive with Pang there. Bana going for the turn with the ultimate, but it doesn't. But if you look at it, now that they dove so far, they actually have really bad positioning to contest the meteorite, so I'll actually be going to YG Wales.
Good stuff for these guys. Needs the transitions early on, especially as this triple mage to actually get that damage stack up and start snowballing. Pretty good result for Team Youngju Wales. Still, the 1-for-1 trade between these two teams are still going to work out. Although, if I had to take a guess, I think Youngju Wales might have actually gotten that kill during day number 2. Whereas Gangnam Sparkle might have gotten it in night number 1. I'm not entirely sure if that actually is the case. Maybe both of them got it during night number 1. But still, the kills going in favor for both of the teams is not that bad. Curry, how he attacks that, being forced out from the Estelle, will be able to deny the fight for the time being and get the reset for both of them. Shotgun activated for the Haze. Clean sweep's going to land over on the backside. Is it going to be enough? Karmas is going to get out with the jump on towards the camera and lands another clean sweep. There you go, my friend. You talked about Karmas' look earlier. You get to see even more of it. Fantastic chains on the clean sweep. A lot different than what we saw earlier from this team at that Night 2 Rift fight where everything was missing. Knockups plus the clean sweeps. Lenny wasn't really getting the initiations in. This is a different look to this team compared to then.
Yeah. When it all lands, it does actually look like a pretty strong team composition because Luke is pretty unkillable even when things don't land. So if you're actually able to kill people because they're getting caught out by spring traps or clean sweeps, Fauna giving, Agui rather is really sectioned off. But now JK are actually popping the the ultimate rather, Chainsaw Massacre, to get E8 to burn the change, and now we see Fauna actually really chunked out. Agui is not actually that out of the fight yet. I think the checkmate is still available, but now that the Queen's committed,
now it's gone.
Yeah, pretty wide on a lot of the abilities going out there, and just a pretty awful Crevice 2 fight, and Ping getting a really deep dive, which means it's sectioning off Bum from the rest of their team. Bum is going to use the exclusive to keep himself safe though. Robotic on 2 items, 1 circle on 2 items. His team is starting to scale up and starting to ramp up. That is not gonna be fun if you're some of the teams in this lobby, because I think one of the big differences with FN Sejong's comp now is you have the My exclusive to save from maybe some of these key combos and deny some of these key engage combos.
Yeah, in comparison to the Estelle, it guarantees that you're going to be able to stay alive at least for a split second longer. The reposition is also very important too. A lot of teams sometimes mess up that repositioning and to get themselves killed, but whoa, hold on a second. Triple rocket landing over onto Team Insider, but they're going to find an angle up against Satin, and the angles are there it is. Checkmate is a little bit overkill, but Yona's still alive. Byung is pretty healthy. Curry's the last one alive on that team, dishing out the damage. The auto attack's looking not that bad, but the Queen is going to land, stunts that DPS for a split second longer too. Trying to stay safe, but that just means the tank gets punished even more. Healing drone pop for Hyungi. I don't think it's going to work out as Seiko lands a clean Queen. There's going to be a 3-for-0 for Team Insider, 1.5 points going in their favor, plus the additional transitions going in their favor too. It's just looking like another round out by Team Insider with the last time they're going to be able to play this composition in group stages.
Yeah, you definitely want to rack up as many points as possible because this is clearly the comp you've been performing the best on, and I mean, that's not you've only played one, but when you won the last 2 games, you definitely want to make the most of the last opportunity you'll have to play it. Like you mentioned, as we do see a great catch coming out from Green Apple. I think that didn't look too bad on my side, but maybe I was.
Really?
I think that it got caught by like the fair edge of it.
Maybe her
Didn't look
toenails
too-
tapped. Maybe her toenails got tapped by it a little bit. I don't know. It didn't seem like it hit. I know there's okay. So sometimes when it comes to blast wave, as soon as it lands on the ground, of course there's going to be the hit marker, but it lingers for a second. So even after the animation begins and is about to end, if you step inside the hitbox, then it still tags. But you can tell when that happens because it lands on the ground, the animation starts, and the knockback is slightly delayed. But it wasn't even that. I'm gonna have to look back on that one. I'm actually surprised that one hit, if I'm gonna be real with you. As a Celine player, like, no, I'm just kidding.
I could just be very tired and starting to believe a lot of things. Like my eyes are gonna start telling me things, you know.
True, it is 7 in the morning for me soon.
Yeah, it's about 8, but we do see the engage coming out from Karmic onto Akui, and Karmic is still giving chase. It's really well played, burning out the. Okay, yeah. Was that an intentional white lily? I guess it just didn't feel comfortable engaging, but you did burn the checkmate, so I thought they might have actually fully committed to killing Akui there. And now the third party, let's see. Nice. Great spring trap from Beal, actually, as we do see Romantic landing the Spirit Arrow onto Songkwarang, and Bump is kind of just soloing him out. Tried to one circle through a lot of mobs there. Wait, no way that the Jackie just goes crazy here, right? Surely not. Wait, surely not. Wait, JKR getting a pick. That was fast, but good disengage from one circle. Brush is going to be able to pick up Bum, unless, nope, Lasita's actually going to be able to pick up Bum. And now Karmas lands the clean sweep. I love the dirty work to actually burn the ability, right? You don't have to wait for the, or you don't have to immediately recast. You can wait for her to use the dash to get away by baiting it with the dirty work, and then is able to follow up afterwards with the clean sweep mark. The checkmate is going to come out from Akui yet again against Karmas. Wow, man. He's clean right now, no pun intended. But looking really good on the Luke, landing every clean sweep. He is looking very, very strong. Now we're gonna get out of here, though. I think this is gonna be a full disengage from Team Hirosalja boys.
Hirosalja boys already reaped all the benefits of that day 2 phase. These guys got so many kills, and the amount of pressure they put on the map, sorry, day 3 phase, I apologize, is absolutely insane. They've already forced out multiple teams to take that minus 200 at this point. They're looking for a little bit more. I can see why they want this, just simply because they need the additional points. Nice cancel on the clean sweep as well, but it's just going to force out the Soul Stealer. FN Sejong all disengages. Nice play from Karmas to at least get rid of that cooldown. If they wanted to further chase, then they would have had to blow something on their own, but they're okay with just investing somebody else's cooldown and running away with it. Nice play from Karmas.
You know, it was really funny because, like you mentioned, it canceled, but actually, because the clean sweep was still in cast as the exclusive went off, it actually just pulled Karmas into where the...
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I thought he canceled it with dirty work, huh?
But then was able to... maybe actually it was a dirty work cancel. But I think that dirty work was used to get out after he went in, but it just looked really funny.
Okay, here we go. Pang jumping in towards the backside, but the damage output is just non-existent. Beal positioning himself really well too. Yesterday we saw a bunch of Lennys kind of jumping in by themselves and dying before their frontliners really did anything. We actually had a composition very similar to this. I believe it was a Luke, Lenny, and a Sua was what they were running, or maybe an Abigail. I forget what it was for the third one. This time around, Beal is playing a lot more passive, actually providing support throughout the course of the fight. Unfortunately, the Omega resets too, so Hirosalja boy is not going to be able to take advantage of that force core. It might actually end up being Yangju Whales to get this. It's a tight corridor. This team's going to be right here to accept it. Unfortunate for Hirosalja boys. There is a purple item inside of the bear. Lasita taking a lot of punishment for this. Double knockup over on towards the members of Gyeongnam Sparkle. Alto with a beautiful explosion shot is going to deny them from the backside. Lasita in trouble. Pang also doing things as much as he can. Alto getting tagged by the clean sweep. There's a blink coming out as well. Pang about to get taken down. Down goes one. The execution over onto Alto about to happen as the harpoon grabs canceled out by the cat jump. Oh no, Karmas further chasing down Songkwarang, but I think that's already going to do it. Gyeongnam Sparkle's in shambles right now with a third party coming in. Yangju Whales is going to deny any possibility for Gyeongnam Sparkle. That's it for their run in round number 3. 10 points is all Gyeongnam Sparkles is sitting on going into our final game. That is next to nothing they're going to need in order to secure themselves a decent placement going into knockout stages.
Yeah, that is a really almost a Sophian task, I think, to come back from 10 points. But, you know, Eternal Return is a magical game, baby. Anything can happen. I would say it's almost impossible then. But as we do see the neutral between Team FN Sejong and Team Sungnam Rocks, it does look like the Rockets are getting a lot of value from Sotin's end. And honestly, One Circle really hasn't returned much damage.
Not at all. There's 3 bombs stacked on the ground, but everybody's just playing passive with it. Bomb baiting out the bomb here with just the purple stacks. Damage output over onto Hyungi looking pretty good too. It just seems to be pretty even. Curry versus Romantic, everything looks fine. Gonna go completely wide for the Spirit Arrow as well as the what is it, the Rain of Arrows. But the damage overall, oh, okay. Alright, goodbye. The third party comes in from Big Game Hunter. Key 5 lands a double queen. Oof, for Team Sungnam Rocks. It looked so good for a moment. Their damage output was pretty fine, but couldn't round out anything and got immediately third party. JKR trying his best to run away too. EA trying to jump away. Goodbye.
Yeah, nicely played by BEA to deny the White Lily there. Good chase coming out from Big Game Hunter. Wow, that was an interesting. I guess really scared of the counter engage coming out from Team Sungnam Rocks was Key 5, so just immediately popped the checkmate. I wonder if that was a misclick. It almost looked like it. But Karmis is now on full build plus. Is that the red shoes coming out? Maybe Taproots? I'm wondering which one it is for him, or for them rather. As we do see some posturing in school. Team YG Whales looking like the middle team right now, and that's always awful when you are. Although if they start pathing towards gym, it could easily be Team Hyosalja boys that become the middle team. Does look like the box is gonna go to Team FN Sejong.
Oh,
what is it?
Chess piece.
Oh, was that chess piece? It looked like arm to me, but
oh no, Big Game Hunter picked up the. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Big Game Hunter picked up the chess piece. FN Sejong got the arm piece.
What Necronomicon is probably the best item you could get from that, and then. Is it Inside? Did Insider get Wickerline last game?
I don't
want to say they did.
Did they? Oh, they did, because it was inside a school. Wait, hold on a second.
Well, either way, they got Wickerline this time, and that's
there
quite
you
good for them. As we do see the clean sweep coming out from Fauna. The game starts to blend together at Game 6, or Game 7 rather, but Karma's going for the engage. Ooh, nice try at the charm. Fauna's quite low. I'm wondering if they're going to commit to this fight. It really comes down to Beal landing a really nice flaring trap, but EA actually getting a great counter engage by changing in actually. Oh, wow!
Oh,
the dirty work execute before Fauna was able to actually get the ultimate off. Wow! Nicely played by Karmis. Great, understanding of his damage threshold.
Jesus.
But Lasita getting turned on by EA, and now the third party. Is this going to be Hyosalja boys going down?
This sucks. This really sucks. Beal's also going to get tagged by that Fleeting Soul. The Spirit Arrow, actually. Sorry, I apologize. Is going to tag down the Lenny. It's about to turn into day 5, too. I don't think the Luke really has anywhere to go. Look at the minimap as well. These teams need to run right now. 4 seconds left for Lasita. Can they even get out? Wait, who was the one with 4 seconds? I swear I saw somebody with that. Let's see. Can this cat get out is the question. 4 seconds. It is the IRM that has 4 seconds left. Can they live is the question. It takes 3 seconds and then some in order to get that Hyperloop out. I think they'll just barely have it. There it is. Needs to look for the Lumi now if they want to get the res back over onto the Lenny. We'll have the credits in about 10 to 15 seconds of natural generation. Uptown was also clear, so maybe there's animals over there as well.
Yeah, we're looking at a pretty stacked hotel though right now. 3 teams in it, and we're seeing wow, Night 4 combo coming out onto Bum, but Bum actually getting so much damage off, and then Hunna just going down almost immediately to Romantic in one circle. They're not even on the craziest of builds, but just a lot of consistent damage coming out from Team FN Sejong. But now, Team YG Whales, or YJ Whales rather, looking for the engagement onto FN Sejong possibly. E5, really strong. Can you one-shot Fauna in time? Fauna blinking out. Now FN Sejong got the advantage. Lots of damage coming out from that change though. Dang, lots of damage coming out. Yeah, that was a pretty decent chunk onto one circle right there.
The observer can't focus at this point, man. He's looking at P5, he's looking at the Spirit Arrow. It's so
hard
cool.
to. Karma's going down though, and it did not look like Hyosalja boys was able to ever get a res off. Where is the Lumi right? Oh yeah, no, that's not happening. E5 gonna no? Are you gonna go for it? How much shot? 10 seconds of timer? That's hard.
Yeah.
You can at least revive. Yeah, you can at least revive Karmas if you're Lucida here, but I don't see a world where you're ever getting Beal up again.
Yeah, Beal's gonna be definitely impossible, even if you do decide to go for Karmas. And Irem Luke seems so iffy. This entire composition works because of the Lenny. You have the sustain as well as the interruptions throughout the course of the fight to get something off, but they will at least get that one over onto the Luke. Let's see how far Team Saja Boys can actually do with this res. Has a bit of time to play with. There's the Irem spin in the chat, all in one word with the I and the S capitalized. Thank you very much. Splitting apart, everybody is still fine, but there is a couple people hanging around. Pure Rage Uppercut into the full combo. There it is. For anybody who was wondering how this composition works, well, there you go. That's how it works. Pure Rage Uppercut into the Queen, into the Night Fork, into the Castling. Goodbye. Sayonara. GG's.
Yeah, I don't know if you played any fighting games, but do you remember the "Aw got 'em GG's" image?
Yep, I have heard of that one. Listen, I might not be too aware of fighting game communities, but when it comes to casting moments, oh yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah, we might need to make a paint where it's just a Nikki ult on like any squishy ever, and then you just see like a little chess piece in the background, and it's just the "Aw got 'em GG's."
Oh, got him. GG's. Well, Karmas will also get found out. I think that was by Team Insider on the southern side of the map. Here, Saja Boys completely wiped, but they do take away 12 points in this game, which is a pretty solid spot to be in, especially considering their spot on that leaderboard. Let's just take a quick moment to take a look at it too. 25, 24, 21, 20.5, and 13.5. That middle of the pack right now is tight.
Yeah, absolutely. Posturing between E5, just really hoping that.
That blast wave.
Yeah, great blast wave coming
out. The blink.
Now, wait, E5, don't get too antsy here. you still got a chance to actually probably get an extra placement here, because I mean, yeah, it's gonna be Curry gonna try to walk in, but it gotta be. Oh, was that a VLS attempt? Or was that just?
Don't think so. At least for the time being, when it comes to timer, Key5 does have advantage against Riori. Or sorry, not Riori. Who is that? I think that's Curry right now. Yeah, just barely the same. But I think Key5 has no. Okay, that forces out the exclusive at least for FNZ.
Wait, does Curry go down?
Checkmate fails. Key5, do you have a safety gadget, man? Do you have a safety gadget? Wait, hold on a second. They just both pop at the same time. What on earth? Okay, Key5 gets a trade for Curry. Curry also gets a trade over on the Key5. Your Green Apple falls down. One Circle trying to do what he can. Bum also doing his best to run away is... Yeah, Romantic is down. Oh, this is problematic though, because the res is going to come through. E8 is the last one alive on their team at the moment. Green Apple, not even close to getting the res off. That's going to do it, as Evan Sejong will take away the temp zone inside of Hotel. Timer though for Bomb, about to pop, not going to be enough for E to find that turnaround.
Yeah, really close timer for Bomb there. I don't think it matters, because even if Bomb explodes, I don't think you get...
Oh my god, Insider is pulling an Insider right now, dude. Yo, Romantic, it's cooked!
Great, yes! Oh, I like when I see teams playing this heads up. They so smart from Team Insider, understanding that like there's a good chance that because you have zone advantage, they might just go for a call and like sack the direct zone control because it's gonna be impossible to contest anyways, and then just deciding to wrap and just catch them completely unaware. Super heads up from Team Insider.
Bro, it's been seasons since Insider pulled this strat out. They used to do this when they were actually the debut team in the Eternal Return Masters, but is able to round out their third game in a row, by the way. Another FN Sejong versus Team Insider, but they pull out one of the oldest tricks in the books of Team Insider to round out game number 3, once again knocking down Team FN Sejong despite Wow, FN Sejong looking so good, right? I mean, I love it. If you guys were here seasons ago watching Insider on their debut season, Superior and I were going nuts about the macro play Team Insider was doing. The moment that temp zone ends, immediately they start making their way into deep parts of the final zone just to catch people off guard. It works this time, and man, oh man, how long has it been? That's probably why it worked as well. It's been such a long time since Team Insider pulled that strategy out.
Yeah, and I think it's also just incredibly like justified because again, it's like it really is like its own. I'm trying to think of like it's like its own metagaming, right? Because you know that your opponent knows that you have zone advantage, so they're most likely not gonna play to directly contest initial Chronosphere, right? They are going to they just want a zone. They're probably going to use their credits at a hotel, get whatever extra spikes they can so that when they actually do contest the Chronosphere, when it starts closing in a little more, they have as much of an advantage as possible. And you know that, so you actually don't even bother fighting the Chronosphere and just go for the flank play.
Yep.
While they're trying to sack the zone. It's so smart.
Again, this is just in the books of Team Insider. If you go back to VODs of maybe in like season 4, season 5, you'll be able to hear us say stuff like that, where Team Insider just goes crazy with these kind of strategies. I genuinely think it wasn't even FN Sejong's fault. It's been too long since we've seen Team Insider pull this trick out of the book that it's not even complacency, because usually nobody ever does that. It's been way too long that Team Insider gave them a stern reminder that this is a card we can play. I loved it. I love just being able to see the old version of Team Insider. The times when they refused to ult and knock down a frontliner despite having all the damage in the world. That Insider, the Insider that was just running over Team FN Sejong permanently, only, by the way, on their debut ERM stage, they just completely decimated FN Sejong over and over and over again. That old Team Insider. Puts a tear in my eye.
Yeah, really. I mean, they're just smurfing on the lobby right now, though. 3 games in a row is incredible. They're really making this comp look incredibly impressive. And again, I actually do think Romantic is quite good at dodging that engage usually.
Yeah.
It just goes to show they're really playing well.
But it's always Romantic too, by the way. Have you noticed that? It's only Romantic.
At this point, I'm looking like a Tom and Jerry character. You know, there's a little bit of steam blowing out my ears. I'm red. I'm really red. Because it's just, you got to feel for Romantic because it's really not fun. Like, you just don't, you're alive 1 second and then like the next like 20 frames, you're just gone. You see a pink circle slowly approach you and then you see yourself crawling on the ground.
It's as if the Roadrunner actually gets caught in like every single episode they air for that. But, that's besides the point. Here we go. Team Insider, 21.5 points ahead of Team FN Sejong. I'll be real with you. I think they punched their tickets into the finals with this one. Not even close when it comes to the kill scores either. I think even if it comes down to a tiebreaker, as long as they don't just completely flub the last game, Team Insider should have this one. Really, premature congratulations for that team. Impressive and an amazing performance they were able to show us today. But do remember that with the Adela ban, Seiko Tazia is about to come through. Now, very difficult character to operate, but Seiko has had some really good performances in the past when the Adela was banned. So I still think you have something that you can look forward to, Cass.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because there's not a lot of... I mean, I feel like a lot of people don't actually... They always think of Nikki's a partner as Adela, but I think there's actually a lot of synergy with Tazi as well. Like I think she enables Tazi quite well, and I don't think there's a reason to take Yona off Suwa. So I think it might just be plug and play Tazi on that composition, but maybe it is something entirely different. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. One of the nice things about running the Nikki alongside the Tazia is Paradiso has a wind-up time as well, her ultimate. So if you're able to line things up correctly, then the Paradiso wind-up time will be around the time the knock-up from Pure Rage Uppercut ends. Usually there's the Fury Jab to come through right afterwards from the Nikki to keep them locked down in that one place. it's going to be enough, right? We saw the damage coming out from Blaster earlier, Paradiso damage, sometimes needed, sometimes not even needed, as long as that Tazia is well built. Seiko, pretty solid Tazia. Again, if we get to see it in the final game, I'm looking forward to it. Even if we don't, Team Insider should still be able to show us something funny, if anything.
Yeah, funny. Funny is always. We saw a lot of funny things. I don't know if I need funny. I need some passion. I mean, there's passionate gameplay coming from those first 4 games. Maybe just passionate in a different way.
Yeah, maybe. Well, our final game of the night is about to start getting underway, Kaz. Let's take a look at what the character selection starts to look like, because it is going to be a fun one. Very similar weather as yesterday's Group B game number 4, too. I could have sworn it was Sandstorm and Stormy. Do they have pre-designated weather, or is it just lucky? I can't tell. But here we go. It's going to be a bit of a hectic weather for our final game tonight. Team Insider. Oh boy, Yana on the William. Come on, Seiko. Give us the Tazia. You guys played this before with Seiko on the Tazia. Give it to me. Give it to me. That's right. That's right. That's right. Look at that. It's all me, baby. This is something that we've ran before for Team Insider. Yana on the William is also an absolutely fantastic backliner. Very excited for this comp.
And Big Game Hunter busting out the Abigail, Nikki, and Rozzy composition. Switching from one mid to the other is Key 5, but what do we know about this? Do we know anything about the Key 5 Rozzy? Because we were speaking about side characters. Is this one of the ones that they've played before?
It could be. I don't remember too much for Key 5, just because in comparison to the number of games that Team Insider has played with this kind of situation, Big Game Hunter hasn't done that many. Shikimori on the Abigail is something that I'm interested in. Abigail in Season 8, especially after like the 8.2 patch, ever since Lunar Embrace ended up getting buffed with the additional passive that it has now, Abigail is very, very good. She is able to lock people down just within her range super well nowadays, especially with how often you can use Maleficent Helix. That Lunar Embrace value comes so fast. Very excited for this one. Let's see how the final game goes, because it is the last game of today, folks. After this one, group stage is all over. We will know where every single team is going to be placed in the knockout stages. After that, it's time for elimination, baby. That's going to start tomorrow at 4 a.m. Eastern, right here on the Eternal Return Game channel.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us for pretty late for some of our, well, actually I guess early if you want to.
This is actually prime time.
Yeah, I think this might be a couple hours past prime time for even our most passionate North American Eternal Return games. But if you're in Europe, you know, good afternoon, and if you're any other international viewer, thank you for dropping by, because it means a lot to us when we have viewers outside of Europe and NA joining us as well.
Yeah, love all the Koreans that start popping in, even SEA as well. SEA, I know, have some really interesting things going on as of late. The JP side as well as the SEA side opening up ERM just to see if they can get those regions in towards some of these KR S-tier tournaments. Hopefully those go well. I know that the operation for those, it did finish, at least for the, I think both JP and SEA side. Just waiting on the results of what actually comes through those. I'm not entirely sure. Here we go though, a team fight already starting off. Youngju Wales in a little bit of trouble as Fawn is going to get taken down. E8 about to go down as well. This totem is going to be in vain. There's the wall stun with that fleeting soul. Down goes the break from Team Youngju Wales for Team Youngju Wales. Could be some of them rocks to do it. Hyungi in a little bit of trouble himself. There's another follow through as her Saja Boy is just popping off in game number 4. 5 kills already in day number 1.
That's what you want to see. I don't know. You're not even on the swap to night 1. Wait, this is gonna be a re-engage. And honestly, like, now the mastery check is actually gonna matter. I think weapon skills online for sure for your Saja boys. And I don't think they're gonna. What is this? Ooh, wow, this building got so hectic so fast. Another pickup from Lasita though. Great spring trap. Gonna get the clean sweep onto Green Apple now. Execute coming out on the clean. Okay, they are gonna snowball so ridiculously hard. Oh my goodness, this guy's the rush. Luke, wait, no. What? Luke's Polish actually, right? It's the Polish sniper on clean sweep. I think it's Polish, right? Hopefully somebody in chat knows. We do see the pure rage uppercut coming onto Alto, but this is not that late into the game where also just dies immediately. So actually is going to be able to survive with the helitack stat, kiting out Shikimori really hard.
Yo, ain't no
but
way.
actually, well played. Using the tornado to actually wait for the heal to come out. Well,
Yeah.
maybe not that heads up. I don't know if they're playing, but they definitely just wanted the iframes, and then the heal comes out from the body going down, and is actually able to win that 1v1.
That is actually so funny. The AoE of the heal, you're absolutely correct. I think you're right. The augment ended up popping in the middle of the sandstorm, so they got the additional heal out of it, put them just above the threshold where it wouldn't be possible for the counter side to actually get the reverse kill. It's still early in the game for the Rio. So the Abigail just hops over and says, hello, I am in your face now. Here is my axe. You will have a taste of it and you will perish. Down goes Curry, not Curry, sorry. Kingdom Sparkles Rio. Ooh, this is fun. I don't know, man. These compositions that we just kind of changed up towards the final game, they're all doing very well. Okay, sorry, my bad. My bad, carry on.
I'm just like, look at Hirsaja boys' points already. This is a could bode very well for them if they can start snowballing this. It's also nice because it means like the loop was already pretty much fully stacked.
Oh, no, that electric shift, it would have been funny. It would have been funny.
And look at who's benefiting from that engage, by the way. Just look.
Okay.
Carvis is gonna get another kill, by the way. Like he's landing this clean sweep.
Okay.
Wait, this is gonna be a break. I guarantee it. Actually, no. It looks like Bum.
Does he land another one? No, nice juke.
Ooh, nice
he has
juke.
a dirty war. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Whoa. This guy with the -20 to call the camera to keep chasing. This guy, he hates you. He hates Curry. I don't know, like that's just a spiteful play. You know, you take that -20 just to keep the chase up. I mean, I guess you make it up immediately with the +10, so it's only -10 in general, and I guess it is a lot more points. But they are having a game right now as Hirsaja boys at the start of this round 4 for Group Stage D.
I think a huge value there just now for Team Big Game Hunter. I believe the wolf they killed actually had a transition on it. I'm going to keep tabs on this because the Rozzy should be getting something in just a moment if I was correct. Otherwise, it might have been a little bit of a different situation. Maybe it wasn't the case. I don't see the Rozzy actually getting a transition going up. So a little bit unfortunate for them. So when I'm going down as well, there's a lot of picks happening at the beginning of day number 2. Down goes 1 from Super Ultra Dino. Down goes 1 from Gangnam Rocks. Down goes 1 for Gangnam Sparkles. The fight still will carry on. Another pick as Beal going to be caught out by themselves. Down goes Delaney. It is all over the place. This is very reminiscent of games 1 through about 2 in group stages where a lot of people were getting picked off. But in this kind of situation, I kind of get it. Everyone's desperate to get that small extra edge, whether it's by the split farm and the credit capitalization or the maximization, I should say. In this scenario, it definitely makes sense. Okay. I think there's
looks like
okay, there we go.
Okay, yeah. So it did look like not much was missed though, because we were just color casting for a little bit, a little bit of downtime on the map as we wait for Night 2 to come out. Would you like to continue the point?
No, I mean, not really. Everything's just kind of going exactly as it is. Where'd that 4 score come from? Well, there it goes. Over onto the haze. This should be the Holy Order. No, sinking goodbye. Ooh, okay.
It's unfortunately the player experience. That was a 4 score called in by Youngie for their teammate.
I was actually talking about this pretty lately as well, where tanks giving up items is nice and all, but a lot of tanks end up becoming very squishy towards the mid to late game because of that, and they're struggling with it. Youngie taking down pretty low themselves, healing drone popped, Curry trying to capitalize on whatever they can, but the bear is just not going to go in their favor, so the home run rocks, a little bit iffy. There's the alpha, taken from Hirsaja boys as well. That's one part out of the 2 buffs that they can get throughout the course of the game. Not that bad of a situation for these guys, and it will be the Monkey King bar built up for the Luke. Both of our dimensional risks pretty clean. No fights taken from any one of our teams inside of these. It's just going to be the freebie for both Big Game Hunter as well as Team Insider. That's going to be the Mithril going in favor. Wind and Fire Wheels built up for Artasia.
Yes. And back to the point you were talking about, if you looked at last game, Bum was only on 2 items by the end of the game, and that really was a big difference maker. Speaking of Bum, giving chase to Curry. Do you okay. question if you're even supposed to commit this hard, because you burn so much timer. Like, and the other thing is, you could probably assume that Curry will boom pretty soon.
Yeah, it's either that or even for Curry, is it worth investing so much timer in a situation where you're definitely not sure you're going to get away?
Absolutely.
I think I would have just taken the L there and die early so that I can also waste less time too. So that's like 5 or 6 seconds Curry ended up wasting just from running away in a situation where you're definitely never going to get away as the Rio. So yeah, in situations like that, there is also the possibility, because it's night number 2, you just take the L. Wasn't the case. A couple of extra seconds were spent for both Songnam Rocks as well as, I think that was FN Sejong to secure the kill. No, it was Team Insider. I apologize. Was it? No, it was FN Sejong.
You got it.
Yeah. There we go. Now they're going to be fighting over the Tree of Life that's going to be spawning in just a second. Team Insider versus FN Sejong, this time with a different comp for Team Insider. Gyeongnam Sparkles and the Super Ultra Dinos trying to fight on the northern side, not going to be able to find anything. Yeona fully stacked on the baseball.
Look at Team Insider's items, by the way.
On the backside, yeah, it's looking very, very solid. It's going to force out Team FN Sejong because they cannot risk this. They're still in contention for that second place spot. They're not safe yet, so we'll play a little bit safe in order to maintain position and the status quo in this game.
And I do love seeing some Dragon's Fury being crafted. I think Green Apple absolutely the best supplier of it, and I think in a composition like this, you absolutely need it, because you need to be able to go frontline.
Yep, everything's being done correctly from a majority of these teams. I haven't really seen anything go wrong from these guys so far, whether it's from the macro, whether it's from even the micro as well. This has been a pretty clean series across the board, but this is definitely a macro misplay. Akui also walking back for some reason for a split second there is going to end up taking the L. Minus 200 for Team Super Ultra Dino, who is still very, very split apart, trying to get those individual split farm credits in. Big Game Hunter unfortunately pops a White Lily. That's not really good. Key 5 is actually going to end up forcing the fight. This is a lot of damage over on Lasita though. Down goes the Irem before she can even react to anything. Beal is also about to fall down. This is fun. Big Game Hunter with this Abigail is going to be able to find an extra 2 in just a second. There we go. Maleficent Helix to clean things up. Yep, clean 2 for 0. So here's Saja Boys. I apologize. Here's Saja Boys is going to take a minus 400 in the middle of day number 3. I am messing up a lot of my words. I guess it has also been a long morning for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, hopefully our viewers have a little empathy for us, because we've been going at it for a little bit, but your Sacha boys can't even afford to res the Lenny yet, and it looks so bad, because you did see the Razi accidentally shoot the White Lily, but then...
Okay, well, bye JKR.
Why are these... I'm just... I don't really get it. I don't get it, because I'm seeing the Magnus get caught out like 2 zones away, then I'm seeing the Jackie getting caught out in red. It's a... I'm a little worried about the comms going on right now. I'm wondering if there are any.
There is a part of me that's also wondering how Team Insider actually found JKR, because it was deep in the red. Okay, well, this fight's not going in favor of Team Super Ultra Dino at all. JKR just dips, Akui comes in, and there is nowhere to fight. So, yep, down goes 1 for Team Super Ultra Dino. Another minus 200, which quite frankly, Team Super Ultra Dino does not have, as they just bought items. I saw Chain of Thorns being built up on the Jackie, who just ran away from the fight. So really rough for Team Super Ultra Dino. Something also built, by the way, for the Tia, so she had a transition just randomly sitting inside of her inventory. It seems like this team is just kind of checked out for today, right? Which is unfortunate, but it does maybe give them some time. If they do decide to call it early, I hope we see something change for tomorrow. We're going to see them in knockout stage number 1, most likely, just with the way that this game is going. You never know. But I don't know if they're making up 15 plus points in order to overtake Songnam Rocks at this point. Knockout Stage 1 has to show us something, at least for Team Super Ultra Dino. This is a fun roster to watch. If you were here for phase number 1, you were able to at least witness some of that, luckily. This phase has definitely not been in. I don't know what their qualifiers look like, but whatever this is, it is definitely not reminiscent of anything they did in phase 1.
Karma's getting a reflank. It almost looks like they've kind of played into this choke a little too hard though, because now Karmas is gonna be able to corral them. They kind of have to look for an engage on one side or the other, because the clean sweep did land onto Romantic. Going really hard at it, but a great full swing But the wait, actually, no! Oh my goodness!
Okay,
the
it's over.
follow-up.
It's over.
Yeah, no, Lacita's so good for that. What a goated, absolutely goated knockup. I almost thought Karmas went a little too deep with the potential of the Heli-Tac stab, but was actually able to really just get a great full swing off and really start the fight off. And then the follow-up from Lacita was fantastic. They're gonna be posturing for this box for a while. Did they give up on it? They're not like, okay, be okay. Is that gonna be red shoes for the Luke or red shoes for the IREM maybe?
Red
I actually
shoes
didn't...
for the IREM or okay.
Yep, there it is. Yep, you got it.
Interesting. I could have also Rose Steps might have actually not been bad for IRM here, but I don't know how viable Rose Steps is anymore. Nobody goes that item, which is really unfortunate. It's a pretty nice identity of an item, but I can see why people aren't necessarily going it, especially on something like an IRM 2, right? You're just way too often swapping between your ultimates that sometimes maybe you might have it. Maybe you might not have it readily available when you're actually trying to use it in a fight. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Yellow blue tags onto 2. Curry's gonna have to get out. Actually tags with that full rainbow. JKR on the chase, gets the execute down. Curry is dead. Jumping over the wall is gonna be Sawtin. Does end up executing Brush, but JKR is just way too healthy for this. Sawtin cannot deal with this right now at all. Gets the res off on the console. What the heck is this? Third party coming in. Yelling. Oh! Curry misses the soar over the wall. Are you kidding me? Curry is also making micro mistakes like this. Phase 2 might have some kind of curse revolving around it because we are seeing a lot of people playing their mains making very, very simple mistakes that they should never be making.
Yeah, and that's going to be minus 400 at the end of the day for Songnam Rocks. That is really, really pretty terrible. I mean, definitely don't want to be losing this many credits this late into the game. Especially because that often comes out at the tax of potentially like a Hellfire or a Fail not coming out for the Raze and the Haze and the Rio rather.
Yeah, or even a tank item for the Estelle. Tank lives matter. 0 items for the Estelle on Team Songnam Rocks. It's gonna suck a little bit, but it is just the way that it is right now. Nice fight began from Team Big Game Hunter. Will eliminate Lacita from the get-go. Karmas, you are not going to be able to turn this one around. I've seen some Luke plays in the past, but up against something like a Razi, probably not going to happen. He's going to take the jump pad over. The White Lily is something that he can go for. Jump pad, maybe the healing is there, and he will get that jump over in towards Warehouse. Does he have the credits to get the res? Yes, they do, but the res already happened. Down goes one as the Celine gets obliterated from the hands of Team Insider. Look at this. I told you about this, right? Zico and Yana both pairing really well together as the Tazia and the William.
It's gonna be not that many teams are worse for wear. Young and Sparkle though not gonna be able to call in, and it's something about the ERM, the ERM Estelle and just the absolute team rebuild. Like they're always like full purple by the end of the game. Maybe one item. Wait, actually I think full rainbow actually missed time just a little bit on the stasis. Wasn't able to get this done off, but they trade out between Seiko and JKR. But that's just gonna be a res going immediately back to Team Insider.
Super Ultra Dino losing 2 members once again. Marcus is down. Nowhere enough credits to get the reses back. So that really might do it for Team Super Ultra Dino. Another fight on the southern side. It's Team Big Game Hunter again looking to fight up against Team Harasaja Boys. Down goes the Lenny for the first time in this game from the looks of it. I don't know. These guys have been doing pretty well for themselves. Karma's trying to find an angle on the backside, but that's up against the Razi. You're a melee character, man. That's a pipe dream and a half. Lacita trying his best to run away up against Shikimori. Do they have the range to get away? Yes, they do. It is an IRAM, very difficult for something like an Abigail to chase on through.
Does have the credits if able to find the timing to get Lumi, but it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Lucy. Hold up, actually.
Oh,
maybe not.
I think Songnam Rocks is there to intercept. Yeah, they aren't.
They
They're starting to make their way around, but
might be able to turn in time though. Tottenham's gonna get a decent amount of damage off this rocket though. Ooh, the healing wind oh, the spirit arrow lands on Bale. Oh no, that's so tragic. I mean, you still have to be a little happy you were able to trade up and get one extra member, but this is not a team you really want to fight into. I think actually, I feel like this is one of the worst teams you want to fight into, especially when you're down your Lenny to make the plays for you. Lucida's gonna have to actually walk back into the zone. Does not have enough timer to run around and take that forwards hyperloop.
At least they're alive. Will finally get spotted out by the camera. Everybody on the side of Team Youngja Whale starting to make their way up. But I don't think with this kind of a roster you can find that IRM, at least for the time being. She still has very low timer, so it's not like she has too much to play around with. Karmis is also very split in a very isolated area. There's a couple teams inside hotel. You do not want to be making noise at this point. Oh, Hunam. Okay, gotta reverse at least procs. Shikimori taking some small damage here and there as well. Satan trying to jump on in. Hunam doing the same thing. Are they gonna pull the trigger? Not just yet. Mark over onto Hyungi. But nobody's giving any edges. Everybody's just trying to play safe, keep their health bars in the safe margins where they won't get one shot by the counter side.
And on the side of that, Insider Yona was able to pick up a kill onto Curry. Was it Curry? Yeah, I think it was Curry. In, I believe, police station. Pang gonna go for the teleport. Looks like it's pretty good for them, honestly. Pretty safe zone. We do see the engagement onto Lucida. Where is...
she can't go that way.
Yeah,
she
because
can't go that way.
Where's Karmis? Oh, Karmis is still just sitting in hotel.
Yeah, he can't really do anything at this point. They have to pray that these 11 points they have right now is going to be enough. Plus maybe an extra placement point or two, if they can get it, will be enough to at least secure them maybe an extra placement or above, right? Because you have to think about it in this terms. I don't think I've really talked about this with you, but if you really put it from these players' perspectives, one extra placement means they are less likely to get eliminated earlier in the series, and they also have to play 4 less games than their adversaries. Right, so at this point for Team Hirasaja boys, all you have to aim for is that extra one. Look at this. I talked about this earlier too. It's hard to actually execute the Nikki composition, even though it looks a little bit easy. Everybody from Songnam Rocks is going to disengage, and now do they want to pull the trigger? Estelle is looking for it, but Shikimori is still very strong at this stage in the game. Their items are looking pretty decent. Doesn't have their weapon upgrade, but this is an Abigail post level 16. She's actually level 20 right now, the maximum level you can hit in ER. But we'll just back away from this, opting to use that safety gadget to keep their timer at least a little bit more intact.
There's going to be quite a few teams, though, looking at this hotel zone. This is going to be very hectic and very fast.
Game Hunter still corralled into a corner. There's a bunch of very low-range characters on the side of Team Big Game Hunters getting bullied out by Satan as well as Curry. Soul Stealer proc from the side of Team Big Game Hunter. They're trying to jump all in on towards the backside. Ultimate from the Abigail will tag too, but there is just no follow-up as Hunam in a whole heap of trouble. He is just so low for himself. Shikimori getting jumped on as well. Needs to jump over on towards the dogs in order to get themselves out, but it's not enough as the dogs are just gnawing on her butt. Down goes the Abigail. Key5 trying to run up, but there's another team on the northern side. Where can they go? There is just nowhere. The blink over the wall is going to be enough to give themselves a little bit of space to work with, but that's just about it. Karmis gets found out. He'll also go down as well. Whee! Okay, there he goes.
Still so hectic. There's, what, like 3? 4? Yeah, 3. So 3 full teams and 1 fragmented team in that of Big Game Hunter. Big Game Hunter is going to have to run in and... Oh, that's -1. It's going to be a -2. Oh, you hate to see it. Youngie going down pretty quickly to the likes of YG Whales. And now it's going to be Team Gyeonggam Sparkle versus Team YG Whales. This is going to be pretty hard for them to walk into. There's a lot of Celine bombs, but they actually have a timer advantage and also getting dove on pretty hard. Wow, Fauna absolutely deleted that wrong. And Green Apple is not much longer for this world either.
You felt that in your soul. Let's be real here. The moment E8 as well as Fauna jumped in and ate that 4-stack, double popped, by the way. I think Fauna also popped Soul Stealer, did he? Oh, he didn't even pop that ultimate. I thought he took double damage from like everything inside of that. But nope. It was just enough. The 4-stack obliterates E8 as well as Fauna. From there, Green Apple has absolutely nowhere to go. Down they are. Gyeonggam Sparkle is sitting on 15 kills. This was actually one of their more successful games. If they win this, might be able to pull themselves out of that 7th and 8th place spot. Might be able to go to knockout stage 2, maybe even 3. But they have to go up against Team Insider. Absolutely disgustingly fed. Seiko is also looking for a flank, and they have no idea because that camera is blocked off right now. They finally figure it out, but pushes them further further self away. What is Byung doing? He's going a little bit too far. Signature Fireball down. There is the fastballs going through. Can they get the damage in? Yes, they can. Down goes Alto. Down goes Hongarang. That is gonna do it. Insider, 4 games in a row in Group Stage 3 will punch and send it. GG, shake my hand, go next. We'll see you on Sunday. Thank you so much. We'll see you next Sunday, Team Insider. Well played today.
They were smurfing it tonight, or like tonight for them, this morning for us. But just really, just so clean. And they had to play a different comp, and they just looked really solid on it. I was kind of amazed by how quickly Seiko got like insane value out of the Tazi. Like was able to burst down a squishy incredibly fast and just won the fight against Gyeongnam Circle. After the space that it looked kind of dicey when the Juka was dashing in initially, but was able to capitalize on the space and then just really clean fight. I don't know what to say. They've just been playing so well.
I got worried at the beginning of the fight because I've seen way too many cases where Shukai is believing their own tankiness with the HP stat just ends up sending it. Dies before the actual damage support comes through. I've seen way too many cases of that happening, especially during phase number 1. But luckily this time around, Byung was able to stay alive just long enough that Seiko comes in with the support and the signature fireball is there to assist as well. Everybody from team, Big Game Hunters, they just had, wait, was it Big Game Hunters? No, it was Yangju Whales, right? No, it wasn't.
Wait, are we talking about the team they were fighting?
Yeah, which one was it?
Yeah, that would have been Gyeongnam Sparkles.
Yeah, Gyeongnam Sparkles. Thank you very much. Gyeongnam Sparkles wasn't even trying to retaliate, right? They were all on the escape path. That's why Byung was allowed to live a lot longer than I think he was supposed to, especially with the way that he initiated, which gave enough time for Seiko as well as Yana following through with the Tasia and the William. Well played from that team. Looked a little bit scary at the start, but doesn't matter. The win result is a win result. 4 games in a row today for Team Insider. It's not even close. Honestly, just a complete domination from this team from start to finish.
Yeah, out of all, when we were seeing some maybe dicey games coming out from some of our teams in Group C, we saw just an absolutely dominant performance from Insider. It's really nice to see super consistent play. And it's not even textbook. I will not call it textbook. They played maybe a comp that I think execution barrier can be either really easy or really hard. But I think they were probably the best pilots of Nikki Della I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why it's such an honor just being able to watch Team Insider. It's also one of the reasons why Superior is so fond of that team as well. That man, I swear to God, has caster bias for that team. It is absolutely insane. He is desecrating the position as a caster, but you know what? After watching a performance like that, I definitely get it. Such an incredible team as well. Ever since their kind of debut in the Eternal Return Master scene, never fails to impress us with their performance. May have had a shaky season here and there, but is always able to pull it back towards the end and still show us that they are a team to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. And I'm really excited to see what's going to be coming out tomorrow for us, because the definitely probably the most varied compositions we've seen in a while, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. I think this weekend in general is going to be one of the strangest knockout stages, 1 and 2, that we're going to have, because so many of the teams that are one of the more new and uppercomers ended up doing really good in each of these group stages. We have a lot of teams that are supposed to have gotten to knockout stage 3, 4, maybe even 5 from the group stages immediately, being put very early on. Like, for example, if I remember correctly from groups A, I believe they ended up having 2 KEL teams being put in knockout stage A from that knockout stage 1, from that group alone. So a lot of change-ups that we would normally not expect at this level of scene happening in this phase specifically. So be excited, guys. Tomorrow is going to be a great start to knockout stage number 1 and 2. 4 a.m. Eastern time, right here on the Eternal Return game channel. It's going to be a fun time, so do show up on time, please. I'm reminding you guys multiple times like usual, so show up on time, all right? Okay.
I mean, on time.
Yeah, Kaz will also be here tomorrow as well. So if you would love to hear this man's beautiful voice, oh my goodness, like I'm hearing the angels from heaven start to descend down. Yeah, he'll be here tomorrow as well. Make sure you guys are here for that. I know a lot of you guys want to drop codes, and we usually give them out at the end of the stream. We'll go over the scores real quick first before that ends up happening, just for a little bit more of the bona fide finish and see where everyone is going to be lying beneath. Team Insider, yeah, that happened. A 38-point difference between Team Youngju Whales, the second place team, and Team Insider, nearly double the amount of kills that they had as well. An absolutely disgusting performance from Team Insider to take the round out Group D. Youngju Whales, as I mentioned, second place, just only 1 point above their adversary of FN Sejong, who's going to be knocked down into third place. The same amount of field kills as, kill score as well. Just Youngju Whales was able to get just barely enough more placement points in order to round things out.
Yeah, I'm not surprised though. They were really just playing phenomenally today.
Exactly. Guys, here is the code for the drop, and I am going to share a piece of news as well. It's not a good one, but I did hear about it very recently. I think it actually ended up going out last night for the announcement. It was made public, so I will talk about it in just a second here. But for the good news, here is the off-air coupon. You can get 5 common season fragment vouchers as well as a drop token. So make sure if you guys missed out on any of the drop token drops, grab this one because it might be able to make up for your daily requirement or the daily max cap if you got 2. It's going to be 0823PREAQ. It's until 8 p.m. UTC. I think that's like what? Maybe 2 or 1 p.m. Eastern time. You have a few hours after this, so grab it while you can. It's going to be a couple extra nice things for you to aid you on your drops journey. No, collectibles journey. Yeah, that's more like it. It's going to be more collectibles for you guys, so make sure you guys use it. Okay. 0823PREAQ. Are you going to use it, Kaz?
Of course.
Okay. You didn't sound too excited about that one. All right.
No,
So,
I'll always take a free code. I'm not. Listen, I love my free stuff. Not like me.
yeah, exactly. Yep. Free stuff you can never complain about. Okay. So now that that's out of the way, a little bit for the sad news. Now, I don't know how many of you guys are aware of the KR side of news when it comes to some of these pro players, but I do know a little bit about what's going on. I did also hear news that this will most likely be the last season for at least a while where we're going to be able to see G-Work playing in competitive unless some things happen because, as many of you guys know over in Korea, mandatory military service, right? I got the ping yesterday morning that G-Work did end up getting his date for the initiation. So this season might be the last time you see G-Work for a while unless he's able to work some things out. So do show up for every single event that G-Work is going to be playing in. I believe his deployment date is going to be October 13th. I think that's the day after season finals for Season 8. So if you want to make sure you keep up to date with G-Work and his tournament gameplay, well, it is going to be the time to do it. So show up to every ERM, show up to every season final days as well. It's going to be a fun time. Let's show off as the international community G-Work with a bang before he goes into the military, all right?
For sure. I mean, we got to show love to one of the absolute goats of the game. That has been around for so long. And I feel like has always been a Western fan favorite too. I feel like everybody knows G-Work. So G-Work, Sad Hands, I feel like those are the two I always see in Twitch chat, right? So we got to show love.
Yep. I would genuinely say he is, quite frankly, one of the pillars of Eternal Return because he's been here ever since the beginning. Like, quite frankly, ever since I started casting Eternal Return, which was like, back in 2021, he's been there. And he has always consistently played in competitive, has been some of the best, honestly been the recipient of some of the best clips that I've also seen in competitive as well. Very, very chill guy. Very, very funny dude as well in DMs. I just wish the best for him. But yeah, this is going to be the last season unless stuff changes. As I said, things can always change. But for right now, it is what the information that I have is. Once again, show up to every single stream if you can for Eternal Return Masters. Don't make it the only reason why you're showing up, but let it be an incentive to you that we're going to be able to have one of the best seasons with G-Work being here for quite a while now.
One
right?
last, it's one last ride, right? Like one last dance. So you want to make sure to show up.
Exactly. Kaz, with that, we are done with the group stages. Starting tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier, will be the beginning of the knockout stages, so do be excited for that. Once again, right here on the Eternal Return game channel at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. It'll be me and Kaz to be able to cast it once again. Thank you so much for all of you guys for showing up today. It was a wild ride. Very confusing at the start, but very solid towards the end. Very, very good day of Eternal Return Masters, regardless what kind of games we ended up watching. We'll see you guys right back here for tomorrow. Knockout Stage 1 and 2. Please be here on time, 4 a.m. Eastern Time, one last time. But until then, we will see you guys later. Have a good rest of your Saturday. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Main reason this drops? Yeah, that's true too. Whatever.
Passionless response. The
True,
main reason you're here is for us.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Fantastic games of Eternal Return. I don't want to hear nothing about drops.
Yeah,
those
the
are just
real
a nice
answer is to
bonus
hear
on the
us.
side.
Bye, guys.